I'm here with Abe Dinkus right now, the one and only Abe Dinkus, you know.
Stay small, he just laughed from his gut. Late night screen, go rum on the desk. Pin like a pistol, heart pounding in his chest. It's time for Abe to rise to new heights. Stack that fuel, let him sharpen his mind. Pay Abe so he can grow, take flight. Load him up, watch him walk through the fire. It's time. It's time for Abe to rise to new heights. Frontline words and a cultural fight. Pay Abe so he can grow, take flight. Back this man, let him claim what's right.
Oh, I'm off to the side here. What the heck? Small and off to the side. Just stuck in a little bubble. In a what looks like a post-apocalyptic city. Well, I guess I could fix that. Let's see. Which format do I actually want to use? This one. Nope, that's not right. Now I'm gone. I'm invisible. Okay. Here we go. So, tonight, I think I'm going to start out by jumping on Confluences and stirring the pot a little bit, because they're being very argumentative and it kind of seems like fun. And it might be fun for you guys to watch as well. So, what we'll do is I will share this. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Entering. There we go. Taxi. Here we go. Hey, good to see you, Blood Logos. Good to see you. I'm going to join Confluences and stir the pot a bit tonight, at least to start with. And after that, we'll come back and do something here on my channel. Well, you know, I'll do something, host something more than that. For now, I figured that's a good way to warm up. We'll do some pre-show panel hop here. Let's see. Okay. Wait, I need to change that. All colors. There we go. Okay. Where's my information here? Sorry about that. Gotta get all this stuff set up. You can't really do a lot of it prior to the show. Kind of have to do it during, because, you know, it has to be live in order to even do this. So, boom, boom, boom. There we go. Hello, La. Good to see you. Okay, here we go. I'm jumping into the studio now. Boom, boom.
There can't be like any inch given on the other side of things. Like, it should be so easy to say that, yes, obviously moving costs are a lot. If you have kids, it's going to be hard to move. It's going to be hard to find a new place. And if you have a tenant in your building, there's a lot of stuff you could do to exploit them. You could say they have to be out in a week. You could threaten them with extra fees. You could do a bunch of shit that would be like maladaptive, that we think would not be very positive. I don't know why it has to be like one thing.
I don't think that would. I don't think that would be negative.
Yeah,
Austrian economics.
A good time, Marte.
That's
Join
right.
my freaking panel for one.
All of us agree with
I believe, in my opinion, the landlord deserves the right to
Link is pinned, Marte, at the top. It's also in the description.
To scrap every last penny of that woman, because the woman chose to be there and be a risk for the landlord in terms of things like fire risk and such. And so he has the right to scrape her every last penny.
I don't know if I'd put it like that, Kirk.
That's so fucking Jew coded, man. That's fucking. That's fucking crazy.
That's anti-Semitic.
Yeah, you're a fucking Noahide.
Yes, I'm a Noahide. So why are you saying
I'm not talking to all Jews? I'm talking to you specific.
But
You
I'm
Jew, and not in an offensive way. Just descriptive.
But technically, I'm a Noahide, not.
Does who know what means?
The fact that he's saying he's a Noahide doesn't.
He follows the 7 laws of Noah because he's a non-Jewish practicing Jew that goes to synagogue, but also is trans.
Kirk, are you
so.
Kirk? Are you also a sovereign citizen then?
No.
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Are you really sure?
I'm really sure.
Okay, just
Have you tried it out? You could be trans sovereign.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe you should ask your
Was
therapist
that
about
scripted,
being
How
a
did
sovereign
you pull his
citizen.
answer right when he was talking?
Confluence. Why does it sound like you've been crying up here this whole time?
Yeah, for real.
Because I'm being dogpiled by a bunch of freaking retarded people. Okay, sorry, I love all of you.
We all believe in
Except for
Austrian
Kirk. I kind of
economics.
like you, Kirk, but you know,
there's the problem is there's a certain level of like the way.
Oh, there's no way that's not toss.
There's a
wait.
I mean,
certain
that's
Never mind. For a second, I thought that was a different body part.
of what you're saying.
that's
like,
Marte. Okay,
where you're saying like there's no way for someone to generate the income prior to build something, because if there's no structure to make sure it's all fair all the time, then these people couldn't possibly get ahead. But that's the way it's always been in any market,
which is why. Right, but Abe, this is what I was saying. Like back in the day, maybe everyone disagreed with me. I'm curious if you would. And I'm saying in like the 18th century, there was far less class mobility than there is now.
Sure, but there was also.
Like, do you agree with that? So
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like now, I'm not
different
saying
world.
now. If you're a normal person, there's stuff you can do. I think because in large part because
less
of
class
labor
mobility
laws
now.
and all this stuff that allows people to get ahead and live in a free market where they're not being exploited all the time. I think, but back in the day, in like the 18th century, I think it's a lot harder if you actually are born with nothing. That's the American dream, is that now we can actually do this stuff. Before a lot of this stuff happened, I think it's very difficult.
Also, you're citing Marx, and you do realize you claim to love Jewish people. You do realize Marx was a massive anti-Semite.
Even just because you like someone doesn't mean you take up their world view too. Like, this is the stupidest claim. I keep hearing this from people. If you like something that person liked, well, then you're definitely you like.
Kirk does that all the time with everybody. I like. Okay, so
you can like a part of a philosopher's philosophy, even if you had evil views on something else. Like if it made sense.
I know, but
it made sense.
he would. But then why go to that philosopher of Marx? Why not just say, "Here's my criticism of capitalism"? He literally referenced Marx.
Kirk, just
Marx
listen
was
to-
already brought up, and I was just trying to steal, man. I was just saying the one thing when I read the Communist Manifesto that did stick with me was I was like, oh, okay, I understand. I disagree with his definition of exploitation, but if I take it in this way, that if our guardrails are down and you start with a massive wealth disparity, you do have less class mobility, and that does give rise to exploitation, because I think humans are ultimately greedy and sinful beings, and they will exploit each other if it means having more stuff. I think people do that. I think that's a fair critique.
If humans are ultimately greedy like that, like you're saying, sinful beings, then how the fuck are you going to appeal to a government of those same people to do anything more virtuous?
Yeah, the government is the largest monopoly in the country. They operate in a legal vacuum and with the ultimate monopoly on force.
Well, I actually think I can answer that, and I think you guys will probably disagree, but I think there's good people and there's bad people, and there's something called like the wisdom of the crowds. And I think that people, as much as we hate politicians, I'm going to say something really gay right now. They're not the worst of us. They can be bad, but they're not the worst of us. There's people that would exploit you and will fucking kill you, and they wouldn't give a second thought about it. That's not at least most politicians. So at least the voting structure, it gravitates to something higher than the most baseline population.
No, I think you have this. Wait. I think you have this twisted. I think politicians do the exact same thing. That's just at a distance. You just don't get to see them face to face while you have it happen.
That's probably true, but I still don't think it's not the like when I say the worst, I mean the worst of us, because if we're talking like a free market, I mean, you could have the worst kind of person imaginable. I'm saying that guy's probably not charismatic and nice enough to like get voted in. He's probably not like rhetorically gifted enough. There's a lot of things. He could be like a sociopath, sure. I'm not saying politicians are good. I'm not saying they're even better than normal people. I'm just saying they're better than the worst people. But in laissez-faire capitalism, you could have the worst, scummiest person ever that's just like acting just amok and just doing whatever he wants to do. And I'm saying, so the government at least is a step above the worst possible.
Well, because I would recommend, if you haven't read it, I would recommend looking into Atlas Shrugged or The Fountainhead by Ayn Rand, where she portrays the conformity of the masses, right, under statism.
Yeah, except for objectivism doesn't work in the long run, because everyone running an objectivism.
I got to pee. I can still hear you guys though, but I can't respond.
Yeah. So since he can hear, I'm gonna assert why his description of why like his averaging model of how like politicians are generally better because of some sort of averaging scheme that he didn't really fully flesh out, gives them more virtue. So if you look at what happens in a
oh my god, I had to come back. I didn't say that. I specifically said they're better than the worst, not better than the average. They're better than the worst people. Okay.
So here's why you're wrong. Here's why you're wrong. So in a capitalist system, you have that, only it's actually much more decentralized, where you have all of the individuals and an entire market making individual decisions in their own best interest, and you don't have any kind of centralized control system where you're leaning on other people to make those decisions for you. You have agency in your own decision making, and it's actually more virtuous because of that, because of the averaging model that you set up. That's the only way to really achieve that is in a purely capitalist system, because of all the individuals acting in their own best self-interest, right? Because people will be greedy and they will also be generous.
I also kind of wanted to address his claim that in the 1800s, people would have had far less mobility. There's like a whole bunch of issues with that claim. First of all, we don't live in the 1800s. We have a whole bunch of technological advancements that have made it easier. However, the capital issue is still the same as it would have been back then. You still have to come up with someone putting their trust in you to gain the capital, which it still would have been the same then. You would have had to get someone to invest in the thing, which means you had to do the work, you had to have the skill, you had to have something that filled a need that would make you some kind of money. And when you say that, like, one guy having a business that has a monopoly on everything, the moment that somebody on the ground level figures out a way to do it and sell it at a cheaper cost, he's going to get the business of all the people not willing to pay the cost of the higher monopoly owner.
And I want to pile in.
Do you agree? Wait, do you agree? Because it sounded like you were disagreeing with me, but then you said all the stuff I already agreed with. That technological advancements,
keep saying,
and all the stuff changes stuff.
Well,
I'm saying back in the day, I'm saying, and I understand the 18th century is not today. Again, this conversation started because I was talking about what I saw as like decent critiques from Marx, except he made them all retarded. But so we're talking about that time frame. I'm not saying I'm a capitalist again for the 16th time. Okay,
I got you. But my point is, just like today, back then, they would have sought out capital from another source. They would have gone to a banker. They would have gone to someone that had the capital in order to push this thing through. So they'd have to convince.
But Abe, even nowadays, if you have no assets, and you have, like, let's say you just have a neutral credit score, you're not going to be able to get a big business loan. Like, even today, you can't.
Wait, Confluence, you get a credit card and you pay it off every single month, and you do this for a while to build the credit you need to then go get the loan.
Or you go to your buddies, just like now.
Century.
You would have to
go to your buddies.
Like, now that's possible now because wages are like decent, and you can save, and you can go on Caleb Hammer's financial audit, right? There's ways to like have class mobility now. I'm saying the 18th century, that was a lot harder.
Yes, you would have to convince somebody who has the means that your idea was good enough to get the money needed or the capital needed in order to do thing. The same is true for today. And yes,
was that easier back then or easier today, Abe?
It just depends. It's not like there wasn't banks in the 1800s.
Give me a good faith answer. Give me a good faith answer. You already fucking agreed. Now you're like walking it back.
I didn't walk back anything. I said the biggest thing that we have today is the technological advancements, which make it easier to gain access to those things without the effort that you would have had to have in the 1800s. It doesn't mean it wasn't possible back then. There was still banks across the U.S. There was still millionaires capable of funding projects. That's how you have the rising up of all of the industries that we have today that didn't start from wealthy families. They built them from the ground up. It still happened, and that's why we have the industry that we have today.
I know, but you don't think it's also a mix of the laws that we have, that there's certain limits on interest and stuff, and that credit cards can't be denied to certain people based on certain protective classes.
Limits on interest.
All that stuff makes it easier for the average person to.
Limits on interest are a really bad idea, and here's why. What usury does is usury means that you have easier access to capital for people because banks are only willing to take the risk of giving someone a loan if they get a high reward from that.
I know that's the whole scheme behind payday loans. You think payday loans are a good thing, Kirk?
Well,
that's the whole motif is that a bank will not give you a loan at a fair rate. So payday loans companies exist because they'll charge you like 20% interest after like 2 weeks or whatever. And they wouldn't give you. No one will give you a loan otherwise.
If the government banned usury, what you would have is no bank would give out a loan because of the fact that banks would not want to take the risk of giving interest loans.
Banned usury. There is limits on how much you can charge for interest. The government's already done that.
In every country that bans usury, which is pretty much most of the Muslim countries, they have almost no good economic success.
America bans usury. What the fuck
No,
are
it
you
doesn't.
talking
You can
about?
give interest. Usury just means taking interest on loans.
No, I'm talking about. It depends on your definition of usury. I'm talking about like excessive interest when I say usury. Obviously, I'm not talking about interest in general.
But
that's
if
what
you're
we're talking about. That's why I brought up payday loan companies, Kirk.
But think about it like this: we see how the countries that ban usury totally fail. So clearly, there's something wrong with restricting usury. So why not let all usury?
I'm not. You're doing such a stupid argument. I never said interest was bad. I'm saying there's a point of curtailing the interest that you're allowed to charge. That ends up being good for society, which is why. All of America has limits on how much. Abe, you're shaking your head. Do you disagree?
Not you.
Do you think we should be able to charge people 200% interest?
No.
Okay, so then why are you shaking your head at what the fuck I'm saying if you fucking agree with me? Good to see you, Murte.
Because Kirk sounds like he's in the shower on this call and he just yells and then I can't tell.
I thought you were mad at what I was saying. Sorry.
I'm not in the shower. What I'm saying is if interest is not a bad thing, then it's not a bad thing at all. And the economy.
That's not true. That's like saying something in small numbers can be good, but at large numbers it must also be good. Why arbitrarily should you allow this? Why arbitrarily should you allow X amount of usury but not more? Like where do you get the number? Because
out of your bunghole?
Because you crush people beneath it. Because there's moderation. Moderation is moderation is good.
Paradox of the heap, where it's like there is some line where interest levels become like really bad, but you're like, hey, point to the exact line, empirically demonstrate that. If you can't, then any amount of interest is fine. Otherwise, the whole thing has to go away. That's just like stupid, right?
No, it's not true. It's not stupid because we have evidence that restrictions on usury in general are bad. So even a specific interest on a certain amount of usury is bad.
No, what?
That's how induction works.
You're a fucking idiot.
Wrong.
Your argument is that societies that don't have interest at all, you don't think are as economically successful, and therefore you're concluding that you should have no limits on interest whatsoever.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You understand that massive jump?
No, it's not.
Why would you need limits on interest? Wouldn't the market like bear out what the prices ought be when you want that? Because interest is just the price of money, right? So I mean, why would you have price controls for money?
Well, I guess I know you're going to disagree with this, Anson, but I think there are going to be people that are like really disadvantaged that are going to end up taking loans that are not smart loans.
So you're making the retarded person argument again, like the
wait.
mom.
You can have parallel competing currencies in this.
That's what I was just going to say. You could also have competition for a lower rate, like at that point.
Yeah,
it would be driving the rates down because everybody would be wanting to get loans from the general populace.
But Abe, because I agree with Kirk that there is a level, like let's say you have like really shit credit, then let's say no bank is going to give you a loan. That's why payday companies exist. That's the argument for them, is that no bank would give you, let's say, a 5% loan. but they would be willing to give you, let's say, a 20% interest loan, right? There's some amount of percent that they think, hey, yeah, most people are going to default on this debt, but hey, if we're charging enough interest, it'll be worth it. But then you're only capturing the people that are most desperate enough to take loans that are like absolutely absurd to take. But
at that point, that is the price paid for irresponsibility in most cases, right?
It is, but it's also the price that's being used against desperation, which I think is just like a bad thing for society.
Not behave that way. It would decrease the negative.
Yeah, but some people are just desperate. I don't think we should have a society where we're capitalizing on desperation. I think that's just like there's something anti-human about that to me.
You're supporting degeneracy.
Exactly, and think about it like this. Let's say the people at the lowest rung of society were basically debt slaves. What that means is they wouldn't have children, so they wouldn't pass on poverty to their children. It's social Darwinism.
That's retarded, but okay, I want to loop Marte on this. Marte, I don't think you've ever been on the Confluence panel, so good to see you.
You didn't prevent an argument.
What are your thoughts on this?
I'm just listening. I was wondering why there was like two of me, and then there's like some degen version of me. I'm definitely the based one, and then this guy's like the opposite of Orthodox Christianity, leaning farther away from Christ in his image. So yeah, there's the antithesis of what I represent. But good to see you all. It's my first time here.
Yeah, that's Anson, by the way. You probably know Anson. That's Anson. He does that shit all the time. So
oh, okay. Well, hey,
yeah, I've been on panels with you, Marte. That's where I actually did this on a panel with you one time. But that's all right. You don't remember me. I'm a forgettable person.
Also, I'm confused, Confluence. You said my social Darwinist argument that they wouldn't have children pass on poverty to children is retarded, but you didn't provide a counter argument.
I honestly, I barely listened to what you said there, Kirk. It just sounded unrelated. But maybe at a point. I don't know.
I wanted to get in here because I wanted to ask when you were gone to the bathroom here. Like, so earlier you got very charitable toward like right after we told you that the government is the biggest monopoly and they operate in a legal vacuum and have a monopoly on force. Then you immediately became charitable to them, but showed none of that charitability toward business owners, which have no monopoly on force and do not operate in a legal vacuum. And because earlier your whole argument was like, people are sinful, people are greedy, so they're going to operate in the greediest way possible. So why would you then advocate for them to make essentially a corporation that has a monopoly on force and operates in a legal vacuum and think that somehow people are going to act more trustworthily in that scenario than if they have to operate in a voluntary society as a corporate owner?
Okay, so I think I can explain that. Like, do you think, like, I know you guys are pretty like anti-government, okay, which is half based and half kind of crazy, but like something like the EPA, like if there wasn't an EPA, would we have companies offloading, a bunch of like toxins because it would maximize their profits? I think the answer to that would be yes, right? If there was no one stopping them, just wait, let me lay this out. I think that if there wasn't some regulatory body governing this, there would be, maybe not all companies, maybe some companies would be good, but there's going to be some company that's like, hey, I can save money by just dumping like smog into the air, and like, who's going to stop me? Someone's going to do that. So it's helpful for everyone to come together and have the monopoly on force of the government and have something like the EPA to be like, hey, okay, we're not going to allow this. We're going to somehow put sanctions, or not sanctions, but well, maybe sanctions. You know what I mean? We're going to put guardrails on these companies because there's going to be, out of maybe 1,000 companies, even if 2 are bad, well, you want to stop those 2 because they're just going to be incentivizing profit and just throwing off all their costs into like dumping into a fucking lake or into the fucking air, right? So that's kind of like a synecdoche of a broader problem, right? There's a lot of instances where companies would take, instead of taking a loss, they'll just push that off onto somebody else or into nature or whatever, right? Like, do we disagree with that, Patrick?
I disagree with that because basically,
let me talk to him, Kirk. Let me talk to him. He asked me.
Patrick, Kirk.
So really, in reality, what happens though is because humans are sinful and greedy, like you said a second ago. When now you have the government, which you're relying on to make sure these corporations don't do those bad things, right? But then what they really do is get in bed with, say, some of the larger corporations and say, yeah, it's okay. You guys can offload some of that into the environment, but you got to pay a tax. And the companies are cool with that because then they say, oh, yeah, that increases the overhead price for my competitors to also get into the industry and compete with me, and maybe make alternative means where they don't have to do the thing that I'm doing. And so really you end up with the government, the guys with the monopoly on force operating in a legal vacuum in bed with the guys that want to do the bad stuff, and they end up helping each other as opposed to one keeping the other in balance.
I don't disagree that happens. Like obviously, I think government corruption is a massive problem as well. But do you not see it as a mitigating effect? Do you? I guess like just on a just as a hypothetical, do you think society with the EPA is better, or do you think that we should just have no EPA and everything will like work out? Because I don't think it would work out. I think it would be worse. I think that even though there is corruption and the government is in bed with certain corpos and stuff, I think that is the better universe than when it's just a free for all and there's no regulations.
In my opinion, when you're
all the EPA does is license polluting for large corporations. It doesn't actually
exactly. And that's exactly what I was going to say. Is that when you're talking about externalities, I think that generally a better way to do that would be, instead of having the EPA regulatory power, which means you can't sue the companies, make it so that way you can sue the companies' asses off if they pollute, and this way you don't need an EPA.
Yeah, and part of the problem is that the EPA really exists to protect the waterways. That's it, and the air, right? So the problem is that in the United States, we've socialized the waterways and the air. We don't allow like private ownership of either one of those things. If we have private ownership of the waterways and the air, then people would be able to do that more effectively because they'd have their property damaged.
Yeah, so they could sue their asses off of the companies.
I think that'd be very difficult. I mean, the air kind of like moves all over the whole fucking country.
Like
water is one thing. Air is a hard thing. And first of all, there is limits. Obviously, there is like some limit of how much smog as a company you can be putting out. There's not an amount that you can just pay more money and just like put anything you want into the air, right? Like there is hard lines.
The EPA is a captured agency. They write regulations to protect specific industries because the industries pick who exists inside of the agencies.
Good. I need another pro-government guy on my side here. Okay.
I'm not here for long. I'm just wondering why. How come when I leave, all the cool people come up and I got to deal with some spurred retard that won't even state his stance?
Well, I had to wait. a little bit to get on. But after I heard that,
soon Tyler coming up. Am I recalling that correctly?
Yeah, I ran it by Tyler too. And the potato guy, so yeah, he's not bad. He's just not,
It'll happen when it happens. I'm not stressed about that. But that's one thing with the water, material. When we're talking about this, like there was guys fined for basically taking rainwater. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. The wind, yes, and nobody can keep this and sustain. Like there's no way you're going to do this. But water is an overreach. I think it's crazy. They need to go ahead and just hand wave this away. It's probably going to be impossible for people to do this as long as there's like material that people can use and bottle up. And there's so much power people need to do with this and have so much overreach with that. It's just ridiculous. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
The solution to the tragedy of the commons is privatization, because if you have privatization, what that means is that people will have stewardship over the property, and if someone else is damaging their property's value, they have an incentive to sue them.
Yeah. I don't know if that solves it. This is a bit of a pivot maybe, but I guess I want to pick all y'all brains. What about like when it comes to like moral considerations? Like to go back to the thing, I know no one cares about this, but like the factory farming stuff. No, we're not against that, but hear me out. We probably don't want animals to be like tortured and stuff. And if there is no government agency overseeing this at all, there's going to be some farms that are just like, hey, I'll just like do whatever I want to a pig and have them like the worst enclosure possible, and I'll just call it a day.
Fuck the pigs. Fuck the pigs. They aren't humans. They don't have rights.
We already have that.
Hold on.
We already have too much overreach with that. We got red dye 47 and all this other shit. We're not even eating food at this point.
Hold on.
To me, I think we need more regulation, but not the other way. And we need to take private industry out of this and figure out a better way than working right now. It's crazy.
Oh, good. We got another commie on the panel.
If it's a big enough,
with you.
If it's a big enough deal that it's a problem, the populace is going to not utilize that thing. Like that's the whole idea. Is if you have an issue,
I don't think people care that much, though.
Well, then maybe it's not actually an issue. You said there's wisdom in the crowd, didn't you?
Well, no. Okay, I said
I don't know.
Just because I think there's wisdom. It's a dumb argument. Just because I think there's some. There's a thing called wisdom of the crowds. That doesn't mean the average person is just right about like moral takes. That's a different claim, right?
Well, no, it'd be the whole of the populace. They say It's okay.
Yeah.
Then it must be okay.
Kill the majority fallacy.
No, I'm not. That's never what I said. That's a horrific straw man of what I said when I
You
brought
don't like
up briefly the
democracy
wisdom of the
confluence?
crowds in one example.
You don't like democracy confluence?
Yeah, sounds like it. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
okay.
the point is
Better
that
system, but I'm not
democracy
gonna
make
tell
it
you what
gay.
it is.
the point is
Especially
this:
if it's a cuss word.
you want to give more power to a greedy government than to the greedy entrepreneurs, and I would rather give more power to greedy entrepreneurs than a greedy government, because at least I can hold the greedy entrepreneurs to accountability through voting with my dollar.
Yep. 100%.
I want to know if anyone has an answer to what I said though about the moral thing, like, because the average consumer is not going to like. It's just hard. Even like I would say I don't think like factory farming is the best, but it's still when you're at the grocery store, it's really hard to make like the right moral decision or like think about where your phone is being made and what little children had to like go and mine lithium and all that shit. Like there's too many like small moral things as a consumer to like care about all those things. And so it's helpful to have a government just be like, hey, just when I buy meat, I at least know the animals aren't like being like tortured to death. Okay.
First of all, animals
looking at this stuff.
Animals cannot have rights because animals are not rational agents, and so rights don't apply to them.
That's retarded, Kirk. That's fucking retarded.
So everything you just said for me, Confluence, screams of I would rather hand the responsibility of moral purview over to a different agent rather than do it myself and force the public to actually take in hand their own stances.
Yeah, I know it sounds like that, but I'm talking more like a bandwidth thing. It's like it's in the same way that when I go and buy a bottle of water, let's say, it's nice to trust that there's something like the FDA, that there's not going to be like lead in my Dasani if I'm buying Dasani. It's nice that I don't have to I don't have the bandwidth to like look up every food product I possibly buy and figure out if it's like safe to eat. It's nice to know that like, oh, there's some organization that if I'm buying this product, it probably is passing some like bare minimum safety regulations. I understand what Marte is saying too, that there's a bunch of cuck stuff that ends up in our food, but at least it's good to know that I'm not going to get like lead poisoned from drinking like, I don't know, Coca-Cola. It's good to know that there's some organization that's doing some checks because no individual has the bandwidth to check all of these things.
We do have people, boots on the ground, people do this. There are people that go out and look at the water. There's literally water testers that go out right now and say Dasani has this much magnesium nitrate in it and this, and then they go over to Aquafina. And really, I've just looked at this like 2 days ago, and it's horrific what you see. And these people are uncovering this almost like undercover agents in society doing this with companies. It's crazy.
Also, did you know, Confluence,
I don't disagree. Wait, I want to respond to what Marte said. I don't disagree, but Marte, do you at least agree that with like the extreme stuff, like with lead, that when you buy a product, when you buy a bottled beverage, you know it's not going to have like a dangerous amount of lead in it. You know there's a government agency that is making sure that there's not like 40 deciliters per milligram or milligrams per deciliter of fucking lead in your water that you're about to drink.
No, this is just feel-good rhetoric because, half of the time, more than half of the time, nobody looks at the labels anyways. And even if you do read the labels, you can't even interpret whatever's on the thing. And then on the third point I'm going to make is that when people do inspect this, they take these things and test the water. They're like, damn, there's so many carcinogens in this thing that don't belong in the water originally. It's almost as if somebody in there. In companies,
you're not. I know, but Marte, you're not addressing what I said about the lead, though. You at least understand with the really bad stuff that not just a carcinogen risk, not something that like maybe it's going to be bad. Something that's going to like.
Let me respond to this.
Really doing their job. They're honestly not doing the job that they're supposed to be doing or claim that they're doing. It's not happening, to be honest.
So there's two.
You're not going to buy a product with lead in it, though. You're not going to buy a bottle of water and it's going to have like a dangerous amount of lead in it, though, Marte. Do you at least give me that?
Oh, they're going to give you the bare minimum just above deadly, things like this. This can happen. That's all you're doing. Like, that's all we're talking about here is a threshold argument. And it's like, that's bad. Right. All companies are doing is like, I'm going to sell you the worst shit. As long as you're still alive, we're okay. Like,
here's the thing. There's two components to this. So the first component to this is when you're talking about lead in the water, if there's a deadly amount of lead in the water, you know what happened instantly? That would be national news. The company would get its ass sued off, and no one would buy something again. And then the second thing is a huge factor for lead in the water is the fact that the government's infrastructure built lead pipes for our faucets, which means there's actually lead in the water already due to government infrastructure.
Oh my, that's so you don't
It's
know
not
anything about
retarded
how water.
confluence. That's exactly what happens. Flint, Michigan
is-
happened. That was a government not monopoly system that basically fucked
Wow,
over
yeah,
the
yeah.
entire
Bring up the one
population
example
with lead
that's been
because the
used for
government
like
doesn't actually do
years.
things better.
Okay.
That's just some lie that you put yourself to sleep with because you're basically like a fucking woman, right? You're
Also-
Then prove me
you're
wrong.
like,
Prove me
the
wrong.
government
Find
makes me
a
feel better,
bottled
so the
beverage that you
government's
can
gonna be
buy
my
right
daddy.
now.
The government needs to
Find
be
me
my
a
daddy
bottled
is your
beverage that you
argument,
can
basically,
buy
right?
that has an
You
insane
want a
amount of
surrogate
lead
daddy
in it.
named
Find me
You
one.
can't.
Find me one.
You
Right,
can't
you
right
can't.
now,
So they're at least
obviously.
doing something. I agree
But
with
your
what
claim-
Arcade's saying that they're
wait.
maybe not doing enough, but they're at least
Wait.
doing something.
No,
I'm just saying it's nice that when I buy a beverage, I don't have to look up every fucking brand of food.
That's
I'm
good. That's
just
good.
drink to see if it has fucking
But hold
lead
on,
in it.
conflicts. You're talking
That's
about a
you
government
convinced
that's been putting
yourself.
fluoride in their water, fluoride in our system for years, never justified why they did this, and they still do this, and we don't know why it's in our water. It's ridiculous.
Fluoride in the water. It's for dental health. What
No,
are you
it's
talking
not.
about?
No,
But
it's
it's
not.
not
Fluoride
being
is hurting us.
tested.
It's not. Go look it up.
That's
It's not for
retarded
dental
conflict.
health.
Here-
I
it's
have
crazy.
looked it up. Are you
Okay,
kidding me?
Hold on.
Look up-
Let's.
There's so many
Fluoride has
studies
so many
on
negative
this.
contraindications. It's ridiculous.
The point I would bring up
Large
conflict is
amounts,
the moment
yes.
the moment that bottled drinks are killing people, that business can no longer sell things. They're going to be charged.
Lead
for those
doesn't kill you though. Lead just does like a
And nobody
drop
would
in
ever know.
IQ.
Nobody.
I mean,
would
they
ever
don't
know.
know.
Yeah, and another factor that I don't think was explored here as a topic was the fact that these government bureaucracies like the FDA that you want to give more power to, that there's the amount of corruption is insane. For example, USAID was funding Al Qaeda Sesame Street, and that was a government agency.
And
you want to give
freaking join Keelan and do a
Yeah,
better job
government
than me instead of
agencies are not
nagging from the
virtuous.
freaking comments.
you want to give
It's
more
Keelan,
power to
by
the
the way.
same government. You want to give more power to the same government that funded Al Qaeda Sesame Street.
That's not even that's
That's such a stupid argument.
as much as that's true, it's disanalogous because now you're moving to a completely different agency within the federal government. The issue is that the FDA has allowed a lot of things to slip through on purpose or forced things through on purpose that shouldn't be in the food products in the first place. You can say, great, I trust this thing because it's stamped with the seal of approval. That's because you've convinced yourself that they're doing a good job. The market would do the same thing if people would not buy the product because of what is in the product. If people banded together and said, we don't want this, it wouldn't be produced or no one would purchase it. And you would have the same level of power by making your own decisions from you and your community against the corporations. If you could convince the public this is a bad product, they'll stop purchasing it. Or
I agree, but
corporations
I agree with your
purchasing until you make those changes, and they would have to make the changes. You don't need.
I guess what bugs me though is that I feel like you're not willing to grant my basic premise of the bandwidth problem. Is that this could work in any individual case, but when we go to the store, we buy a lot of products all the time. And I'm saying it's nice if I go to Costco, I don't have to like figure out and Google every single product to see if it's going to fucking kill me if I consume it, right? There's something nice about trusting.
The problem is you trust an entity so much that you're just taking something without doing any research or anything. We've become so complacent as a society as immune systems have been suppressed throughout the years and our bodies have been messed up. Female girls at 14 look like 20 nowadays. I'm not making an inference to like pedo stuff, but I'm just saying people are aging at different rates because of the things that they're eating aren't even food. It's not food. It's not water anymore. What is it? But these private agencies have their hand in their pockets of the FDA and other agencies. That's a massive problem. So to Abe's point, if everybody can bind together, maybe it's propaganda or something like that, and pull our money out, we're no longer voting for the same BS that we don't even know is passing this threshold because all they're doing is giving the bare minimum to stay in business. And that's bad.
Yes,
let me try to understand something real quick. So are you guys saying that you're okay with the government doing it, you're just not okay with the enforcement of it? Like, are you okay if the morals in the nation were better and enforced it better and more consistently, then would you is that what you're saying?
No,
I would not support that.
I'm saying it's in the purview of every individual person to pay attention to their own scape, right? Like, yes, those
Abe, address my bandwidth thing though, please. At some
I'll
point,
address the bandwidth thing. Let me do that.
You're still responsible for yourself.
Yes,
that's not really an answer. That's not an answer to what I'm asking.
That is an answer. You're saying there's a bandwidth issue. I have to know all these things.
I can answer.
You don't Do you disagree that there's a ban? When you go and buy every article of clothes,
the bandwidth thing
you don't think that becomes a bandwidth thing in a consumer society where there's so many things that you're buying every day?
No, a false sense of security does not give you security. That's not like we have to really think about this.
Your argument seems to be it doesn't go far enough, that the government's not doing enough, and I agree with that. But they're still doing something. I know if I'm buying a hamburger at McDonald's, I know it's probably not going to give me E. coli, probably. I know that the cows probably weren't like tortured to death, probably, right? It gives a sense. It's not complete and it's not as much as I would want, but it's at least something.
Well, what I'm saying is, but here's what I'm saying. The reason that you know that in a free market you would not get E. coli from a burger is because McDonald's doesn't want to get sued, and they know that if they sold you an E. coli burger, they would get sued, so they would take the precautions to make sure they don't get sued to begin with. That's the point.
Corporations can self-regulate, right? I mean, if you want to look at it, easy one, you play video games, right? Confluence. Did you know that the ESRB that rates all video games from E to M? That's self-regulation. The government doesn't do that.
I did know that.
Yeah. So and that's the problem. You've basically constructed this system, Confluence, based on this thing you were talking about bandwidth, right? Like you're outsourcing part of your and to give you credit, right? Like not everybody has like the time or the desire to do all that research. So what you're saying is I'm outsourcing this personal responsibility to the government because I trust them, because I think they're going to do the right thing. But what I'm telling you is that because you've decided to outsource it to the outfit that is probably the least trustworthy, because it has a basically monopoly on doing whatever the fuck it wants to do and has no check on it, you've actually outsourced it to the worst possible outfit. And if there was no regulatory agency whatsoever for the products that you buy at the grocery store, it would be better because there would be actually a market for assurance services. Right now, the government has a monopoly on the market for assurance services, and so the assurance services actually really fucking suck.
Why? I don't understand. Wait, I don't understand why the same thing wouldn't happen now. Like why wouldn't that happen? If there's red 40 in the food, then wouldn't consumers rise up and we'd all know exactly what but it's not really making much of a difference, right? So obviously what you're saying isn't even fucking working. The market's not correcting for that.
It's just like the fluoride stuff. People are rising up against that, buying filters that get it out of the water because it's poisonous, right? It's the same thing.
True. Yeah.
You know the kind of filter you can't. Fluoride can't even be taken out of water with a fucking Brita filter. You need like some fancy ass shit.
I've got a reverse osmosis filter to do it.
Here's
right. That's what I mean. Like this is not changing the landscape in the way you guys think. And also on a more personal note, because you guys are saying that you're acting like I'm like retarded by like outsourcing to the government. I guess I'm asking, maybe Marte was a freaking bodybuilder and whatever. So I believe maybe he does. But do you?
Yeah, maybe I was.
Well, no, I don't know if you still are, but I know you were.
I am. I still am. Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
But I don't know, like for all of you guys, like Anson, you're saying that that you're acting like I'm kind of doing something stupid here. But are you saying every single food product that you put into your body, you are like obsessively looking up every ingredient? You're looking up the company, every single thing you buy at the store ever, any fast food joint, any restaurant you go to, you stop at a nice diner. Are you looking up to figure out how you even fucking do that?
What you're describing is like neurotic female behavior, right? Like I understand.
Okay, so you trust it to nobody.
So Confluence, let me answer the question before you act like a neurotic female, okay? So what I do is I know that if I buy a food that has more than one ingredient in it, it's probably not good for me. And I accept that risk when I do it because I understand that the way that food is produced now, if it has more than one ingredient, it's bad for you. So generally, I prefer to buy single ingredient foods. I don't go out to eat as much, but I am human and I indulge in things that I know that are bad for me from time to time. You know, I don't drink anymore. I don't consume any nicotine, but God damn it, I'm gonna eat a fucking donut every once in a while. You get the fuck over it.
And another thing is basically, so from my response to that would be, I don't disagree that you would be eating things that you can't check. But I'm saying the reason that you would not have to worry about it as much is because A, the government already subsidizes bullshit food, and if you got rid of government subsidies, like for corn syrup, it wouldn't be healthy because they would be like in Mexico where they use sugar for Coke, for example. And the B, on top of the fact that if you got rid of the subsidies for bullshit foods, you would be healthier, you also had the fact that if it's actually dangerous, like that will make you ill or die, then you could sue them.
Brandon.
That's not true. More ingredients in your food means that it's more highly processed and generally it's bad for you. Because,
that's such like a that's a fine. You're all acting. You're all saying I'm lazy, and you're gonna say some bullshit like that. I mean, it depends on the ingredients. It depends.
Generally, more
you can
often
use
than
that.
not true,
You can
though.
use it. It is. You can use it as a heuristic. So I agree with that. But all it is a heuristic. It's not like a guarantee. It's not. It's just like in general. Yeah. If you look at a label, it's like when people say, "Can you pronounce all the ingredients?" Yeah, that's a good heuristic. It's not like by any means a guarantee. There's a lot of stuff you can't pronounce that's perfectly healthy. Ingredient. I know, and that's even a worse heuristic.
No, it's not. If you ate only single ingredient food, you would be way more healthy, Confluence.
I know, because it's a heuristic. Do you know what a heuristic is? That's you're defining a heuristic.
You would eat like a human is supposed to eat.
Yeah, because you can combine them yourselves absent all of
right. So it's a general rule that you're following.
It's going.
It's like saying don't eat things that are bright colored. That's a good heuristic. If you don't eat things that are bright colored, you're probably be more healthy. It doesn't mean bright colors are bad. It's a heuristic. In general, if you avoid things that are super bright colored, you're going to be avoiding dyes. You're going to be avoiding lots of toxins. But it's a heuristic.
No, well, another thing is
about feedlots a minute ago. I'm saying eat like you're not eating feedlot food.
Yeah, and another thing I wanted to push back on, Confluence, is earlier you mentioned this idea that that it's not necessarily a good thing to buy things from things that have child labor. And I agree that like below 16 you should not be working. But when you're 16 and older, I think you should be allowed to work. I think we should lower the working age to 16.
No, it should be lowered to like 8.
It's you, Alex.
Yeah,
cured meat has more than one ingredient if you think about it.
Like, why would you want to starve a family if they needed their 8-year-old to work? I don't understand why you don't like people having enough food.
I mean, I could negotiate that to maybe 15 or 14, but I think 8 is a little bit excessive. But I'll think about it.
Let's fucking go. How's it going, Voltaire?
Good, you?
Going great.
So do you think that
my own dopamine right now by trying to spur get as many people as I can at once? Do you not
realize that 16-year-olds should be allowed to work?
I don't know why you're bringing that up exactly, but sure, I think 16-year-olds should be allowed to work. I don't know where that's coming from, but
because earlier you mentioned this idea that you should not buy things that have child labor in them, and
I think my internet froze. I can't see any of you. You're all like still.
Hello.
Images. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
He's gone.
Yeah,
there he goes.
Our channel
Bye.
So what's up, Voltaire? What's up? Hey, Marte, I'm a really big fan of your work.
What are we referring to? We just be a little bit more.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe. Welcome to Abe's house.
Yes, I have had a job.
Has Kirk ever had a job? Thank you, Keelan, for the $2.
Yes, I have had a job.
What was your job?
My job was taking out the trash.
Did your is it your stepmom paying you to go to chess club $12 a week? Because that doesn't count, Kirk.
No, it was doing the trash, doing the laundry, doing dishes.
The bathroom guy is so loud.
Have you ever had to file taxes?
I was making a joke, so you actually do mean your stepmom was paying you.
That's not a job. I don't have a stepmom. I'm talking about my parents.
Why does he get louder?
Those are chores.
Okay, that's not really a job if you think about it.
But also,
you had an allowance, Kirk. You had a fucking allowance.
But also, I can acknowledge that I might not be as productive as I could be, and still recognize that it's good for the economy to have some 16-year-olds working. But Confluence, the reason I brought it up is because I thought you were saying that you should not buy things that have child labor in them.
I think there should be child labor laws. I don't think 16 would be like something untoward to work. I mean, I think in most places you could work when you're 16. I worked when I was like 15 and a half.
Oh, well, then I think we agree then. I mean, I would say it should be low. But I'm saying there are some states, to my understanding, that do say you have to be 18 or older to work.
In my states, you can be 14 and work certain hours on certain days.
Yeah, I don't know was there any state that you have to be 18 to do any work? I know there's usually laws on how many hours and stuff, but
I'm pretty sure there are. Yeah.
So
I don't know. I'd want to know one, I guess.
You can be very, very young and work in a family business. Like you can be like a 12-year-old working in like a family restaurant or something. Like there's a restaurant I go to in town. It's run by a bunch of Mexicans. They don't speak English, so I'm pretty sure they're illegals. But there's a kid. He's probably like 11 years old. He goes around and he like asks people if they want drinks and acts like a cute little kid or whatever. But he's actually working and it's a family business, so it's all right. Like, do you have a problem with that confluence? Is that child labor?
No, I don't know. I don't think I really was trying to talk about child labor.
Yeah,
here, but
I think you are. You're like saying child labor is not an issue, but it is an issue, right? Like family businesses. Are you saying that like children shouldn't be able to work for?
Where does it become an issue?
I don't think I really gave a robust opinion on when children should be able to work. But I mean, I guess you could ask me. I mean, I don't know. I really thought. I don't
Where does it become an issue?
A 12-year-old or 10-year-old at the restaurant doing studies in a Chinese restaurant, you know the food's going to be extra good because the whole family's back there and they have this tradition they're going to pass down. I see no qualms with that.
Yeah, I don't think I see a problem with that. I think maybe it could get to a line where it's like maybe not. It could go in an unhealthy way, and I'm glad we have government agencies that oversee that, because you don't want someone like having their kid not go to school. So they enforcing them into the Chinese restaurant and making them work 15 hours a day when they're 8. You probably don't want that.
It's going to be even better.
What if
they're homeschooled? And
wait. What if the family business is a paramilitary organization? Can the kids then work for their parents' business?
Well, no,
is that okay?
there should not be. I don't think there should be.
I'm just checking.
Let's fucking go.
Well, they're smaller targets, so they'd be more efficient, right? Because they're harder to hit. If you think about it.
Give them a gun.
Well, no. The reason I brought this up was because I thought you said something about child labor. You said specifically you don't want a factory farm or child labor or like where they're abusing the animals. I remember you specifically mentioning child labor.
I mean, if I was, maybe I said as a throwaway. I'm not talking about you work for your family. I'm talking about you don't want like 8-year-olds in like coal mines or something in America. That's what I'm talking about.
They can reach places adults can't reach. It seems like
well, that's true. I mean, that's true. That's like a child soldier thing, right? I mean, there is some utility in that. But
I think it's very much a first world thing. The way that we look at things is completely different. And what happens is we look at things from our purview and we go, oh, well, we're right. And they're obviously wrong because, that's wrong for them to do that thing there. And it's like, are we right though? Like, can you objectively say that's right? Because
no.
I just think I'd rather live in a society where we're not like sending kids into cobalt mines. I'd rather the little Chinese kids go into the cobalt mines and we just buy it instead of sending our own kids into cobalt mines.
This is weird. This is weird too, because like when you think about the way that things function today, opposed to how things functioned in the past, right? It used to be that when like a male hit puberty, he started to become a man. He was considered a man. He was given responsibility as though he was stepping into the role of being a man. And so we have moved the adolescent age all the way into like 30s at this point. You're not responsible for yourself until way after you should be responsible for yourself.
Yeah, we fed our civilization complacency. We fed our civilization complacency and modernized to the point to where you don't really have to do any work. You're running away from strife, suffering, and everything else in the opposite direction. What's that done? If you don't have an immune system that never fights, you don't have an immune system. Therefore, anything can kill you. Therefore, suffering is anything nowadays. That's how we've gotten to this conclusion now. That's crazy.
Part of the problem here is that young people are fed garbage by the social media algorithms. And I agree, the government necessarily should not regulate it. But the parents should prevent the parents should prevent their kids from becoming social media addicts and groomers, and actually should encourage their kids.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I think that's part of it. I think the worst part of it is that we have made adults into children. We've made the females of our society into children. We have just toddlerified everything to the point where
they never grew up. They didn't turn into children. They just
didn't
turn into adults.
Yeah, there obviously is like an arrested development problem in society writ large. I don't deny that.
It's weird though, right? Because we're the West. We're supposed to be leading this bandwagon of nations. And yet what we're seeing is the entirety of the West is becoming soft, weak children who can't take accountability for themselves, who aren't willing to do the hard things and do the hard work. We baby everyone and everything all the time. And to our great detriment at this point. This is why the West is falling to pieces.
We've been
it's government mandated now to baby these people.
It's government, and that's what I was going to say. It's almost we have over relied on government. We've over relied on social safety nets. We've over relied on a lot of this.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, we've begged for Big Daddy government to take us, like, safeguard everything for us. Therefore, everything is going to hurt us. Now we put ourselves in a position where we're disabled now and can't move forward without the government. We literally led this march to doing this. Insert the black culture here. Constant victim cards everywhere. You throw money at a problem. Next thing you know, you've disabled a whole culture. Now I want them out of the country, and I get called a coon for even combating this. And if you think about this, the liberals are pushing this and co-opting black culture at the same time too. Not to make this a race issue.
doubt.
But we're handicapping America as a whole. If we don't have propaganda go the inverse opposite way and fight it that way, and all of us, maybe even boycott to some degree, Abe's point earlier with the food, we're not going to have a leg to stand on unless we fight somehow. It has to be a physical fight to where we're physically not donating money, spending money to serve, because you're voting with your dollars. If we stop doing this and have propaganda go the other way, it's going to happen. But as long as we shut up and be sentient, sedentary individuals, we're not going to do shit. And this meaningless is going to move.
I think education standards need to change. I mean, just from Canada's perspective, everyone
change. I think.
Hold on.
What needs to happen. Well, I've been trying to talk for a while here. I'll kick your ass.
Okay, go ahead.
You want to fight? Anyway.
Well, yeah. If you want to fight right now,
I'll
I don't know how that would happen.
Well, 1v1.
But all right, go ahead.
But a lot of the problem is with the family itself, and not actually the parents doing what's necessary to raise their children, to not rely on other people. When I was younger, like my granddad gave me a shovel and told me to start digging a ditch, and he didn't tell me to stop until it was time to go eat lunch or something. This is an important part, and I was trying to connect what you were saying about child labor. Like, I think kids need to, especially young men, need to have something to do like that constantly. Otherwise, they become sedentary. They start thinking
go
about
Tyler Raiders. Thank you. Go Tyler.
Things that ultimately don't really matter in the grand
Make sure to
scheme of
hit the like and subscribe, ladies.
and they
and
don't
gentlemen.
learn how to be responsible.
I'm on Conference's panel right now, but I'm about to jump off here shortly and start my own.
I lost people.
I also want to
welcome in
transition
Tyler
that
TV
to the schooling,
Welcome
because
in.
it's the same. Like, Canada says, "Oh, we're the most educated in the planet," but it's like that's only because inflated grades. You do not fail people in Canada. You just keep pushing them up the ladder. They can't read and they get a fucking diploma.
That's true. I can confirm.
You can't say you're the most educated
hold
people.
back kids at all anymore in Canada. That's fucking crazy.
Well, that's untrue too. You talk about the most educated people. It's not even, that's inaccurate. It's the most graduated people. Those are two different things.
Yeah, basically.
When they bring this up, they're just most graduated. Educated would be like the Asians who they've had DEI programs and barred them
is
from
actually the
going
most
to
educated.
universities. And we're trying to equalize things so much that now all of a sudden black people can get in before white people can. So it's reversed everything else and bastardize this country to where opportunity is equal in the interim, in the opposite outcome. That's what we're fighting for, equality of outcome. And to me, this is the most redundant thing that we've always marched for this nation. And we've had a silent minority that hasn't fought. Now that we got all this hate. Well, we should have been fighting, but now we're here. So constant pushback. I always get pushback against this. It's crazy, man.
Pushback.
Yeah, we need.
I'm just saying, by design,
that's what we need.
By design, from the bottom up is all fucked.
Brandon is mentioning Israel's the most educated base, Brandon.
Yeah.
Well, and the wildest part about what you're talking about, Marte, is that affirmative action is actually an executive order. So any president that has come around since it got passed could have literally just used his pen and said it's not the law anymore, and none of them have done it.
The greater problem with that, Patrick, is the linkage between it and civil rights movements. And the moment you start even going near it, there's a massive outcry from like 30+% of the populace because they're uninformed on what it means at all.
Civil rights was one of the worst things to happen to black community. And I know people get pissed when I say this, but how is that not accurate? We've had more nuclear families prior to civil rights. We've had more industrialized black economies before civil rights. And after that, it's a constant victim card moving from arbitrary position to arbitrary position. And now all of a sudden we've overcorrected this so much. Now the most white qualified person can't get a job because of skin color, which is crazy. And things are in bizarre world right now. Things are.
Well, it's not just affirmative action. Another problem with this is the public school system and teachers unions make it so that way we basically give hundreds of thousands of dollars to to these schools. We give millions of dollars to these schools, and a lot of it, the money gets siphoned off by teachers unions because we don't have right to work in these states. And what the teachers unions do is they take the money for themselves and they don't actually spend the money on educational resources.
Yeah, that's passing the buck though, right? Like they did that in Alabama where they blamed the teachers unions for a decade and then basically like neutered the teachers unions and everything is still shit afterwards, right? So that's kind of a red herring where you're like, blame this one specific organization without taking accountability for the fact that when
teachers
you have
unions do suck though.
Yeah, when you have a single source of education like the socialized government education system we have in the United States.
There's a simple way to fix education, and the way it goes like this. I think that if you fix education in the home, i.e., and I keep referencing the Black community, highest single mom rate Black community, if we keep men in the homes, you're going to have the dad go to the parent-teacher conference and kind of have checks and balances go there. But if you have single women managing kids, which women are the most neglectful, they check teachers and correct them on how their students are learning compared to men. This is seen in studies everywhere. If we have men in the home and have this propaganda go the other way and have dads actually show up and not get kicked out by feminist mothers, I think that this could fix everything else because it all starts in the home. If we keep dads in the home and have some propagandization in the nation and do this, that's a start. To me,
yeah, and I agree. But a possible solution to that problem is reforming the divorce court system so that way it's not so biased against men.
So in I think it's Oklahoma where they made it 50%, something like that. Divorce rates have plummeted through the basement since then. I forgot what state this was, but since they changed this, now all of a sudden nuclear families are maintaining some status quo, kind of like a modicum of stability. But now there's like less breakdown. I think we need to do this. That's not a failed thing that they've done. If we can do this and it's proven successful, I think that we can go ahead and map this on to every other community and build something with this.
Well, we don't disagree. It's just that I would also say that it also affects poor white communities.
Absolutely.
To give this about 5 minutes.
Every community. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean, it's just like you were talking about earlier, right? Like with the Thomas Sowell's book, Black Rednecks and White Liberals, like the same problems that plagued the white Southerners are the same problems that plague the modern Black community now, because they have taken those values and made them their own, arguably worse. And I mean, like Marte said, essentially they have allowed themselves to be hamstrung by like the Great Society programs and Lyndon B. Johnson's War on Poverty, which was horrible for the Black community. Like Marte was talking about, that was the number one thing that started destroying the Black community. It made them, it destroyed all their nuclear families and stuff like that. And it was under the guise of, let's have a war on poverty and let's end poverty.
Well, here's the problem. The problem with the front end of this is people don't really understand this. The amount of slave owners that we had in the past, and I'm gonna tie all this together, is a small minutia of people that ever owned slaves. And when you think about this, these rich industrialists talked to the regular public and said, "Hey, you don't want them to take over. You want us on their side." That's how they go ahead and co-opted the populace and said, "Hey, you're one of us." No, you're not. There's different classes and things like this. So we've been led as a public to think that, okay, Blacks have always been institutionally suppressed no matter what since then. So it's like it hasn't been the same picture. People paint a picture of revisionist history. It's never been that way. Matter of fact, we've had Black slave owners that had white slaves. Blows people's minds. I think we need to go ahead and reform education and have real history and propaganda come through, because for some reason we adopt this victim class mentality and we just take things, whatever this is, and accept it and keep us handicapped. That's crazy. And I think white communities are doing this. Liberal white communities are doing this and trying to say, well, I'm oppressed too with my blue hair and all this. It's just ridiculous, man. We should propaganda.
And you mentioned the African American community, and one thing is that statistically speaking, to my saying, the African American community is also generally opposed to mass illegal immigration because of the fact that when you have these sanctuary cities, what it does is that sanctuary cities mean you have illegal immigrants taking up jobs in poor Black areas.
Brandon Johnson in Chicago is one of the people that's doing this. He has a sanctuary city, literally, not kidding. He took ICE agents and said, you can't come into cities, and they're literally fighting and hamstringing Trump every inch of the way. He's pro-immigration. And what's happening? There's been 237 deaths since this Iraq war began. Hold on, in Chicago. Crazy shit.
Well, part of the problem is these mass manipulation campaigns of the left at this point, right? We see just blatant, flat out propagandistic lies across the board. Yeah. Like this is this and this is this, and it's just complete falsehoods, twisting of language in order to to convince the black community, and that's what they've been doing for decades at this point. They try to paint anything that isn't the Democrat Party as this thing that wants to re-enslave everyone, destroy your life, take everything you have from you. They're going to take any benefits we give from you away, like all of these things. And it's like these mass campaigns, it's just like when you talk to young people in our country today, how many of them will tell you that a baby in the womb is nothing but a clump of cells? This narrative has been brainwashed into multiple generations of people, and it's been.
Hold on, let me tell you where Abe is right. This is where you're right, Abe. The Democrats will say this, and the liberals will say this. They'll say, well, Trump, because they'll have constant TDS. They'll say, well, Trump is going to enslave you. He's going to take away women's rights and do all this. And they'll go on a tangent. But then what I'll say is, well, hold on. He's not Muslim. And that's another issue, too. They'll frame him as some Muslim dictator when they're allowing this Muslim infiltration to come in through Mamdani in New York, Detroit, Michigan, with the outcall systems that they're having to prayers and all this. And I'm like, hold on. The very same thing what you're doing is contradicting yourself. You're saying that Trump is the big racist in office when really you're letting the people that really oppress you come into this country. And there's a lot of subversion that's coming into the country. And you're definitely right about that, Abe. We've been fed a lie, and we buy this and we constantly eat it up. This goes to show that when you throw money at a problem and you constantly throw help at somebody, you'll never give people the opportunity to succeed.
I think people
we've seen this again. Unfortunately, I have to jump in. Confluence does have to go to bed. He's got to do a few things. So unfortunately, he has to leave. Abe is live. We're going to be going over there. I don't know if you're doing an open panel, Abe, but if you are, you guys keep the conversation going. Thank you, Marte, especially first time on the panel. Appreciate you. And thank you, the other esteemed panelists. Thank you, chat. And thank you, Keelan. Thank you, K2. Thank you, K2 again. Thank you, K2 one more time. And thank you, Ellerline, for becoming a member. So God bless you guys. Take care and go in peace.
Be well.
Sounds good, man.
Well. Christ is risen.
Christ is gone.
Indeed, he has. Right.
All right.
Yes.
And then there was 4.
Boom. Out. All right. Hello, chat. I'm going to throw out a link. Get those donos in. Let's have some fun. Boom. There we go. There we go. Okay. So that was getting to be a fairly interesting conversation. I think that one of the things I was going to say up there was, where was I going to go with it? He cut off right then, right when I was thinking about the mass lie campaigns. But it's funny to me that the left pushes that anybody who's conservative must inherently be racist, and yet I think it is an extremely racist stance to say that the entirety of a community needs more help because of their skin color. That's like, to me, it seems like you're saying they must not be able to function on their own, and so we have to give them a leg up at every turn. That seems more racist to me than saying, hey, you have to earn what you're going to earn. You have to do this by merit. You have to make equal numbers, right? You have to get equal grades. You have to do it on your own by the steam of your own will. I think to me that seems pretty racist right out the gate from the left. Wouldn't you agree?
That's it's an easy way to farm votes.
This is true. This is true. It's pretty sad, really.
Yeah. I mean, like a lot of the problems that people have, especially within our society itself, relies mostly on independent or individual responsibility. And like, I think this is where a lot of people get confused when I say stuff like politics is fake and gay. It's because I hold that to be ultimately true, is that you can affect politics in a small way, but if you can't set your own life in order and be responsible for yourself and actually do your duties as a man, then why are you worried about politics?
Yeah. You've been up on my panel before when I've said this, but it starts with putting Christ as the foundation and bedrock of your life. But then from there, it's the family next. Like, you have to be in control of that. And all of these overreaching things that we use to take the accountability from us, I think, have become more harmful than good in most people's lives. They just stop paying attention to anything. They stop worrying about their duties, their virtues. They just leave it all up to somebody else to decide for them, which is so crazy to me, I guess.
Yeah, and ultimately, like, it's, and like, when you say make Christ and like the forefront of everything, like, what that ultimately means is taking the framework of where he's put his trust in and enacting that practice in your life. And a lot of people get stuck on that and get lost in the minutia of what that truly means. Like, because I was thinking about the conversation we had before, and I don't think I really was understanding what was going on until now in that conversation. But there are ways for you to logically discover where that is. It's just, it's difficult for people to understand it specifically right now because of the individual responsibility aspect. Some people take it too far, where you think that you're ultimately responsible for like your salvation and stuff, when you're not. Well, you're responsible in the sense that you have to cooperate with it, but not responsible in that you're the one giving it to yourself.
Well, you can't save yourself.
Yeah. You can't forgive yourself. You can't save yourself.
Right. So there's that. And then I know that we would from there go further, especially from what you would say, right? But I think that even before we go to there has to be accountability of the individual, and there just isn't. We've traded our accountability off in order, not us, right, but like in general, people have traded their accountability for ease in life and just handed it all over to other, whatever it is. It doesn't matter what it is, the government, other organizations, whatever will allow them to just function in the world without taking responsibility for their own actions, right?
Yeah, but they think by its very existence itself that they ought to rely on that. So it ultimately comes back to what I was saying before. It's individual responsibility. It doesn't matter what government you're in. You still have to be responsible for yourself. And if you have a family, you have to be responsible over your family. It's not. Yes. So the government part of it is important, but it's also from an individual point, there's not much you could do about it. You could help, you could have conversations, try to convince people to the other side, but that's about the most you can do. It's like but it all ultimately all end on your capability of being able to discern things.
Fair. Well, okay, so this actually ties into several conversations that have happened throughout this week for me, like on the Confluence panel or ones I've been watching from the chat, or that are just connected in ideas. And it's like they were talking the last time on a Confluence panel, they were talking about, I don't remember what the overarching topic was, but they were talking about mental illness and psychology. And one of the things that kept coming up is like, yes, there's obviously some level of mental issues that happen, right? Mental illness, you would call it, in the world we live in today. And it kept coming up like, well, such and such people are too crazy. This mental illness is too far gone. There's nothing you can really do but appease it or work around it because it's so deep seated. And I said, I think that there's actually a cure for most of the issues out there, and it would sound crazy to most people, but there's a certain level of you need to revert back to a place for that individual where they have to work for what they have, and there's purpose that drives them in their daily life. So like a farm, or living like Amish for a year, or something that re-ingrains the need for work to get what you need, and purpose driving you on a daily basis, which
Purpose
will yank
would definitely
you,
is a good good medicine.
and it yanks you out of this weird thing that your brain is doing. Now, am I making a claim that it just would cure everything? No, but I will tell you that the rates of depression are far lower for people that have a daily goal, daily purposes, and have to work towards those things. And there isn't time to sit and think
therapeutic.
about trivial matters of the modern age, where we're so worried about who's doing this thing and who's calling, who's texting. Did you see what that person posted? All this stuff. Now, obviously, I live in this internet arena at this point, but the modern era has made people have no overarching purpose in their daily lives, and so they will create all these straw man versions of fighting, right? And you look at the leftists out here fighting all these different causes, and it's because there's no purpose in their real life. So they latch on to whatever thing makes them feel special and important, and they're making a change.
Exactly.
Right? And the same is true in so many ways for people suffering from mental health issues. Now, it could be it stemmed from some horrific things that happened to them as children, or the way they've been treated or taught things in their life. But in order to rewire that, you need to go back to the basics. And I think that if you could create some system where there's a level of struggle and strife and purpose and hardship and learning to step out of those issues they're having, you could actually help a lot of people. It actually reminds me of ancient teachings where people would come back from a battlefield and you would separate yourself from the civilization that you live in for a time to rehone yourself, like peace, a time of peace, so that when you re-entered, you could re-enter absent all the shit that got put into you, into your head, into, you know, your perception during the time of war.
Yeah, there's 3 different types of purpose that you can have, and I think that I think all 3 of these are kind of necessary for you to be mentally well. There's the communal purpose, which is, you know, you could make that economic or for provisions for yourself or whatever. And there's familial purpose, and then there's the higher power purpose, God. And you could, in a society, you can take away one of these and it throws people completely out of whack. And the society that we live in right now, for the most part, has tried to remove all 3. So I think that's why you see such a big increase in mental health issues, is because they have broken not just one, but almost all 3.
Well, if you can't find purpose yourself, that's why the nanny state fucking starts to begin. They'll just give you something. They'll give you money. They'll give you all this shit, and then you just get stuck on that.
That is the removal of the purpose, though.
That's the other part, though. If you strip people of their purpose, what happens is they become far easier to control, because now they're going to walk around in this nihilist haze, distracted by everything that comes their way, whether it's politics or drama or whatever it is. And then their life becomes about that thing. And now, as long as they've associated their purpose in life with this thing that has nothing to do with real life or purpose, then you can guide them with that tool now.
And I think that's what TDS is that it's just a combined
purpose.
It's
just
purpose. Wanting to get rid of getting rid of Trump. And that's why everyone's so fucking passionate about it, because they got nothing better.
Well, yeah, you could also say that MAGA is also the same thing on the opposite end, though, too. I don't like MAGA is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's not. But it's not. It shouldn't be your prime purpose in life to be MAGA.
True.
Yeah.
True. So it's like you strip the purpose and you add in these false purposes for people to latch onto, and then you dictate through popular media, whichever side it is, where and what these people should believe and do. We've seen this, all of us, right? We've seen narratives go out and then a whole swath of the population buys it up wholesale, even though it has nothing to do with reality. But because they've bought into this purpose, it doesn't matter whether or not it's true, because you've allowed the false tribalism they've created to drive you, and you're going to bite onto that, and you're going to fight for falsehoods, sometimes even knowing they're falsehoods, because it's purpose, because you had no purpose otherwise. This actually tails right into the other part I was saying about the extended adolescence. We've taken away duty and purpose and honor and all the things that you would have been raised into young, right? You would have been in your teen years and you would have been developing these things. We stripped that away as well, because you can't be an adult until you're 18. And even then, we've extended that some in many ways to 21. And we've just taken everything off. Like all of the duty learning, all of the learning that struggle is a must. And in this seeking to make everything easy for everyone all of the time, we've turned people into...
We've made it harder.
Well, it goes along with a lot of the like communist ideas and the leftist ideas of everyone's an interchangeable widget. And hell, even the trans movement falls into this. If we're all just the same and there's no difference, there's no duties that are specific for males and females, if there's all of these things become deleted and those purposes fall away, everybody's just interchangeable widgets that you can put in any position, anywhere, anytime to fill the need that the whatever you want to call it, the state wants them to be. It just becomes an aimless...
You're just an NPC.
faceless machine filled with cogs that can fit anywhere in the machine.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think the goal of what is the system that we live in currently right now is to reduce everybody into this amalgam, this like fucking blob that just does what
saps up whatever we give it to. We give it to sap up and believes anything and just fucking does whatever the fuck we tell them to do because we give them the purpose.
Yep.
The government and the state.
And that kind of goes back to what I was saying. Like, that's the reason why they remove the three purposes that you can have in society, is they want you to become that amalgam, that blob that ultimately just does whatever they think is good.
Your purpose is government.
Yeah, your purpose is government. Your purpose is to do what the government tells you. Your purpose is to make money for the government. Your purpose is to worship the government and the ones that we want to put in power.
Yeah, and don't look at the guy behind the curtain, even though he's just you, just as dumb.
The scary part is that as you continue to dig into this, you realize that when you yank the purpose out from under the people, duty falls away almost on its own.
Well, yeah, because they have no need for it.
Well, because if purpose is actually a true, real thing and not some made up thing where you just, my purpose is whatever I want, whenever I want, however I want. If there's actual purpose, right, then there's duties associated with that. But if it's your purpose can be whatever you want, whenever you want, however you want, and you're not beholden to anything but you, well, then what duty is there other than what you say?
Yeah,
duty is to yourself at that point.
Right. So let's see. So they yank the purpose, or at least they deny that purpose exists in the way that it ought to exist. And then you fill in that mind of the brainwashed masses with you're your own God. It's all about you. It's all about what you want, what you think, what you feel. You have your own truth. And then you dissolve duty. And what are you left with? Well, you're left with, I would argue, like a Luciferian or Antichrist spirit moving through the masses.
Nihilism.
And I think that's what we've seen too much of.
Yeah, what you're describing is actually laid out pretty well with if you ever read Religion of the Future by shit, I don't know how I forgot his name. I'm tired, sorry. I can go grab the book real quick. I'll be right back.
This book?
Yep, that's it. But it's actually kind of astounding how well he lays it out and how it's come into effect almost completely.
Well,
everyone's their own god. Everyone should
felt this for a very long time. Yeah, I felt this for a very long time. And I think I told you this early on when we were talking, like way back, probably a year ago, Elderland, that I have this. It's not theology or doctrine or anything like that, but it's just a mental note that I made to myself. And it's like the mark of the beast that's mentioned in Scripture, 666. Man, it's created on the sixth day. Man, or me. It just, and then like the mark on the right hand or the forehead is like your actions and thoughts are devoted to self. Now, obviously I'm not making a claim that that's what it means, but like, it seems that that's an overlay of you just living out Antichrist in your life. If you're self-focused in all things and all of your actions and thoughts are only about self, then you are carrying out Antichrist in the world.
Yeah, because that's like the total opposite of what God is the self.
Right.
So, yeah, that's just my opinion. But it is something that constantly seems to happen in a society right before everything changes. Yeah, right, the fall, and then it rises back up better than what it was because
if it can.
Yeah, if it can, but for the most part, even what replaces that generally can become better. It usually does, as long as it has that framework of the church there that can make it rise from it.
So.
It's anyways, I lost my whole train of thought. I'm super sleepy. Sorry.
It's all right. No, I mean, the other day I called out some of the drama stuff going on all the time. And it's not just like in the spaces on the internet. It's everywhere, right? You see it on television, people calling out people attacking people, all this stuff. And I get that, like, calling out people for evils or things that they shouldn't be doing or what have you. But there's a whole nother level of it where, like I said before, we're living in this weird adolescence extended into your 30s or even older. We see this all the time. We make fun of it, right? Like the Walmart people and all these different things. It's just people living like children all the way till death. And I think that there's a connection between that and what we're talking about now. The self-worship is because as an innocent child, you don't really know better at first. It really is all about you because you have to grow into understanding that it's not all about you. And these people have never been taught or shown that you can't stay adolescent. You have to begin taking accountability and realizing it's bigger than you.
Yeah.
And we see it everywhere now.
Yeah, they also, and I think that's another reason why people are so mentally destroyed right now is that they focus so much on themselves that they don't actually build connections with other people in any meaningful way that don't automatically just affirm everything they think about themselves. And so they end up completely dissecting and destroying themselves as an individual to try to reform them into a thing that they want to be rather than what they actually are. And
yeah,
that's something that as an atheist I understand more, because I was an atheist till I was 30. The purpose that you get from the church is who you are. The framework of it gives you what you are. You don't know who you are until you're actually in the church for a long time. You may never really come to grasp of who you really are up until the end, but as far as I understand, at least. And that's like the biggest thing that you can do as an individual, is to not have these hard things of what you are within the world itself, but just accepting that there are certain things you can do normatively that will maybe guide you to who you are. Because I think that's the biggest struggle, especially with my generation, is just self-discovery. That was the biggest thing, is trying to understand yourself and get what you want. And ultimately doing that kind of creates like a bunch of self-manipulation within you.
Well, it doesn't help that the whole world is trying to make you stay a child.
Yeah.
Like it seems to me that that's the core mission of many of these groups or systems that have been put in place to keep you from ever making a stand into your, well, especially for boys, into manhood, into taking accountability for yourself, building a family, doing the things that would be considered duties. And it seems the whole world down here is trying to make sure that men don't step into being men, and that women don't step into their feminine role of being a mother and a wife. Like all of it, it seems like everything is designed to keep that from happening.
You see the new Disney ad? It's like, don't want to grow up? You never have to. Come to Disney World.
Oh my gosh. I saw a lot of it. Saw people reviewing Disney people videos where there's super overweight people going to Disney their whole life. Yeah.
People get their ashes spread in Disney. There's like a fucking special vacuum just to suck up the dead people's ashes. Like, what the fuck?
Well,
it's creepy.
A lot of it, that's another. Well, a lot of those people come from not having purpose too, because people will find purpose from stories. I think that there's something hardwired within us to have some value in finding purpose through stories.
Yep.
So they'll make Star Wars or The Little Mermaid or something like that their blueprint to find purpose, and then they can't, because that's a totally made up fantasy thing. So it emotionally it supports a sort of self-delusion that they have created within themselves.
Exactly.
And it makes them feel good about themselves.
And it perpetuates it, manipulates it.
Well, it's a method of manipulating yourself.
To see through those eyes, like you're seeing through the eyes of delusion, basically.
Yep. Which all rolls around why empathy is fake and gay. Because you're empathizing with a storybook character that is non-existent, or you're attempting to.
Yeah.
No, exactly.
Well, yeah, that's part of it. The other part's like, everyone can't be the hero. Everybody isn't the main character. You may be the main character in your own life, which you have to contend with, but you can't be the main character of the world. And you have more and more adults acting as though they are the main character in the world, which I don't think is good for the world.
Yeah, and like a lot of what I've had to accept, specifically as I've been, trying to become more and more Christian, is accepting that I'm actually not the hero. I'm the villain. I'm the villain of the story. And I need to be saved from that. I need to have grace given to me so I can find a way to not be the villain anymore.
I made my avatar the villain. I'm now a Sith Lord.
Well, to be fair, I've recently gone through Voltaire's philosophy, and it's made me hate the French even more. You could just leave
there
it
you
to
go.
default.
Bonjour, tabarnak.
That's fair, I think. Surprised we don't have more people hopping up. Y'all can come up and discuss. I think it's a good topic. You can jump in, give your 2 cents or your 10 cents, or you could just donate. That'd be good too.
$10, that's good too.
Where'd
Marquet go?
Cash App is in the link, and there's also the super chat capabilities. Just saying. Yeah, well, spicy topics bring out spicier chat, I think.
Marquez always got good shit. I'm surprised he didn't come back up.
I'm surprised several people didn't come up, honestly.
Or Emmett. What's Emmett up to? He's just
I have no idea.
Still?
I don't know. I don't know where Emmett's at right now.
I think he's busy right now.
Is he?
I know I think he was planning on doing something. Well, I don't know. I just know that he earlier this morning he said he was waiting for something to happen.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I wonder what. I'm sure we'll find out eventually. Voltaire, you got your villain character? Look, check this out. Yeah. That's Dark Abe right there.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was watching Maul, like the new series on Disney. I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of like drifting towards the dark side.
I think there's a lot to that one. I do want to have that debate with somebody that the Empire were the good guys. It'd be a fun debate. Like do a full length real debate on it with somebody who actually knows the Star Wars lore.
Yeah.
Like the expanded universe as well as movie, because I think it would be fun because it explores real world political stuff. It explores some of the real world religious stuff, and it would just be an all out good debate because of the stuff that are all tied up and weaved into the stories.
It'd be fantastic and entertaining at the same time. Because it'd be silly, you know what I mean? We're talking about just Star Wars, but we're talking about it seriously.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of serious, right? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Why don't you come up here and argue your points? Tell me why I'm wrong. Or tell me why I'm right, but whatever. Whichever you choose. Also, the other question would be, if it's this sparse, what's going on right now that I'm not knowing?
I don't know if there's anything going on right now.
Interesting. I see.
Did you Discord the masses?
I didn't, actually. That's a good point. I did not share it in Discords. I suppose that would have been wise.
Could help.
It could. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yes.
Holy Shiva. It's been so long, Shiva.
Shiva.
Hello. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
We can hear you.
Shiva and I had a fun time last night.
Good morning.
Did you?
On Mrs. U's podcast. She's good shit. Miss you.
I quite like her. I quite liked QI and TC as well, to be fair. I mean, they were annoying.
They're all wild.
Thank you, Bad Cramps Gramps, for the big $5. US. What is the most American sport? Oh my.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds dicey.
Yeah. The 20 quid says the sport you name isn't actually going to end up being American.
Well, that's fair.
I'm under the opinion that all sports are fake and gay.
I think that, yeah, I don't think that any particular sport is most American. I know that people will say like baseball, which is obviously Shiva would say based on cricket.
I don't know if it's based on cricket, but there are games like baseball in Europe that are normally played by girls, rounders.
Wow.
It's similar to baseball. It's not the same. Yeah. It's quite an American sport, but I don't think it was invented by Americans. Maybe it was.
I say basketball's up there too. The American basketball. I'm sure there's other games where you throw things in.
All right, yeah. Baseball evolved from an earlier British game. Basketball.
I have not looked into that. I have not looked into it. I will have to do so.
Yep, basketball was invented in America in 1891. So that's an American sport.
Yeah. And I think it has popularity throughout plenty of other countries. It's grown in popularity from the U.S. outward.
Oh, do we lose someone?
We lost Not Voltaire, which probably is him going to eat or him having connection issues. I'm not sure which. Hard to tell with him sometimes.
Yeah,
so.
we had to try and give some woman a kind of logic 101 lesson yesterday.
Oh,
Voltaire,
did you?
And I on Misunderstood's panel.
Misunderstood does seem pretty cool. I haven't been on her show or had her here yet, but I did see her some.
I've never heard of this person.
She's she runs a panel, like I think Easy did a panel purge featuring one of her streams. And she's like a conservative black woman. I think she's conservative. Yeah, so you know, and she has some crazy nut jobs on her panels. Well, she did yesterday anyway.
Well, I'm starting to realize that the majority of people on panels are fucking nut jobs, including me.
I mean, there's you know, somebody the other day was saying that everyone with a channel basically has some level of narcissism, and
don't know about that. I mean,
I think let's put it into perspective. I think that narcissism, not like a narcissist or narcissistic personality disorder, but I think that humans have varying levels of narcissism as it is. We have different levels of each thing, right? Now, the attention seeking, the willingness to speak and believe that what you have to say matters, maybe some level of narcissism. I don't know that I completely agree, but there's something to that. And then with the craziness, there's a whole different thing, right? If you're perpetually online, then you definitely have some craziness to you.
I don't know. I would be careful about labeling what we do as narcissistic, because it isn't kind of baked into the concept of narcissism like a lack of care for others or a lack of concern for others.
Well, that's kind of why I push back on it some, because I think there's a level of just wanting connection, right? There is definitely that
Yeah.
in the cases where you just want to have good conversations with people that you might not have conversations with otherwise.
Yeah. And like people make content for sort like if you're a teacher, like you might just be literally just making content that's educational. That I would kind of argue maybe isn't narcissistic.
I think, like I said, I don't think it means people are a narcissist or have like narcissistic personality disorder, but I definitely think there's a level of overcoming like fear of speaking in front of people, because as much as people that are in chats might think that you're just talking into a camera with a microphone, there's still like anxiety that comes along with this. There's still the realization that there's so many people watching you. And this is going up on the internet where people are going to see it. And as much as like you could private it or you could delete the video, there's always a chance that it's permanent somewhere, right? So I think narcissism, maybe not the right word, but a level of self-assuredness that you're willing to come up and speak on a screen to other human beings.
Yeah, I mean, I think I do have a view that people who do panels are probably slightly egotistical, like myself included, because you are putting yourself out there and you are kind of saying, hey, look at me, watch me, like I'm worth listening to. And you know, that's a bit, yeah, it's a bit, there is a little bit of kind of self-stroking going on there. Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that. And the other thing is there might be some egocentrism to it, even if that's not the purpose or the reason you're doing the thing, right? Like you could be here like we are having a conversation about whatever random thing, but there's an entailment to that there's enough ego to speak publicly on anything.
Well, I think for a lot of people, specifically, I guess, like me, a lot of this is, I think, a desire to connect with people to create a sort of pseudo family. And because of the, you know, like I said before, the three purposes that I think are important within a society. That one for me specifically is not necessarily broken, but not fulfilling that portion of what I think is healthy, I guess.
That's fair. It's that parasocial relationship building. And sometimes it's fine, and sometimes it's really not, right?
Well, I don't desire to have parasocial relationships with people. I think people mix them together and will create. I think a lot of what people do is create parasocial relationships where they're not actually like trying to engage with the other person. The only kind of relationship that you could really have on the internet is an emotional one, right? So there's aspects of what would be like a family that you can't actually do online. Like you can't actually help them physically with things. But for the most part, the part that's the majority broken with most people is the emotional part. So that's what a lot of people, including me, come to the internet to kind of solve or to kind of cope with.
That's fair.
And I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't honestly think that that's a bad thing. It's just people on the internet will take advantage of that. And make you feel like it's a bad thing.
That's true. It goes back to that connection aspect, right? Like you're saying the emotional, but I think that falls into the connection, just human connection in some way, shape, or form, which is harder to come by these days, it seems, with all the things you read about all the loneliness epidemics in every different group, and less people being social outside in the world on the whole than they used to be. I think technology like gifted us a bunch of things and also took a lot of things away from societies, honestly.
Well, there used to be very healthy emotional outlets for people, and they've kind of been destroyed. So the only thing that a lot of people have is to have these types of coping mechanisms that make them be able to bear through the day. And I think there is a danger within that you can become over reliant on it. I think that I think that's where a lot of people are on the internet right now, is they're over reliant on it. But I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with trying to build connection with people. We could all talk together. We're all like in totally separate places in the world that we'd never be able to interact with each other.
True. That's what I was saying earlier, that there's a fact, it's a fact that you can communicate with people you may never have had the ability to communicate with in the past right now. Like we were talking to Shiva, there's most likely none of us would have met and talked to Shiva. Yes, we can hear you.
All right.
Or people in nations like South Africa. Like most of us would never have met Chris absent the internet. And he's a freaking cool dude. And we can have great conversations and like friendships, even if it's the internet version of that, that are really, really amazing, I think.
Yeah, I think that there's two aspects of it. There's the friendship and emotional bonding that you can have online, and the ability to kind of flesh out your arguments better. I think those are the two valuable things that the internet can provide you outlets for. It's just you can't become overly reliant upon it to be that ultimate thing.
Right. I do like the debate aspect where you can learn to hone your ideas and test them against others and learn to utilize logic more effectively, rhetoric more effectively, all of these things. But I also think there's a really important chunk that is just communication, just learning to converse with other human beings and gain knowledge and give knowledge in that interaction without it being the heated back and forth as well. I think that I see
civil discourse again.
Right. Well, and debates can be civil discourse, but most of the time I see it's either one or the other and no in between, right? So we all joke about there being debate brain, right? Where you're like stuck in it and everything has to be an argument. And I've seen all of us kind of go there at times where we're like stuck in the argument mode. Or you have the other side of the coin where if somebody argues with you at all, you see people fly off the handle and it becomes an issue. And it's like, I think we need to be able to go between the two in a fashion that doesn't leave everybody hating each other, I guess. If at all possible, you know. Well, that's
debates are doing something different from a conversation, though, right? Like
generally,
because they're kind of performative in a way that a conversation isn't necessarily.
Well, debate's just conversation with rules. But
well, I was going to say, I think it would depend, though. Go ahead, Lion. Finish that. Sorry.
Well, debate is just conversation with a rule set to try to discern truth from what you're talking about. And
agreed.
I think what people think of as conversation and why they try to separate it is that you want to be able to just talk and bullshit with somebody and not really have to have that rules.
Well, no, sometimes I just want to communicate honestly, and you can't do that in a debate. It's not set up for that sort of level of.
Yeah, because it's more of a combat.
Yeah, it's more of an emotional type of thing, is what I'm saying. Is that there's the separation of people want to be able to have like emotional conversations where they don't have to justify why they feel a certain way. And then,
true, but I don't think all like I would argue that doing a confession practice, I don't know if I'm guessing you do that in Christianity, at least in some versions of it. Like that's honest. It's about as honest communication as you can get, like confessing your unskillful actions to another human being. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's emotional though, or that it's rule based. It's just a kind of different mode of communicating.
Well, I think for me, maybe this is just the way that I think. There's the emotional part of me that wants things and to want to be able to justify things on how I experience and feel about a certain topic. And then there's the logical part of me that doesn't give a shit about any of that, that wants to dissect everything and to try to find as much truth value as I can from something.
I think conversation is free form for sure. Generally, there's some level of direction in conversation. And I think conversation can fall into debate when a point or an idea is contested. In debate, however, there's a debate alone, absent conversation. I think there's a level of seeking to win that changes the dynamics of the conversation completely, because both sides are seeking to win the day.
The other.
Right, win the day and convince maybe not the opponent, but at the very least the crowd or the watchers of the debate that their point or their side is more true than the opposing idea, if not the only true position in the conversation or the debate.
Yep. And that's why conversations differ, because when a conversation, you're trying to authentically change the mind of the person you're having it with.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that conversation is less about convincing someone and more about just communicating. Because not every time you have a conversation with someone are you trying to convince them of something or to win.
Although trying to convince someone of something isn't necessarily a debate. Because you can, like, I'm trying to convince people of things. I'm not debating them. I'm just trying to convince them that what I'm suggesting is the better way of doing whatever they're wanting to do. Like, but I'm not debating them. I'm just kind of saying, oh, I think you should do it this way because it's better because of these reasons. Right. Like, I think a debate, like, we don't really do debates most of the time. What we do are just shouty arguments. Like,
yeah,
most
basically, yeah, VK kind of, yeah.
Well, maybe this is an easier way for me to kind of explain it. Like, the debate is more of trying to shit. I lost it. Never mind.
Trying to hone arguments.
So I think like debates are conversations, which if you're employing logic, which I would argue you probably should be doing, they're trying to track truth, aren't they? And
I think
and a conversation isn't necessarily trying to do that.
Well, I think the debate is ultimately conflicts of worldviews and frameworks. Conversations are more so conflicts of the individual.
Yeah, although I would argue that a debate isn't necessarily a conflict over a worldview or a framework, but just a singular proposition, which might entail one worldview.
Yeah, well, it would require a worldview for you to be able to have a position.
It depends on what you're debating.
It would depend on what you're debating in that it would still be a conflict of that worldview, of that concept.
No, I'm saying it doesn't necessarily have to entail a worldview. You can have a debate on the best way to bake bread, in which case worldviews aren't required, right?
Well, unless your worldview has to do with baking bread, right?
Well, yes.
Unless your worldview has a proper understanding of what bread is. Like a
proper understanding.
Or the proper understanding, a proper method in which to make the bread.
It depends on the type. Yeah, right. But there are like different chefs will have different ways of making the same loaf of bread, right?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is that the conflict is that trying to understand what is the actual way of making bread.
Right, but that's not worldview based. That's just procedure based. That's just
it's based on what your worldview is. Whether
it's based on which bread you like more.
Yeah, that's more conversational. That's independent. That's individually based.
But you can have a debate about bread, right? In which case, worldviews don't come into it because you're not really going into epistemology.
It would matter if your worldview. It matters if your worldview thinks that it's necessary to even have an individual opinion on that or not.
What
are we getting into here?
The jokey the jokey debate that often happens on Teriak's channel is a hot dog or sandwich. I would argue doesn't require one to have a worldview. It just requires one to have a view.
It's a taco.
It just requires you to have a view on hot dogs.
We just grant ourselves a worldview.
Well, the left or right doesn't have their worldview has nothing to do with how bread is baked, other than I guess the left. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think very rarely do we break down every thought, conversation, and interaction based on worldview. Although your worldview is going to paint your positions, it's going to paint your opinion, it's going to project into the world for you how you take stances on anything.
What if the two debaters had the same worldview? So what if you have two Orthodox Christians debating? Then the worldview is kind of irrelevant because they share it. Right?
Well, sure.
Seeking kind of affirming that worldview.
Well, that's kind of where I was going. I was going to say that, like, as you exist in the world, your worldview is going to paint over everything that you are, but it doesn't always come into the argument, for instance, right? Like if we're arguing whether or not this thing is better than this thing, and it has either very little or nothing, as minimal as possible to do with your worldview, your first thought isn't to go to what's my worldview. It's
that's why Andrew. Well, yeah, that's why Andrew specifically is so good at doing what he does. He goes for the world.
No, it's not. No, that's not good, because quite often the opposing person's worldview is irrelevant to the debate topic, as it should.
It's never irrelevant.
Well, no, it is irrelevant. If you're saying, once you start going down the road of you personally, whenever you start bringing the individual into the argument, that's an ad hom. Because whether the person, whether an interlocutor can live up to the standards that they are espousing bears no relation to the truth or falsehood of the argument that they are making.
I've never said that. I don't think that Andrew does that either.
Well, no, that is what he's doing. When you start attacking someone's worldview, saying that their argument
is outside of yourself,
because they have this worldview, right? Then you're not attacking the argument; you're attacking the individual. That's an ad hom.
Well,
a worldview is a set of rules that you have to create an opinion or create an argument.
Well, you're seeking to decide if the argument is logically coherent, right?
Yeah. Right. The argument.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so if I make an argument, all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal, right? That's an argument. There's no worldview entailed there other than people die. But that's not a worldview, that's just an observation, right?
Yeah, it would also matter on it. What is your concept of death? What does it mean to die? There's a lot of things that go into that you have to have a worldview to even be capable of understanding it, or for it to even have value to begin with.
See, it's interesting
if you want to go that far,
because I'm trying to eschew worldviews.
Well, okay, so that would come down to agreed upon terms, right? If the word death, if we accept each other's terms, right, and we say that death is the end of the flesh of a body, the end of the life of the flesh of a body, right, then where do you need to step into worldview from there? If you say that humans die and Socrates is human, so he must die, at what point do we need to dip beyond that topic? If for that syllogism to be true, how far do we have to go?
We have to go
it's subjective. If you want to go
maybe
further, then we go further. That's how that works.
Well, what I'm saying, but I'm super tired, so maybe I'm not able to explain this super well right now. But repeat the question one more time. Sorry.
I said if we make the syllogism after agreeing that, say, the ending of the life of flesh of a human is death, and we make the syllogism, all humans die, and Socrates is human, so he must have died. If that's the syllogism, how much further outside of that syllogism do we have to go for it to be true? Do we have to bring worldview, or is that syllogism, as we've stated it, true?
Well, there's two different types, right? There's the is, which is we will die in that context of what you're saying. But then there's, okay, this is, sorry, this is like super complicated, but it's, to go outside of that syllogism, you could make a point of what is.
Well, hang on. No, you're supposed to be staying within the syllogism.
Yeah. Well, this is what I'm saying is that the framework within that syllogism, it would depend on what you mean by those terms, and ultimately whether it's okay. I probably should just
rephrase it.
It's hard. It's hard for me to. It's hard for me to understand right now.
So I'm going to rephrase.
Is a tricky word. It actually came up in this Introduction to Formal Logic book that I'm reading. Like it's a tricky word. Like it can mean lots of different things depending on the context.
It depends. Yeah, it depends on what your meaning of is. So my question would become: Are you, Voltaire? Are you eating right now? You're grounded.
No, I'm not eating.
Yes, you are.
Am I ruffling against my sweater?
You're eating your own arm or something. I'm not sure which.
I am not. I'm not. I'm literally standing here.
So the reason I ask this is basic. This is a basic breakdown of it. Can I create a syllogism absent worldview that is true? Can I create a syllogism absent worldview that is true?
Yeah, we just did with Socrates. Socrates is all men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore,
when you're trying to get me to reduce it, to just the syllogism itself, it becomes almost impossible for me to engage with anything.
Why?
But if you're going to get granular, wait, no, that's not fair. If you're going to get granular into the other person's worldview, then you have to allow them to get granular in terms of like precision in argumentation, right?
Yeah.
Right. This is what I mean by it's conflicts of worldviews ultimately.
Only if you make it.
But yeah, not if you agree upon terms. Look, Elder Lion, let's assume you have two Buddhist monks who both are devotees of the same school, of the same teacher, the same guru, right? So their worldviews are about as closely aligned as you can get. In Buddhism, monks often debate each other, like to see how well they understand and can explain Buddhist teachings. So it seems to me that actually a conflict of worldviews isn't always necessary for a debate to take place, because you can have.
But you have to have that worldview to begin with. They both already accept that Buddhism would be true, so they're having an internal conflict.
Right, but they're still debating. Debating, right? But they agree. But they both agree upon the worldview. But they both agree upon the worldview. So it doesn't seem to me that having opposing worldviews is necessary for a debate to take place.
But maybe what I'm trying to ultimately say is that the worldview itself is necessary for that to even happen.
No, just a view is necessary for a debate to happen. You can have an opinion on what politicians do without knowing a single fucking thing about epistemology.
If you're formulating an argument, the argument exists within the worldview. That's the paradigm. So in order to make your argument, it has to be informed by a worldview. Even if two arguments are within the same worldview, they're being informed by that worldview to make their argument to have the debate.
Right. So what if you're trying to avoid views altogether?
Like in your Buddhist example, one of the Buddhists says life is suffering, and the other one says maybe it's not. Now they're debating within their paradigm, their shared paradigm.
Right. But
yes, that's the point I'm making.
It's weird to me though, because then that if we translate that over, it's like saying a syllogism created absent worldview cannot be true. And it's so that's incongruent with reality, right? Because somebody could sit down and on logic alone make a syllogism that is true in reality, at least best we can tell is true in reality, and it doesn't require an external worldview to create a logical system.
I really don't think it does. I think people are conflating having to. I don't know why you have to.
Oh, it comes from presuppositionalism, not Voltaire. That's where this whole thing kind of comes from. This whole idea that unless you can articulate a fully fleshed out kind of philosophical position covering all bases, that you're not qualified to have certain sorts of discussions.
Does different logical frameworks exist?
Yep.
Different logical frameworks.
So the existence of multiple logical frameworks doesn't show you can argue without a framework. It shows you have to choose one, which would be a worldview.
Is a logical framework a worldview?
You're choosing it based on what you think is best. Some people allow for explosive logic in their framework. So if they allow, now they say they contain it, but they still allow for that, and other people would disagree with that.
Yeah. Well, it sort of depends.
So, but the syllogism itself would be in question.
It's very useful in databases.
They're using different mechanisms. How is that a worldview?
I think it's called power-consistent logic. You can have a contradiction that doesn't explode the system, and it allows you to resolve it at a later point in time. Yeah.
Yeah, but the point is, like, there's different people have different views on whether that's like a good thing or not. Some people try to apply to like philosophy and stuff too. So, So yeah, I would say even the syllogism itself, like even the simple one, you have to agree the laws of logic or the framework you're using.
I mean, surely we would all agree that anyway, just by participating in the debate. But it seems to me,
I don't know,
as Abe said earlier, But as Abe said earlier, we can define terms so that we know what we mean by man and mortal and Socrates, right?
Yeah. Once the terms have been agreed upon,
logical framework.
Well, if we've agreed on the terms and you create a syllogism that logically exists within those terms, now at that point, do you have to go outside of that framework for worldview?
Well, you're presupposing this. You're presupposing the agreement.
Yeah, like you presuppose the rules of Monopoly before you play a game of Monopoly. Yeah.
Like if you and I are debating,
point is that
and we agree upon the
part of a
terms,
worldview.
Syllogism.
Part of the worldview is that the laws of logic are important and you should use them, right? The classical laws of logic. But
yeah, for certain types of reasoning,
like someone might be people might be completely retarded and say like, no, that's not. They might have other reasons. They might call into question the laws of logic, whatever, right?
Yeah.
So even in that is informed by a worldview. That person's retarded. Their worldview is fucked. So
it could just be that
I don't see how you get past the worldview.
Logical consistency.
Because it's not. Look, someone's worldview, like, doesn't it bears no relation to the truth or falsity of an argument they are making, right?
What truth?
Like, so okay, yeah, sure, I've got a pluralistic model of truth. I don't really want to do this fucking bullshit dance, like, and so mostly correspondence, but sometimes coherence. There are a couple of other models. One seems a bit wacky, that seems a bit nuts. If everyone agrees, that doesn't seem to make much sense, but but we can agree terms beforehand, right? It's like, so if we agree what a man is, and we agree what mortal means, and we agree what Socrates means, all these terms.
But what are you sharing with that to get the agreement?
The definition.
Oh, information.
Is it a worldview? Well, no, but your information, what you think, is informed by your worldview.
Right, yeah, but look, if I say by mortal, I mean a being that can die, and then you agree, okay, yeah, I'm happy to work with that definition for this debate. That's all we need, right?
So if we all agree on the worldview, then we can have the debate?
No, if we all agree on the definitions of terms.
Well,
but terms are informed by your worldview.
Let's change this.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. I can agree to terms. I can just agree. Okay, yeah, I'm happy to work with your definition. That's not then informed by my worldview.
Well, you're still agreeing within the framework of the argument.
Yeah. Well, this is the issue. The issue is, like, you could have a debate on, are stone houses or wood houses better? And you're going to have this debate. And my question then becomes, what worldview needs to be brought in on a debate between whether stone or wood houses are built better?
Good question.
Because the idea is that worldview is going to dictate all debate. So if that's the case,
it would, because some people, their history or where they have that they're referencing, they've come to the opinion that stone houses are better, and then so the other person would say, well, based on what they know, whatever their epistemology is, how they figure this out, they say wood houses are better.
Memories and experience.
Okay.
That's
what. And you're going to argue that how?
In your experience, do builders often engage?
But you're arguing that based on that worldview is based on. I mean, that claim is based on your worldview. I don't see how it's not.
you're going to utilize logic in your argument. You're not going to say because where I live they're better. You're going to try to give logic
what are you?
Which is better?
Yeah, and so where are you? How are you coming to that conclusion with this logical framework?
Like with this
conclusions in deduction necessarily follow if the premises are true.
Like if you're talking about
right,
the Socrates
but
example,
you believe. But hold on. Can you have a logical argument that is false?
Can you have
based on flawed logic?
I mean,
based on flawed information.
You can have a valid logical argument that's unsound. Yeah.
Right, but can you have exactly? So you just proved my point. If one person, let's say the person with the Woodhouse is wrong, and their logic brought them to
wrong. Okay.
To say the Woodhouse.
Yeah,
and their logic brought them to the conclusion that Woodhouses are better. This is also why, like, I've made the argument before that and I've made this before, and it's kind of a trap debate prompt for I guess conservatives. I've made the argument that the left have logic.
I thought this was philosophical.
The left is logical. I'll make that argument, and they'll go, no, they're not. And I was like, well, yeah, they do have a logic. It's a fucked logic, but they have a logic.
I mean, what are you saying that? Wait. Are you saying that my logic is fucked? Because I'm like, compared to you lot, I'm a fucking communist, right? Like, probably.
Well, that would be based on our worldviews,
right? But would you say that? Because it doesn't seem to me that my logic is fucked. Like, I think I'm kind of okay at thinking logically, not brilliant. Like, I'm not the best at it, but I can track an argument.
I'm saying someone can have a logical argument and still be wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I think that partially what Shiva was highlighting was you don't need to drag an argument between which house material was better into
you agree on something without having to use your worldview.
Your worldview, like creation of the universe. You don't need to argue creation of the universe. You could argue over the objective metrics of what stone is capable of and what wood is capable of, and then try to make a logical argument that that shows one as a better building material for the purpose of something home. Right? You wouldn't have to drag that outside of that argument. You wouldn't have to drag it.
I think that this worldview nonsense is cope, to be honest. I mean, I think presuppositionalism is cope generally.
Everything in science starts with a presupposition. So
yeah, it's like yeah.
But
how is that cope? How is it cope?
Can you repeat your question? Real quick?
No, it's literally cope, not Voltaire. Van Til formulated Van Til. Van Til, and then Banzer, I think, was his student who kind of popularized presuppositionalism. One of the reasons why Van Til founded presuppositionalist theology was because he realized that Christians couldn't win arguments with atheists by trying to meet them in some sort of middle ground where and so his view was, okay, just going to start with the presupposition that God exists and argue from that presupposition. And then and so what presuppositionalism is a massive exercise in burden shifting, because what it does is it says without God you can't have intelligibility. But then rather than backing up that claim, it says, right, now prove me wrong, and that's just shifting the burden of proof, right?
Well, I wanted to answer Abe's question, but I forgot what it was at this point, and I just want to do that real quick because I'm about to go eat and do other stuff and go to sleep.
So my question was, if you're having a debate on the building materials of brick or stone, building a better house, do you need to go down to the worldview and like the creation of the universe in order to debate that, or can you just debate it on the objective metrics of which material would be better to build a home from, like the weight, Yeah.
Well, it would reduce down to whether or not even having a home in the first place would be important or not.
Really?
Yeah.
Right, but in some. Sorry, Abe. Sorry, go on.
Oh, I was going to say, not if the debate prompt is something like, which is better for building a home, stone or wood?
Yeah, you can have bad debate prompts.
Yeah, but no, I can't even engage with this. Like, no, I don't think it works, Abe, because even in this example, the moment the person looks at one house and says this is better, or this is good, that's an evaluation. Better by what measure? Durability, cost, fire resistance. Like, what is exactly their definition of good?
Things. Yeah, and they could debate those things.
Right, but one person's worldview was like, I want my house to be like fire resistant above all else. The other person might be, I just want the cheapest shit available. Sure. That's why it's good. Yeah, so under their worldview, cheap means better. The other guy, under his worldview, fire means better.
So should you take?
Well, wait, no, Mo, that's disingenuous. Okay. Well, sorry.
How is that?
Let Abe continue.
That's what I was asking. I was asking, do we have to step outside of that into worldview and drag it down through like tag to figure out which is better, stone or wood?
Well, you're saying drag it down in worldview when I'm saying that worldview's baked in.
Yeah, that's what I'm ultimately trying to say, is that it's baked in already. Yeah, and then it's
I can't see it.
That's and then right, even within it, we could say that this is not a great, topic or whatever that you could have to ultimately finding the truth of the universe, because the truth of the universe would already be baked into why it's even
but it might be
what it's built out of.
Right, but it might be a great topic for deciding whether it's better to build a house out of stone or wood. I think it's disingenuous to say that the various specific points that might be brought up in a debate about house building that constitutes a worldview, because when I'm like the impression that I get from Christians, and it's mostly Christians who do this, I'm not sure if an atheist has ever demanded a worldview from me, is that they're not actually wanting the specifics about the debate topic. They want to know how whether I can ground things like reason or logic or morality or knowledge or truth or whatever. Like those are the things that are being demanded.
If you're asserting position from a subjective, arbitrary standpoint, then there's no reason to even continue the debate.
Aren't we all doing that?
That would be your truth claim that you would then have to ground in some type of objective standard. So, like in the Christian worldview, we base all of the logic, all of the metaphysics on.
I mean, you make the claim.
There's certain arguments that do not need that.
Yeah.
But what I think you're missing, the point that I was trying to make, is that it's already something that's baked into what we're talking about. We can accept that those things that we're talking about, we don't have to go all the way down to that, but it's already baked into the worldview that we're talking about when we're talking about the house.
Sure.
Does every argument
in the people. Wait, sure, it's there in the people, right? And they're making their claim based on their worldview. The question is, does the worldview have to be argued all the way through to its base in a debate that has nothing to do with worldview? Like, if the debate is about which building material is better, do you need to drag the argument to worldview, or can you argue over the building materials? That's the question I'm asking.
I'm going to answer this, and I'm going to go because I'm hungry now. But does it? Yeah, it does kind of have to do that, because it depends on what we accept to even know or understand why it's even important to have those things. So if we're trying to figure out what we're talking about, it's going to keep going down into the little minutia of what we can and cannot agree to, so that we can actually form a coherent argument or opinion about the thing we're even talking about, of what we're even talking about.
You're somewhat quoting, perhaps unknowingly, A.J. Ayer, who in I think it's Knowledge, Truth and Logic says that philosophy is the art of defining words.
Yeah, pretty much. It's defining terms and defining worldviews and constructing a framework which make things coherent.
That's why philosophy will be forever, because it's never ending.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's try a little experiment. Abe, why don't you argue real quick that stone houses are better? And I'll just ask you some questions. How about
do
that?
a mock debate on stone.
Oh yeah, sure.
I
can argue that stone houses are better.
You guys have to go. I'm going to go eat and I'm going to do other
sure.
stuff.
All right, later, Elderline.
All right, see you later, Elderline. I'm sure.
Just make a statement of why why stone houses are better, Abe.
I can, this is Shiva, but I can only argue from. I'm going to argue from my experience in the UK. It rains a lot here, and wooden structures tend not to last very long, whereas stone structures they can last for 1,000 years. And we've got stone structures that are probably 1,000 years old in this country. Right?
So you're saying they're more durable with against water.
Now
so
it could be that
last a long time
in a country like America.
Okay.
It could be that wooden houses are better because your climate is can be very different there, right?
Okay, but why does that matter?
Why does that matter? I imagine it matters. I imagine it matters to the individual homeowners. It would matter to them.
But why?
Right?
But we're talking about
for what reason?
Well, for what reason? Because are you asking me to explain the behavior of every single fucking person on the planet?
No, we're asking.
Don't be ridiculous.
The question was, what's better?
No, I'm asking you.
You're asking me
and
what?
He said stone, and he said you why. Now where do you go from there?
Yeah, I gave you a reason why. Because in the UK, because it's more durable.
More durable.
Meaning it lasts longer.
Why is that better? So it's durable, lasts longer, and why is that better?
Yeah, because it means that it doesn't have to be replaced or maintained so much, and that means that I can then devote my time, energy, and resources to other more profitable things.
Okay.
I mean,
and so it's a cost issue.
Partly, yeah. Cost, energy, time. Let's just say
committed
resources.
that. Yeah, okay, resources. So you've committed to a value judgment on cost. Once we go down the whole train of thought here. Now,
but now tell me why wood is better.
Wait. Hold on.
Cost was at the bottom.
No. Let me just.
You need a hierarchy.
Hold on. Let me get this out.
Across.
All right, go on.
So you said cost, and you said that's your goal. Resources,
not just cost.
Okay,
yeah.
So you're putting a value judgment on. Now, hold on. You're putting a value judgment on cost. That's completely fair.
Resources.
That's a worldview. That's a worldview.
I'm putting a value
some other super rich guy that doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care. His worldview is different.
Right. I would argue that that's not a worldview.
Yeah, how is cost a worldview?
It's an
and also it's
an aspect.
Specific, and it's also specific to
if you're
building a house.
If you're Elon Musk and you want the best of everything, you don't give a shit, and you're gonna just blow money. Your worldview is gonna be different.
I'll build a Russian.
I mean, this is how it's great. What you're explaining is how complex every single worldview is, and that everyone's individual. So why can't we just come up with not having to use them and a simple, stupid argument? I don't understand this. We're conflating this so large, and it's like, holy fuck,
it's baked in. What
it's baked in, so every single worldview, every single question has those poor arguments and questions. They got a lot of weight. They're carrying everybody's fucking worldview.
One sec.
To explode when somebody asks the question.
Asking someone's worldview, it usually unfolds like what just happened between me and Shiva. It's like it goes down and then you find out through the discussion, but it is informed by worldviews.
I mean, every single question has worldview baked into it. Those are some heavy questions, man. Every question is fucking heavy, bro.
No,
Did I say that? Did I say that?
I'm making them.
I think that there is. I think there is probably a time in a debate when that kind of drilling down into someone's worldview is appropriate, and that's when there's been an agreed upon internal critique, right? But I think that's not always necessary for every single debate.
Same.
The thing that you guys aren't getting is that every argument that you make is informed by a worldview. Inherently.
Right.
Well, there's different layers.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. I agree.
Well, there's different layers to this. Okay. I mean, if you can, even if you have opposing worldviews, agree on shared terms. Within those shared terms, while you have suspended opposing worldviews, you can have a mutual conversation. So we can all agree to that. So,
yeah, you're saying that you have
it's
overlap.
A meta agreement, so we can agree on the meta. But
you're agreeing that your worldviews overlap. So
I'm just making a distinction so we're not talking past each other in that sense. Like when Shiva was talking about monopoly or whatever, we have agreed terms, even though Shiva and I have diametrically opposed worldviews. So let's just get that out of the way. So Shiva, when you're hearing people trying to talk to you about we need a worldview, what are the things that you're trying to highlight that maybe we're not grasping?
I think it's, well, first of all, and this might sound odd, but as a Buddhist, my goal is to eschew views, right?
Interesting.
And, you know, obviously I have a fucking bucket load of views about all sorts of shit, which shows you how good of a Buddhist I am. But anyway, when people say, what's your worldview? What I kind of hit, what they tend to be demanding is a detailed and coherent model of generally epistemology, ontology, and maybe things like knowledge or truth. And it's like, and you know, it comes like, it's interesting because I watch quite a lot of debates, and it's odd how rare the topic of someone's worldview comes up in debates.
Yeah.
Like, and these are some smart people debating, way fucking smarter than I am. Like, and it almost never comes up. And so partly I think one that's kind of unfair, because I would imagine most people, most debaters probably don't study epistemology or read about ontology. And then generally what tends to happen is in debates, what will happen is someone will say, what's your worldview? Can you ground knowledge, for example? Yeah. And then the person might fumble because they haven't really studied epistemology, right? And then their interlocutor will basically they will then start saying things like, well, you don't have any standing to even have this debate with me, right? And then
your epistemology is whack, bro. I don't even know what you're saying.
No offense, but epistemology and ontology are like day one of philosophy and debate. Like,
maybe Casper,
basing
maybe debate. Yeah, maybe, and I have a kind of broad general knowledge of those areas just so I can answer that question. But I would put it to you that most people who come on these sorts of panels and have these conversations, at least the ones that I engage with, because they're more on my level, don't read up on, like, they probably couldn't even spell epistemology. Because like it's not something that people generally tend to think about. Like, how do I know what I think I know? You know, like people.
Yeah. So when I think of grounding, I think of, let me ask you this, Shiva. The three classical laws of logic, do you believe that those are, even if you don't believe that they're universal and there are other laws of, or there are other ways to have, there are other kinds of logic to apply to different situations or modes or whatever, would you agree that the three classical laws of logic are objectively useful to all people in at least some categories of understanding what reality is?
Are they? No. mostly because I think most people couldn't even tell you what they were.
No, but if they could, if they knew,
yeah,
I'm saying, are they useful? Not are people ignorant of them, but is it objectively useful to all people, even in some circumstances, even if it's not all circumstances?
Maybe, but like I tend to think that logic is
use them.
Sorry, Mo, were you saying something?
I was just saying you don't have to know.
I was yawning.
The law of non-contradiction to use them daily.
I'm just trying to figure out what Shiva's answer is.
Sure. Let's say, I mean, I suppose my answer is I don't know, but I'm happy to grant that people use logic. Sure.
Well, that's not. Well, my
even
question
if they
was,
don't know, even if they don't know that they're using logic,
right? So
and
all
that logic is useful.
Is it reasonable to believe that all people are implicitly, even if they're unaware of it, using the 3 classical laws of logic on some level?
No.
Okay, hold up.
Wait. There's one word that I take issue with. All.
Right. Okay. So. Right. So here's the thing, though. So
the vast majority. Sure.
Okay. That's why my original thing was: is it objectively true that all people would find them useful? And then you went to, well, not all people are using them. Even if I grant that not all people are using them, would all people find the 3 classical laws of logic useful? No.
Well, just use the word most.
I'm not going to use the word most because most is the wiggle room. I want to narrow. I have to use all to narrow down where he disagrees with.
But that's
Rex.
the problem,
Rex, there's different frameworks of logic. Like that's a problem. That's a problem too. That's why.
That's fine. That's fine. Well,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna start with what I'm presenting here to flesh that out. Whatever I don't know, Shiva can answer. So that's where I'm coming from. So I can only use my brain to engage with Shiva's. So
I mean, but my answer would be no. I don't think that it would be reasonable to say that all people use logic in a way that's useful.
I didn't say that. I didn't
ask
whether
Shiva.
What? Oh, right. Sorry.
So,
well,
for example,
look.
Let's say there are other modes of logic, right? Let's say there are other modes of logic that are just as valid and they operate differently than the 3 classical laws. Let's say you get a pie chart, and whatever percentage you want to give to a pie chart for the 3 classical laws, would people find those useful rather than not having them in their life? Would it be more useful to have them in their life than not? People being human beings.
Yeah. As long as we're removing the word all, then yeah, sure, people would find them useful. Yeah.
Okay, so what people would not find the 3 laws of logic useful in any situation at all?
Someone who is severely autistic.
That does not follow, because we're talking about limitations on a person's intellect rather than
but they form part of the set of all people.
Yeah, but that doesn't fall. Just because people have any sort of brain damage or any sort of aberration to their thinking that would limit their correspondence to reality, that doesn't mean that correspondence to reality is less valuable to them. It just means they're limited in their grasp of it compared to the average person.
I mean, okay, look, let's just say, just so we can move on from this question, which seems to be a bit of a kind of thing for you. Let's just say that I say yes. All people will find logic useful, no matter who the individual is. Like, let's just say that I grant that question. Yes. Sure. What's next?
Okay, so you would say that if you grant that, then there is an aspect to reality that is consistent and binding to our thoughts, because the usefulness would in that case be objective if you grant the yes on that.
When you say reality is binding to our thoughts,
yes, so people ought to accept what they know to be true.
Oh, that's a moral claim now, is it? Is this a moral claim?
It is.
Oh, right. So we're kind of moving categories now. Just to be clear,
when I'm saying binding, I would also.
Because that seemed like that seemed like a massive goalpost shift.
When I say binding, I mean that's a moral, and especially if you're going to say useful. I mean, if you say all people, if you're going to grant the yes, then if all people find it useful, useful is a value claim, and if you're going to say yes, then therefore you have intrinsically made a value claim to the laws of logic which transcend and affect all people, and therefore the usefulness would be opposed to non-usefulness, and where supposedly all of us, we agree that useful is preferable to not useful, so of course it would naturally dovetail into morality.
Okay. I'm not sure that when you say we would all agree, I'm not sure that, like, if by we you mean everyone on planet Earth, I'm not sure you can make that claim. Maybe everyone on the panel might agree. Although I like the aphorism that it's important to be useful, but only within the broader context of uselessness.
I'm not even assigning what is useful when I say useful, but I don't think you could. I don't think you could find somebody who says I'd rather be useless than useful. It'd be very tough to find that, because what they're doing is, even in that instance, they're finding utility to uselessness and just calling it uselessness as opposed to usefulness in reference to whatever goal they're having.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Okay, so that's why it leads to binding,
not sure,
and that's where it leads to the shoulds and the oughts and all that stuff.
Well, I mean, why should you do what's useful?
Okay, so now we're going to my worldview. Then we're not gonna ask Shiva's world. We're gonna go to my worldview. Why should we?
All right, no, sorry. If you wanted to carry on interrogating me, then please continue.
Well, I didn't.
Interrogated.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. I think you probably know more about my worldview than I know about your worldview. Is that fair?
Right. Is that because? Okay, maybe I don't know how much you've looked into Buddhism. How much have you looked into Buddhism?
I have not really looked into Buddhism that much, to be honest. Most of my Buddhist sources.
Rex, is that you talking? Who's talking?
That's re-examination.
Yeah, Rex, your dick is out, and like she was like, I don't want to compare them, man. I just don't need to.
I'm just trying to get answers to his epistemology and his questions. I don't know what that has to do with.
Right. Look. Let me just break it down for you. I can just kind of lay it out for you if you like, rather than you kind of walking me down these, slightly.
Do you think I'm being dishonest? Do you think I'm being dishonest?
No.
Okay, good.
So in epistemology, I tend to have maybe a sort of epistemic humility, which I get is probably a little bit unsatisfactory. There's only one thing that I can say that I know with absolute certainty, and that's that there is at least one mind that is having experiences. The rest is essentially guesswork. And I'm guessing I kind of tend to, not in a very formal way, but in a very loose way, apply a sort of Bayesian model, perhaps, where, like, I'm fairly certain that re-examination exists, and I would say that I'm 99.99999999999% recurring certain that you are a human being in America sitting at your computer or on a phone or whatever.
That means a lot to me. That warms my heart.
Right, but I couldn't say that I know that with absolute certainty, right? And so for the vast majority of things, I would argue that what I'm essentially doing is making a guess.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm guessing that the world is going to still be outside when I go to the shops, and I'm guessing that a loaf of bread isn't suddenly going to be £4 billion,
right?
Like, and I'm guessing that the sun is going to come up tomorrow.
Yep.
And so in terms of knowledge, my view is kind of actually quite unsatisfactory. Like, I suppose I employ a sort of epistemic, pragmatic humility. Yeah,
sure.
In that world, everything's just a theory.
In that world, everything's just a theory. Well, in this world, I can't even really be sure that you exist, not Voltaire. I'm just kind of assuming that you do.
To be fair, not Voltaire. Your name is a negation of a thing. So anyway.
Well,
I mean, there's a lot of things that aren't Voltaire, but I guess what I'm getting at is when you talk. So, would you say that the surest thing in your life is not necessarily your mind, but a mind?
No, it would have to be my mind.
Okay, because you said there is a mind instead of there is my mind. So I wanted to just clear that up.
Yeah,
because it could be like a universal mind theory you're subscribing to.
I mean, no, I don't. Maybe the universe is a mind. If it is, there doesn't appear to be a way that I can know that. So I suppose I don't think the universe is a mind, but I'm open to the idea, I suppose.
How do you know you have a mind?
Because it's I suppose I'm employing a sort of Wittgensteinian idea of hinge propositions, and I would argue that me having a mind that is having experiences is the kind of base hinge proposition. Doubting that.
How do you know those experiences aren't just Buddha's dreams?
Oh, I don't.
So then you're not even sure of your own existence.
But am I sure of my own existence? No, I would have to say that knowing that there is at least one mind that is having experiences, in order for it to have experiences, it would presumably have to exist, right?
In order to doubt you have a mind, you would have to have a mind in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's pretty. I mean, I am making assumptions about what the nature of a mind is, even saying that I haven't even unpacked.
Yeah, agreed. You know, there's I mean, let's just say the thing that is aware, perhaps, as a kind of base.
The thing that is aware.
Yeah.
I need more information about what you mean by aware.
Oh my God.
It's because there are things that I don't consider to be mindful that have awareness.
Yeah, so there's
perhaps,
awareness, and then there's self-awareness. Like there are a lot of animals people say don't have self-awareness. They're
sounded like a yogi.
Maybe, but would we be able to say that they don't have minds of a sort?
Yes.
I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't like to make that claim.
Yes, I would make that claim. Absolutely.
Perhaps viruses,
right?
If we're saying that viruses
maybe
are animals,
although we don't really. They're sort of unclassified as to whether they're actually alive or not, aren't they?
Amoebas are not viruses. Amoebas are not viruses. Would you say they have a mind?
I don't know. I mean, probably
you don't
not.
know. Probably not.
Yeah,
amoebas. They have a program basically.
Isn't that,
I don't know.
Just kind of you could boil a mind down to that. It's just
trees are tree mindful. They're aware. I don't think they have a mind.
They're aware.
I would, agreed. I would say
mind.
probably not. The same for rocks and roads and rivers and chairs.
No, rocks are just objects. I wouldn't even consider to be aware.
What are you talking about?
Oh, right, but some people
they got them crystal energy.
Yeah, some people do.
I'm going to put you in the crystal energy. That's it.
Right, especially at the gift shop down by the reservation. You know.
Yeah. That's true. That's a fair point.
But the point still stands. Like rocks are not aware, but amoebas are.
Are they?
But where?
Yes.
I just got off the phone with an amoeba. It was a great call.
Well, it depends on.
Don't be stupid, Rick.
Classifying awareness as, right?
One of the ways that I know that they're aware is there's a specific kind of amoeba that goes into the brains of the people. They're pretty deadly, and if you drink them, nothing happens. But if they realize that they're in your nose, they will try to move towards your brain. So they must be aware of the situation that they're on. In a sense, well, I'm not saying that they're mindful of it. I'm saying that they are aware. They act in accordance of their of where they are at.
And would you say I might actually kind of grant you that, Emmett? Like, so would you say that a Venus flytrap is aware of an insect landing in the kind of leaves or whatever they're called? Okay,
exactly.
But the Venus flytrap doesn't have. Okay. So describing the mind as a thing that is aware is probably too vague.
Having a nervous system is apparently aware now.
But it's a type of awareness. Sure. Like, it might not be conscious. You know, there might maybe
What the hell is awareness then? What the hell is awareness?
Wait. Maybe sentience would be a better word, because that just refers to sense data, right? The ability
to problem. Well, this is the problem. Aware is going to have multiple meanings, right? So, like, aware as we're using it right now, are we talking about like the dictionary style of aware, like to have knowledge, consciousness, or realization of facts, situations, or sensations, or is it like it's capable of acting based on any external
stimuli?
When I initially
sounds like in this
term,
discussion, it's an
I was-
understanding of a particular situation or sensation based on like what
Yeah.
I'm hearing so far.
Yeah, that's how I was using it initially, not in the kind of unconscious, reactive way that Emmett was describing for things like single-celled organisms and plants.
But unfortunately, Mo is sleepy, so I gotta bid you guys adieu and go. But I
Have a good
enjoyed
night, Mo.
the conversation,
Yeah,
and I wish
thanks
I
for
could
coming up,
continue because this is actually interesting. But I'm just too brain mush right now. But you guys have a great time. God bless. See you next
See you
time.
later.
And to be
I
fair,
might need to go and
if I get any more mental stimulation, I'll be up all night too, because it's always fun talking to Shiva. So I'm going to let you guys have at it. And Abe, great show. Have a great night.
Thank you, you too.
Bro.
See
God
you
bless.
later.
God bless you both. Oh, that's good. This is good.
I do enjoy chatting with Abe and Mo and re-examination. I enjoy chatting with Abe as well.
Yeah.
Just don't tell him that.
Yeah.
I have, I have a question. I have a question, Shiva.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you act in accordance to your life as if you don't know anything for sure?
No.
You act as if you know stuff, right? I'm just it's just because I find it very whenever I talk to one of the things that I realize when I stopped being kind of an epistemic nihilist about maybe 10 years ago, one of the things I realized was that I didn't act out as my supposedly foundational belief, right?
Okay.
Like I didn't act
But
like
that doesn't mean that the belief is false.
Well, it would be. I would say that it does.
Really?
Yeah.
Gents, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because if I believe that it was, if I truly believe that it was true, like,
right?
Again, you're in a sense, we are trapped in who we are. So
agreed.
Let me finish this real quick. In a sense, we're trapped on who we are. So I have to accept that or I need to realize or accept that I need to act in accordance to what I believe or I know to be true, right?
Yes, but what you believe, what you believe bears no relation necessarily to actually what is true. And so the fact that it's like if you've got a nihilist and they're not living up to nihilism in the way that you think that they should be, like that doesn't mean that nihilism is false. It might just mean that they're bad at being a nihilist, right?
No.
Similarly,
not in foundational belief,
you could have
you
could have a Christian. Similarly, you could have a Christian who believes in God, but is still fundamentally failing at being a good Christian, right?
Well, but that's part of the belief of Christianity. It's imbued into it, right?
What,
like it's not a failure. Well, yes, because you understand that you first off you need to be you need to have, in a sense, you need to be humble as a Christian to realize that you're not going to be perfect. So it has it's part of the system in and of itself.
Right, but some people will be better at that than others, right?
Yes, that doesn't mean anything. Like even them will be, because the standard is higher than anybody. So there's no man except for Jesus Christ, if you see him as God, who is good. And it's stated that he had to come for the redemption of man, because only God could do the redemption of men. So man is not able to be good. So all of us are below the standard. It doesn't matter if you're a little bit better or worse. It's irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, because the standard is set, and nobody is able to meet it.
That seems a bit unfair, but okay.
True, you can say that it's unfair, but I mean, I would agree with you that it seems to be unfair. But at the end of the day, it gives. I have. Is that I'm justified in not being perfect, in a sense. I can understand why. I can understand why I'm imperfect in accordance to a true standard. If there is no standard, if I'm a nihilist, if I'm nihilist, I wouldn't have a standard. I wouldn't be good or bad. I would be whatever it is that I am, but it wouldn't be good or bad.
Right. I mean, I suppose it depends on the nihilist, because there are different forms of nihilism, aren't there?
Somebody building a house.
So
I think somebody's building.
Yeah, that's not Voltaire is engaged in some construction work.
Voltaire is just having fun right now.
I sat down in my chair and the back leg broke out.
Oh, yeah.
I'm good.
Or something.
I didn't say or something.
Do you remember not Arnold, when Eugene always got hurt and he would go out and be like, "I'm okay." That's exactly what happened to Voltaire.
That's exactly what happened. You're right.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I'm literally sitting in my garage, and the back leg of my fucking chair fell out, and I fell into the bunch of shit behind me. Yeah, that's what happened. That wasn't fun.
I think you liked it. I heard you.
Pretty fun on my end.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was fun for all of us.
Abe, I put it to you that doors in Edo period Japanese houses were not made for kicking. They were made for sliding.
Well, luckily, no, those are still made for kicking too.
Everything is made for kicking. I gotta go. I just thought it was an interesting conversation for a moment there. And it really felt like you were going nowhere, and I wanted to bring a little bit of clarity to epistemic.
I don't think it was going nowhere.
I thought it was going good, actually.
Let me pose the question in origin that I was making to Mo. The question that I asked was, do you have to take a debate that is on a topic like, is stone or brick or wood better for building a home, to worldview all the way into things like tag? Is that needed, or
what?
Can you have can you just have a simple argument about the metrics of the building materials?
I think
worldview always plays into it.
Yeah,
this isn't going into more morality or anything like that. All you have to do is you can argue which is, in your opinion, probably, or try to convince your audience that objectively one is a better building material than the other, and it doesn't need to go into a bunch of worldview down into philosophy and stuff.
Well,
you could just argue the topic.
There's two ways of looking at this, right?
Mm-hmm.
One is if you want to debate the morality of building a house, maybe you can go all the way.
Oh my gosh, Emmett.
Are you stupid or what? Calm down. So the second one is...
It's the whole point of the whole conversation was to say, like, no, you should not have so many.
You don't get a niece. You don't get a nod from a niece. That's why, if you want to talk about the morality of it, you will have to go all the way to a moral standard. But if you're just talking about the objective, the object of the house, you're talking about the object of the house, then you can talk about you can build it according to consequentialism easily, and you don't need to establish a moral. You don't need to establish anything else morally because it's just
why are you assuming that's what's needed? Why are you assuming that like Abe says do it now and we're out in a fucking field, just like build your fucking shit?
What is consequentialism, Voltaire?
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna build it out of? You're gonna sit there and talk about it?
What is consequentialism, Voltaire?
Define it for me.
Is a consequences of, right? So if you build it out of brick, it will tell you what are the consequences of building it out of brick. If you build it out of wood, it will tell you the consequences of building it out of wood. If these, then that. You can go to cost analysis, so it will tell you how much will cost. You will go into.
Well, I'm sorry. I've already started to gather some bricks. I've gathered some shit. You keep thinking I'm gonna gather some more shit.
That is
right?
not a debate. That is an action.
Probably you gotta do chair
hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. We're fucking. Abe, why did you make this island so fucking high, you asshole? All right, I'm gathering some shit and fucking Emirate's trying to figure out what the fuck we should do with it.
Do you understand what I'm talking about at all?
Yes, I'm saying it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time on the fucking.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. When Abe posed the question,
Abe never said the debate.
It never occurred to me that he was asking a moral question about whether.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's like, what the fuck? We're on this island. I'm already there, and Emmett starts going on like, Emmett, you're my partner on this island. You're fucking killing us, man.
He made a question about morality because he talked about tag. So he was asking about why would we even use tag?
Oh right, okay,
in a debate like that.
Yes.
So you can go all the way to tag if you are talking about building a house. If you're talking about the morality of it, otherwise it's irrelevant, and you would use consequentialism. There's no reason to go anywhere else.
Agreed.
Tag's not
right. But if you're
argument, it's a component of it, but it's not just a moral argument. It's a state of the is of reality.
That's fair also. But I think the question that Abe was asking, which I think you actually appear to be in the same position that Abe and I appear to hold, is that it's not always necessary to kind of bring a kind of worldview into a debate, depending upon what the debate topic is. Because like if you just agree upon terms beforehand, then worldviews become irrelevant, right?
Yes, exactly.
The whole point that I was trying to make is that just it can devolve into that, and that if it does, there's no way. Okay, hold on. So it all debates like that can devolve into that, because you're trying to understand.
They're
trying to understand the foundation of what they're saying. But is it necessary? No. As long as you can accept the terms that we're talking with, and you can accept my worldview, then sure, we can discuss it within that worldview. The worldview itself is important to even make anything coherent.
Is it possible
to? You already have a mechanism. You don't need the war. Like you have the
that's an atheist argument. You're talking about individual particulars making a. But anyways,
but you can presuppose it, Elder. You can presuppose if you're talking about objective reality, and it's not. It has nothing to do with the odds.
I don't have to let anybody presuppose anything.
No, you can. I mean, in the debate, you can presuppose it. You can presuppose it if it's an is.
Still a valid way of attacking the argument. That's my whole point.
Lion, at that point, though, you're saying all debates are going to inevitably go to tag, and you win.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they don't accept the worldview, why should I grant them anything?
Yeah,
but does the worldview need to be in the debate if it's not?
But that's
it is. It's always.
That's a not.
It always is in the argument. The worldview
every question is loaded.
To make anything coherent.
Every question is fucking weighted then.
But that is a not, right? You're asking about the ought.
About the ought of what?
Oh, the argument itself.
Mm-hmm.
The premise is, well, from my perspective, is that In order to make an argument, you're going to base that on a worldview inherently.
You can just base
stone
it
versus the brick, right?
No, when you're talking about objective, because they're objects. When you're talking about objects, you can just presume consequentialism. You can just presume it. There's no need to do anything else.
And if you just presume it, I can tear it apart with the tag
tear it
argument.
apart.
Tear it apart with the tag argument and make a greater ought from the holistic view of that.
I don't need a greater ought. I'm asking you about the materials of a house.
Yeah, me being somebody who has built houses, I would have a worldview based in that versus somebody who has never built anything in their life and just opts for one or the other. I'm gonna have that they have a worldview that's
okay. It's very simple. If I build it out of wood, is there a possibility of it burning?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that a fact?
Yeah.
Yes.
Does that tell you if I ought to do it with the wood or not?
No.
No,
Yes.
exactly. So, but we can have the fact that it may have the possibility of burning, right?
Right, but we were talking about brick versus
so I can have a debate on building a house with different materials just using consequentialism. And we're presupposing that we may have a reason to believe which one is the correct one in according to the consequences. We don't need to go all the way to tag in that aspect. Unless you are asking why ought we build a house with X material, then that becomes a worldview.
Exactly. So that's what the whole prompt was. Why ought we build over one or the other?
No,
no. That was not the question.
Is brick or wood better for building homes?
Yeah.
Yeah. So which one ought we build it out of? So if it's
No,
just the
that's-
is,
no,
that you're
no,
talking
that's
about.
not the
look,
question.
The is.
No,
okay, so
that's,
is.
no, that's a different question.
Then what is the
Alderline.
is?
No, there is no.
What's the
Look,
is of
look.
that?
The
So,
question.
is it better? Is it better?
The question.
Hold on.
Yeah, which
Is it better?
material is better for building a house?
Yeah,
Wood
so
or
there's an
stone?
ought claim. Which one
That's
ought we
the
build it out
question.
of? So each
No.
side will take an ought claim within that.
No.
There is no.
No.
Okay, so then we're not
What
talking
is
about
better?
anything then at this point. We're just saying is.
What are you talking about?
We're
What
just saying
is?
this is better because of.
Yes. It's an
okay, so
ontological
it is.
question.
So,
It's an
okay, so
ontological
explain to me.
question. Yeah.
Explain to me how we can come to a conclusion of which one's better, if not without using any odds.
I mean,
consequential.
sure,
Consequentialism.
Okay,
why should I take
so I made the
consequentialism
argument.
as a serious as anything?
I
Why
made
should I
the
take
argument.
You can come to the
I made-
conclusion because
Alderline.
they're objects.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
look.
How do you know
we
those
had
objects
this
are
exact
real?
conversation.
Like, it
Because
does
I-
reduce. You
I
can't
use
reduce
them
down.
because we're using them.
Scope of the debate.
Guys, you can't.
There's no alchemy. There's no alchemy.
Well, Jared,
Wait.
chill.
We had this.
That is
we had
that's
this.
a different
Sorry,
question.
sorry.
It's outside the
No,
scope of the
everything,
debate.
everybody. No, this is what
Elderline.
people don't understand. When everything
Elderline.
does automatically reduce down into the transcendental argument because there's no such thing as reality without perception.
Then we
That's
shouldn't
the
debate
ultimate
anything.
conclusion.
It's a different
Okay,
argument.
okay,
I don't need to
Elderline.
That
debate
makes no sense. Everybody can have different
It
Elderline.
doesn't
perception.
make sense
Dwarf
because
or
it's
not.
objects.
Okay.
What's an object?
Unless you're not exactly, if you're not willing to grant objects, then we cannot have that debate either way, right?
Well, yeah,
I don't
exactly.
grant you the object and within the
Perfect.
argument that
We
itself.
can't have
Me and
that
you can
debate.
both justify the
Yeah.
argument, but
Yeah,
allowing
I know,
just
but
the
we
just
can't
granting
have the-
objects to anybody,
I'm
then
not-
there's no point in doing it. There's no
You can't
point in
grant
granting anybody
objects?
anything.
No, yes.
No,
yes, you
why
can
would I grant objects to anybody?
No, listen. We cannot have that debate, right? We cannot have that debate. We would need to have a debate on whether or not there's subjective reality before we can have that debate. But if you want to have a debate on what are the materials, which materials is better in a sense, you can, as a
And how can you know
as
what
a
the
person,
materials are?
grant.
What
You
are
can-
you
This is
talking
the whole
about?
thing.
You agree.
It can reduce.
You agree
it
upon the
it can
materials
reduce it.
beforehand. Elderline,
Yes,
this isn't difficult. This isn't
Yeah,
difficult.
seriously, bro.
This is something.
You
This is
agree.
something that
No,
you're not.
stop,
You're,
stop,
no, nobody's
stop,
actually
stop,
comprehending what's
stop,
actually being
Elderline,
talked
stop,
about. So what?
stop,
It
listen.
reduces down.
No, stop,
It
listen,
reduces. Yes,
listen,
everything
no.
can be
Straight your
reduced
mouth
down
and
to
open your
that.
ears,
That's the whole
Elderline.
thing.
Listen. You just
I'm listening. You can
agreed
repeat yourself
terms
again. I don't care.
beforehand. Oh my
just feels like
fucking god!
shoehorning.
This is a different debate. What I'm saying is a different debate. It's quite literally out of the scope of the debate. If you're really
Yeah,
decided
that's what
to
a lot of people
debate,
say to escape the grand scheme of what the actual
if
thing that
you
you're
are
discussing
al-
about.
I understand. If
So
you're-
we can
if
have two
you're
concepts
already-
that we're discussing outside of worldview. Okay, then what the fuck are we talking about at this point?
Because
You know what, pickles are better than olives.
We can grant consequentialism. It's fine, especially in debates about simple matter.
And I'm saying
it looks like
ultimately what's happening there is that I don't have to grant that. I can reduce it down to that. I can go down the road into transcendental argument.
Yeah, but
is it
that's a different
required?
argument.
No, it's not required. But
It's
can
a
you?
different
Yes.
argument. No, but it's a different argument at that point, right?
What? There's a holistic view. I only debate frameworks. I don't debate individual concepts.
View. This is an individual concept. That's the point.
Individual concepts require a framework to even be able to justify the individual view.
True, but you can you at that point you would not be taking the debate, right? You would be saying no, the debate should be in the framework.
No, I can take the debate and I can reduce it down to whatever I want to. Yes, I can.
Hold on. Can people have different logical?
Let me explain it this way. So when somebody takes a prompt, like let's say this, that empathy is important for society to function properly or whatever, that prompt already in itself says that empathy is real. Right? Yeah, but so then making an argument that empathy is not real.
I don't have to go to
so making the argument that empathy is not real. But what I'm saying is that saying that empathy is not real is going outside of the prospect of that prompt.
Nope. That prompt includes that possibility of empathy not being real.
Yes.
Where?
In the fact that it isn't real, right? You're debating empathy. Empathy would be fake and gay. So you're saying no, empathy cannot even be used.
But the prompt itself already says that it's true.
No, the prompt says that we should. So how can we?
All right, we can't have this conversation then because we're both totally like one person's putting inferences on words that are not there. One person is trying to actually try to figure out what a prompt even means in the context of a debate.
Empathy is in the prompt already. You can attack empathy in any way.
Okay, so the word empathy is there. So if anything that comports to what reality is in itself, like an object, I can attack that object either being real or not, or in how we even perceive whether or not.
You can attack it, but the question
literally makes the debate pointless.
Literally makes the debate pointless. No, it doesn't. Because if you cannot holistically come up with an idea of why that object even exists in the first place, why should I take you seriously about anything else that you say?
We shouldn't build houses.
Okay, when it comes to
that makes no sense. That's a totally different thing.
And let me explain the difference between objects and concepts.
Yeah,
okay.
That's a totally
object is
thing.
something that exists in material, so you can touch it. You have
there
access
to
your senses to use it.
You can touch it. What is touching? What is touching?
Yeah, when it comes to empathy, empathy is metaphysical. You cannot use
it. Touching. What is touching?
How far do you want to go down this avenue?
Using your material senses.
Using your finger. Your finger touches something.
What is okay? Shut up, Voltaire. But anyways, so you're using your material senses.
Yes.
What is so when you're using your mind exactly? Where exactly is that not using your material senses? Because if you can have brain damage, you cannot think properly. Correct. Like if you have brain damage, or if you're born in a certain way with a certain genetic defect, then you can't come up with certain concepts sometimes.
Yeah, but even if you have brain damage, if you go on and fall on your face, there is a consequence in the material world, in the object of your
body. The material world in what?
In the object of your body. Like you will
in the object of my body. How would you know that?
If you fall, does it depend on your mind if you bruise?
Yes. It depends on whether or not I perceive it or not.
Wait,
or whether I even accept whether or not it even really happened.
No, your body's bruising to fuck.
We're not talking about tag right now. We're not having to include tag at all in this conversation, right? So then it only matters on my perception.
Consequentialism, okay? It's a consequence of. If you fall, what would be the consequence of you falling? It will be dependent upon your mind.
And if it's only ultimately,
that is your body.
It would ultimately depend on something that grounds that actually happening.
The consequence of falling depends on whether or not there's something grounding it?
Yes.
Is that true, even if you don't ground it in anything?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about
I do
you
ground
as a
it.
person.
I'm
No,
grounding it in the mind
No,
of
no,
God.
no,
If it
no,
does
no, no.
not happen within the mind of God, it does not
Don't
happen
run away
in
from this,
reality.
Elder. Don't run away from this. If you don't ground it in anything, if you don't ground it at all in anything, and you fall, does it depend on your mind if you bruise?
Repeat the question one more time.
Yes. Let's say that you don't have tag, you don't know anything, you have brain damage, okay? You fall down, you're not grounding your actions in anything, in fact. You just fall down. Does it depend on your mind if you bruise?
It would still matter on the. It would still depend on the mind of God for that to actually occur.
I agree that it depends on the mind of God, but
Yes.
that was not the question. The question is if it depends upon your mind.
No, it doesn't. It depends on the mind of God. It depends on His
Okay.
perception.
Per-
All right. So then you've accepted what tag is necessary to even be able to make a coherent argument at all.
No, I'm saying.
So
that
I've
when it
taken
comes
the
to
other side, and I've
consequentialism-
said that if it
when comes
reduces down to
consequential-
ultimately what the atheist argument is, that everything is a matter of subjective interpretation for their own mind,
when
then
it
guess
comes to
what? Nothing actually happens.
When it comes to consequentialism, you can presuppose it because objects are objective, quite literally. Even though I'm repeating myself.
They're objective because of God.
Yeah, the only thing you cannot
They're
use
objective
subject-
and grounded
when
in the
you-
mind
when
of
you
God.
cannot-
That's why they even exist.
True, but I don't need to know that, okay? I can just presuppose it. The only thing you cannot do that from is in subjective, in metaphysics. You don't have an access to anything that will ground it, so you need something greater to ground them. When it
I don't
comes
think
to
there's a
any kind
difference
of
between the
object.
physical and the metaphysical. I think that this is just something that we've come up with to try to justify individual experiences and trying to apply that to a greater whole that is non-existent. You cannot. This is the whole argument for empathy being gay. You cannot fucking function off of using my feelings of how I touch my table right now to mean anything. Like you literally cannot feel how it's. I'm getting mad.
No, I cannot feel how you feel, but I can see that.
Yes.
I have access.
You can see
I
it.
have access to the table.
How do you know?
Do you know how I have access to the table? Because I have senses and I can see the table.
And I feel the table
And
too.
we can share
And those senses
the
are all
table
processed
in that
through what?
sense. It has no bearing on whether the table exists or not. My mind is not dependent upon my mind.
Yes.
Exactly. So we can decide that there's objectivity. In
I don't
this.
even know what we're even talking about. Sounds like we're just
I know you
agreeing. It's just you
don't.
misunderstand. I don't even get it.
You're talking about whether Emmett can touch his table, and actually Emmett never touches his table because we've never really.
And my only argument is that you can reduce everything down to the
microscopic. There's a microscopic electromagnetic field that actually prevents us from making contact with anything.
We're actually all contacting each other right now through fucking interwaves and shit.
Ooh, don't fucking touch me.
And
Oh,
also,
God.
Abe, this is all your fault, you dick.
It is.
You're a dick.
Okay, so what do you bring to the table? Since you're
came here to be
touching the
touched.
table.
Oh my god, I don't want to touch the table, nor bring to the table.
touch
Don't
me.
think
Pizza
about
to the
table.
Fucking touch me.
Don't ever say.
You came here to be
Don't ever say
touched.
table like
I'm
that.
fucking triggered. I'm fucking triggered.
Don't ever say.
GB's
table
in
again.
the chat telling me about microwaving a fucking hot dog. I'm triggered, and
Nothing to do about it.
How many?
and I don't
tables
know
are
what
in your-
I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. I don't know if any of you know what you're talking. Like, I'm so confused. Everyone's confused.
I can explain it. I can explain it. We're talking
Don't.
about worldviews. Okay.
Don't use the language barrier, though.
We're talking
Emmett,
about worldviews.
Don't use the language barrier, though.
When we're talking about the objects and how we can presuppose in objects consequentialism to talk about objects because they're objects, and Lion is saying that we cannot because we need to have a foundational worldview in order to think about objects. And then you said table,
Yes, you
and the
engage
only
in
person that I
philosophy,
know
yeah.
that said table, especially bringing things to the table, is a stupid tomato, and I'm triggered.
So,
only if it's a young table. Only if it's a young table, right?
Whether or not you can presuppose an object, it still doesn't
I
get
hate
to
tables.
the point that
Emmett hates
it
tables.
transcends to a mind
I
that's
love
outside
lamp.
of your own.
I love
Like
lamp.
the laws of logic existed before there was ever a human here to perceive them.
Sorry, Casper,
Well
we
played.
couldn't hear you. you're going to have to repeat that.
I was just saying that we can presuppose that an object exists, but the object and that presupposition both transcend our own individual minds and exist within the mind of God, just like the laws of logic or any other metaphysical category. They all exist absent the human mind in the mind of God. So the presupposition, we presuppose an object, but it still exists without us. So we're still getting
so can I ask you a question, Casper? Do we exist in the mind of God also, like you and me?
Yes.
And does the planet Earth also exist in the mind of God?
Yes.
So is that, I mean, I don't know you very well. I don't know if we've spoken before, but is that like a type of pantheistic view?
No.
The idea that the universe is kind of God, or is...
No, the universe is a creation of God.
Right. But also exists inside God's mind.
Remember,
Shiva,
all things are created first in the mind and then in reality.
It exists.
Creation is dependent.
God's mind as his
Creation is dependent on God's mind.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, a cake
all
is
I've been trying to
dependent
say.
Hang on. A cake is dependent upon a baker, but it doesn't exist inside the baker. Right?
Yeah, but you're talking about you're talking about two things that are created. God is uncreated.
Okay. You're talking about it's a category error. God is not a human, so it doesn't make. Anyway, all I'm saying is that you don't need to have the foundation, the full foundation of who God is or the mind of God to talk about objects and presuppose consequentialism.
No,
and
I agree with that entirely.
and it's fine.
That's my whole point. Is it doesn't matter about your own internal knowledge or what you know or perceive, because it all realistically. You can push it back as far as you need to. It all exists within the mind of God, which is the mind that any of these rational thoughts or categories that we're talking about all depend on a mind. That mind is the mind of God.
Sure. And I don't think anybody has disagreed with that. The question came about.
I'm agreeing with both premises here. I'm just trying to unify them into something cohesive.
Right. The question came about, though, because is there a need in a debate of, is this material better than this material for building a house? Do we need to? And if someone decides to pull it down into tag or something like that, what is the purpose of the argument from that point forward? If it was supposed to be an argument about, is the house better, is a house is wood or brick better for building homes, right?
Yeah. And
it didn't need to go that route, and if it does, then there's no point to the argument anymore. It's gone.
No,
the argument is now gone.
I agree with both premises. I agree with what Lion is saying, and I agree with what the rest of you are saying. But the only thing that I've tried to get across is, whether we realize it or not, whatever argument we're going to make is still going to be foundationally based in a worldview, whether we acknowledge it or not. That's all I'm saying. So you can have an argument about, or a debate on, whether it's better to use brick or stone to build your house, and you don't have to bring it into tag. But if the debate goes far enough, one or the other person might find it necessary to define the worldview and the terms that exist within that, because even between Christians, like, they have vastly different descriptors for things like the baptism or the Eucharist. They have completely different definitions, even within a extremely similar worldview. And
granted, but builders might not have wildly different views about what constitutes wood and brick and the relative strengths of those materials.
A carpenter may find 1,000 better reasons to justify using wood, whereas a mason might find 1,000 better reasons to justify using stone.
But the underlying definitions of what wood and brick and houses are, that's all just going to be agreed, like assumed beforehand, right? It'll just be agreed. It's not actually going to come up.
I think you have to define better. Are you talking about aesthetics, cost benefit analysis, or strict?
Well, that would be the debate content, which isn't really what we're talking about.
Are you earthbound? Are you more economic driven? Are you more
question though?
Well, that would also be part of the
So
debate.
it's depending on worldview.
That's all within the purview of the debate topic. The moment you step outside of the materials of the debate topic no longer matters. The debate will then become about whose worldview is right and not which building material is right. You've lost the argument after that point. It's gone. The argument is no longer being made for which material is the better material to use. That's the point that I'm trying to make. That's why I'm asking the question in the first place.
Yeah, and I mean I agree. And so if I got into a debate with somebody on which is better, brick or wood, I'm going to want to know what's informing their argument for that.
But it's most likely going to be their experience within the world, right? They're going to say, I feel like this is more cozy. I think this one lasts better in the winter. I think it's not going to be down to their moral compass. It's going to be down to their preferences in the world, which
is a worldview.
Yeah, but it doesn't dictate the material use. It dictates their want for a use. And so then you would get into why wood would be better, right? But why would you go from, wood is less good in wet climates and stone is better for this type of, right? Wood houses are better in earthquake prone areas, right? So but why would you jump outside of the materials at that point?
But it's relativistic, right? It's just relative to the capacity of the people to even spend the money or to have the materials or to the economics or to any. It has nothing to do with the with how good it is besides the relative status of it.
That was my point. My point was, if you drag it outside of the realm of the original prompt to something like transcendentals, you've now dropped the argument. That argument is dead, and now you're arguing something completely different. You're outside the realm of the original topic.
Yeah, all debates when it comes to anything like that, it always degrades down to that because they can't answer simple questions that then goes down towards the transcendental argument. It doesn't always.
What are you talking about?
Well, what I'm saying is this: is that eventually, if you can agree to terms, you can agree, and where you're overlapping in worldview kind of collides, sure, then you can actually discuss the why you should the materials that you need to use. But it ultimately, yes, does it need to? Not necessarily, but can it? Yes.
But why? Why would it need to?
Why would it? I said it doesn't. It doesn't have to necessarily. It can, because there's baseline understandings of reality that they just are granting themselves that are unjustified. That you can slowly take apart that argument from that angle. You can use that as a debate tactic.
I have to admit, I do want to see someone bring tag into whether Superman or the Hulk would win in a fight.
That's a good one. Yes, I like that one.
At some point, you're going to have to justify why you think one is better than the other.
Yeah, but I want to see someone run tag on that.
That would still be why you think.
Right, and if we're going to base it on objectivity, then it needs to be grounded in some type of logic and reason.
I don't know how it could be objective. It's a fiction and an opinion of a fiction. How do you bring that to objectives?
How is it a fiction? What's it?
Superman and the Hulk.
It's the objective based on the author who wrote it.
Oh, I was still stuck on the stones and bricks. I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, so like what I was said, Casper, was like I'd quite like to see someone kind of bring tag into a debate, like who would win in a fight, Superman or the Hulk.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It would depend on the person who wrote the comment, how they revealed to you which one was stronger. There.
But they're from different companies. I mean, there probably has been a crossover event, hasn't?
Well, we
would
could do
imagine.
statistical analysis and kind of create hypotheticals that are grounded in the reality of what was.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, no, but if you're running tag, you would then say, well, how do you ground that statistical analysis? Right?
I decided you all gay. That's what I decided.
Formulate something.
I thought we decided that thinking was gay, but here we are.
It is gay. This is why it's gay. This is why thinking's gay.
See, yeah.
Okay,
yeah. I was just gonna say, Elderline. I was told by Elderline that thinking is gay, and then he just confirmed.
That's the truest thing I've ever fucking said in my life. Go to church. Go to liturgy. Stop thinking.
Thinking is only gay for people who are already previously gay.
Well, that makes no sense at all. That means all thinkers gay. That's the stupidest thing you've ever said.
Hang on. Can you repeat that?
I said thinking.
Well, thinking is
people who were previously.
Hang on.
Gay.
Thinking is gay to all people who.
I would slightly amend that to gay thinking is gay to people who were previously gay.
If you think about it, thinking is like thinking is like mind fucking, and mind fucking yourself is gay.
Exactly. See, somebody listens to my arguments.
Masturbation.
Wow.
Oh, wait, what?
So basically, you're saying all thought is mental masturbation. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yep, that's
Quit
what she's
diddling
saying.
yourself. Go to liturgy.
Well, I'm just going to start drooling on myself.
That's wild.
Oh my
that's
god!
wild.
I don't want to. Why did you have
That's
to
wild.
say that?
You're all degens.
That's wild.
I'm gonna have to become retarded.
Yes, it's great. That's
We're not too far. We're not too far from it, Emmett. It's all
What are you
right.
talking about? Yeah, what are you talking about? We're so close. We're all so close.
I'm usually not a retard.
Oh God, that would killed me. The logic even makes sense.
Elderline did hit on quite a good cure for retardation, Emmett, which is the consumption of spirits. Isn't that right, Elderline?
What is the consumption of
no
spirits?
idea.
What do you mean by
Alcohol.
I'm not a ghost. I'm not a ghostbuster. I'm not a ghostbuster, bro.
American. That's some British shit.
Okay,
Liquor.
I need to stop. I need to stop thinking. I need to stop thinking. Oh,
Stop. Just stop.
Yeah, thinking is gay, Emmett. Don't think.
no, it's
drinking does make you go
masturbation.
forward.
I didn't realize he meant alcohol. I thought he meant like actually consuming spirits,
Yeah, I don't
like
consume
the
spirits.
like the ginger
I
thing.
didn't mean,
Yeah,
I didn't mean actually consuming
kill those
spirits.
people. Burn those souls.
Aren't they called? Isn't alcohol
Yes.
called spirits?
Yes.
Over there?
Yes. Yes. They're still
I've
spirits.
already called that.
But I don't drink. I don't drink.
It's just you're young.
Yes.
Like I've literally been drunk one time ever. So like I don't know. I wasn't thinking because I'm not gay.
Exactly.
See, there you go.
Oh. Welcome in,
See,
neurons.
see, anybody that knew what she was talking about was gay because they thought about it.
Well, you knew what I was
What was I
talking
thinking?
about,
Well,
Elderline.
No,
were
I
we
didn't.
thinking about it?
What the hell are you talking? I said, what the hell is that? I was like, I don't
Listen,
know what you're talking about.
Elderline,
Listen,
Elderline.
Fucking
You
literally
have to
eating
think
spirits.
in order. You have to
I'm
think.
like, damn,
Elderline,
how
in
drunk did I
order-
get to say that I eat spirits?
in order to be able
Abe,
to
your
speak.
face.
And you speak.
I don't know.
You speak a lot now. You do speak a lot of horse shit, but you are still
Weird.
speaking. Ergo, you are thinking. Ergo, you are gay.
I don't think I just speak.
Abe, I got something to say. Yeah, when I came in here, I had to actually hang up my logic at the door. I don't know. I didn't know there was something about that.
Wait, you have logic?
But
that
I
you
now,
wanna know?
now,
Maybe you should
now
put that
I
on
know.
every once in a while.
What? Hey, it
Well,
it better not have blown away in the breeze. Better not have blown away in the breeze. There'd be no
I thought
fucking
we were
fan
getting
before
into
you
the-
hang my fucking logic up.
I came up here because I thought we were getting really freaking close to the Bugatti fallacy, but we steered away from it.
I'm glad we stayed away from horse doctrine as well, just to be fair.
Did you say
Bugatti
horse
fallacy is a good thing.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
doctrine relating to equines?
Yes, can we stop with the?
exactly.
Can we not mention horses? Like, what's going on with this panel? First the tables and now horses.
You know what, Emmett? It's your fault, actually.
I'm not
How did they
thinking,
get the
so it's your
horses?
fault.
Elder has been like
Elder Lion's just upset because he can't touch
he's
his
been like performing eugenics on horses this
Oh
week.
no! Oh no!
What? Wait.
Yeah,
wait,
bet a
wait.
car horse.
Lion has been thinking. Okay, Lion has
I
been
didn't
thinking.
think about that at all. I just put two horses in a barn and magic happened.
Oh
See,
my!
Wait. You put 2 horses in a barn. 2 horses.
You had to think. You had to think.
Man, what'd you do to those horses so they had to be put in the barn?
Agreed.
2 horsepower.
All this increasing evidence of your gayness, Elder Lion, is damning.
It's
damning.
not gay. He's not gay. That's something
I
else.
just put 2 horses in a barn. I didn't think about
By
it.
his own definition, not Voltaire. He said thinking is gay. And he keeps thinking.
I don't think at all. I just say things.
You just say things.
Hey Shiva, do y'all have hot dogs over there?
What happens if you don't think? Wait, hold on, Elder Lion. If you don't think, maybe you might say really gay shit.
Well, if you're thinking, you're mind fucking yourself. So stop thinking being gay.
I was just going to say, I think you just mistook him for yourself.
But, no, what? That doesn't make sense, Abe.
All right, now
What
answer
are
the
you
question. Do
talking
y'all
about?
have hot dogs?
Listen,
Hot balls?
Yes.
My balls are not hot.
listen.
Not
I want you
hot
all-
dogs.
I want you all to respond to this.
Better keep them away from JS.
You're not me, I'm you. You're not me, I'm you.
I can't think right now.
Perfect.
Why are you?
You're not. Well, hang on, Abe. I would like to respond by saying, "You're not me. I'm you."
No, you're not me, I'm you.
So you're a girl?
No. You're not me. I'm you. This is a bit like a pantomime, isn't it?
Isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah, I'm rubber, you're glue.
Big thank you.
Destroyed.
Big thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Jungle, thank
Yeah.
you so much.
You're a girl.
You're a girl.
No, you.
Oh my god.
Cat, why did you do this?
For the
You
love of
screwed it
Jesus
all up.
Christ.
That's what I'm here for.
Morons. They finally arrived. I think they finally arrived. Oh, I think they're
All
still
right.
filing in.
Our
Thank
people
you,
are
Rob,
here.
for the raid. This is the wacky panel where we just
there are
argued
people watching.
whether
we should-
bricks or wood are better building materials. And Elder Lion said, there is no spoon.
Yep.
I said there is no wood.
There's
There's
no
there's
wood.
wood.
All right, that's the same thing.
All right, I'm getting out of here. That
Damn it, cat, again? Oh
There
my
is no
gosh,
spoon.
this is ridiculous.
No, I'm just saying the house I'm building
tells-
is made out of
wait.
big old logs.
Cat tells everyone not to think if you think you're gay, and then she starts saying these kinds of things to make people think. She's turning the frogs gay.
I'm tricky. I'm
To
tricky.
be fair, he is turning the frog's gaze. Wait.
Oh, sorry. Hey, Jungle.
Hey, Jungle.
Welcome in.
Howdy, howdy. Ho, ho, ho.
Yes.
Don't
Thank
hesitate.
you,
It's
sir.
not close to Christmas.
How would you know?
That's
You're
not
Canadian.
the hoes I'm referencing, sir.
Well, hey, in Canada we have Christmas in July.
Nope.
We do.
All right, I'm gonna skedaddle, guys. I was gonna derail you guys a little bit. Kind of did. It was a little bit effective, and also I wanted to debate GB about hot dogs, but he's busy, so it's fine. Maybe next time.
We should set up a 1v1 on hot dogs.
Hell yeah.
It'd be
Love
very
seeing
funny.
you, Cat.
Hell
Oh, hey,
yeah.
Jungle.
Be well.
All right,
God
bye.
bless.
Bye.
Bye.
Be good.
Abe, did my tip come through?
Yes,
You
sir.
didn't
It
read
did. Thank you very much. Oh, I gotta look. For some reason, it won't.
Oh my god.
pop up on the PC.
Gay fallacy. We finally got the one.
Ooh.
The one true gay to rule them all.
I gotta go find hamsters. See you later.
Hey man.
See you later, Outline.
Emmett, the one and only who made my face.
Yeah,
He's a good face maker.
That's the second or third time I've joined a panel and Elderline bailed out straight away.
There's an Australian here.
Do you think it might be because you smell, Kieran?
No, I think
Kieran. Jungle, we can see you.
There's something about your country not existing has a specific smell, brother.
That was for whoever wants it.
Are you asking people to smell your finger?
Yeah. Pull my finger. That's a Christmas joke.
All right. Go ahead, Abe. What the fuck were we just talking about? We've laughed for too much.
Whether it's better we moved on from whether it's better to use brick or wood to build houses.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Shiva had a question the other day about if you are walking down the street, are your feet touching the ground? He was trying to figure out what touching means.
Why are you gay?
Well, we don't.
No, I'm saying what Shiva said. That's
why are you gay?
We were discussing this earlier, Kieran.
Oh, you were? Sorry.
It transpired that Emmett can't touch his table, and that was triggering Elder Lion.
I heard the other day on a documentary that if you removed all the empty space from all the atoms of every human that ever lived, the physical material would fit into a sugar cube.
Yeah, the size of a sugar cube. Yeah, it's also in a book, like a popular science book called Infinity in the Palm of Your Hand by Marcus Crown. It's got all kind of weird facts like that. Like if the sun were made out of bananas, it would still be just as hot. It wouldn't last for very long, but while it lasted, it would still be just as hot.
General, are you okay if I share that?
What?
Your donation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man.
It's huge. Thank you so much, dude.
Of course.
Legend.
He is a legend. He roams in the shadows with the crown of legends. I saw him moving between. You guys don't know. You can see him in the wires if you look carefully. Kieran.
Yes, mate.
You didn't answer.
What was the question?
People like you like to dance. Now answer the question.
What's the question?
People like you like to dance. Now answer the question.
Yes.
Pure obfuscation.
You are obfuscating. What the?
I'm answering the question. The answer is yes. It's an extreme affirmative.
Emmett, can you believe this shit?
That's just.
I can't believe this shit.
Isn't that circular?
No.
Yeah.
No, it's completely logical. It's a valid statement. Yeah.
Pure obfuscation.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even know what you're saying anymore.
Oh, I do. I know exactly what you're saying.
What? Tell me.
I like to dance, and the answer is yes.
This guy.
I'm capable of making inferences.
Actually, we should do this with Kieran. Kieran, if you and I are in a debate about if it's better to build a house out of wood or stone.
Don't you do it, Abe. Don't you fucking do it.
Would you use tag?
No.
Why not?
I'm biased against it. It's a feeling. It's intuition. It's intuition. You see, sometimes you have to just rely on your gut feeling. And I don't feel inclined to explain to anybody else the goings on of my internal intuition. That's my business.
Damn. So which one is it though?
So opting out entirely.
The answer is no. Yeah, the answer is no.
The answer is gay. That's the answer.
He doesn't even know where he is anymore.
What you know? I was right. The one true gay to rule them all.
The answer is an affirmative, a very affirmative no.
Oh,
A
okay.
very effeminate no? Is that what you said?
That's what you heard.
I heard.
That's what you heard, Emmett.
In a dress with a Bud Light.
I'm asking, to be fair.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were making a statement. Emmett, you have to learn the difference between a statement and a question.
The question was, did you say X? That was the question.
That's a statement.
It's not my fault that it's your language and you don't understand it.
Stop making statements and calling them questions. What do they teach you in Syrian schools?
It's not my fault that it's your language and you don't understand it, okay?
It's not my fault that you're in Syria and you've got an IQ average of about 65.
I don't live in Syria. You
were born in Syria. Your parents came here as refugees.
Wanker.
To be fair, Kieran's...
I literally have
it's
told
not Kieran's
you.
language either.
Sorry?
That's true. That's true. He's from California.
He got it secondhand. He got it secondhand.
Yeah, he's probably adjacent, Mexican adjacent too.
For the first 4 years of my life, I had an Irish accent. First 5 years of my life.
Well, maybe you could conduct this discussion in Sinhalese.
Was that a question?
No, seriously, the question we asked.
You guys are so confused.
No, I don't think we are. No, I asked earlier the question, if you are in a debate and you have already pre-qualified your terms, does it need to go to the transcendental if you're arguing about materials in the material world? Like if you and I are debating whether or not it's better to build a house out of brick or wood, would you need to go to transcendentals, or can you argue just on the metrics of the objective materials being used?
If you put an arbitrary limit to it, yes, because you could claim if somebody wanted to go transcendental and talk about the ontology of wood and the ontology of stone, you might say, well, that's outside the scope of the debate. That's a meta conversation. So you could say we're presuming stone and wood exist and they're different.
Right.
So in terms of the debate,
drag it to tag. If you drag it into tag, then the argument's dead.
What the fuck? Oh, I'm trying to think what.
Because there's nowhere to go from there, right? There's nowhere to go from there. Because once it goes into tag, the material's no longer matter.
I can quickly explain tag to you. So this is the transcendental argument for toast. The premise one, toast or not toast.
Wouldn't that be tag?
Premise two. Hang on. Premise two.
In Minecraft.
Premise two. Not toast. Can't account for logic. Conclusion. Therefore, toast can account for logic.
It seems to me, and I'm no fucking Einstein, but
that's
it seems
a circular argument, Shiva.
Well, surely the point of the
it's circular, is it, Emmett? Really? That's interesting.
It is a circular argument.
Everything's a circular argument without.
Hey, Emmett.
No, it isn't.
Welcome.
Tag is
Emmett.
not circular.
Emmett.
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was. I said every
argument was circular.
Every argument
to Agrippa's trilemma.
Every argument, yes, every argument is ultimately going to end up circular unless you can introduce some unquestionable axioms.
They're not questionable. It's not an axiom, you dumb fuck. It's a worldview. You are from fucking California.
What's a fucking axiom?
I crack myself up sometimes.
Emmett,
you have turned
it's
pink.
Not. It's
What's
not
an axiom?
It's not an axiom. The argument it's not axiomatic. You dumb.
What's an axiom, you dumb fuck? What's an axiom?
An axiom is a statement that is either on its face.
Yep.
Like
the existence
on
of
its
God?
face, true.
The foundation of morals. Yeah.
We don't go to the transcendental argument to say that God is just obvious. Okay, it's not obviously true. That's not the way that the argument works.
Okay, but is he true by that argument?
It's
true by the argument by tag, but it's not a presupposition of tag.
It is once you go through the tag, you end up with the presupposition that God is.
No.
Okay,
can you
make the argument?
Reverse engineering of metaphysical categories.
Kieran, can you make the argument? Just make it.
What?
Make
what
tag.
Argument? I don't know the fucking tag argument.
Exactly. Yes.
I don't need to.
That
I don't need
explains
to.
Is the universe logical and coherent? Can you think?
Yeah, seems so to me. Yeah.
Okay, is there coherence to what
presupposes a mind?
To reality? If there is,
yeah,
then
and
logic
that reality
exists.
exists. Yeah,
Logic is
human mind,
objective. If
therefore it
logic is
presupposes a
objective,
mind.
there must be a mind. Yes.
Correct. Yeah. I know it
Well,
roughly.
not presupposes. There must be. Not presupposes. There must be.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a presupposition of the argument. It's a conclusion of the argument.
Okay.
Why?
Sure.
Okay.
So then once you had that presupposition, you went to every other argument with that presupposition. And maybe I was using the word axiom and presupposition interchangeably, which
you're
may
not
be an error.
you're using it as a foundational
You just said
argument.
presuppose. You just said presuppose. What are you talking about?
I didn't say it. You said it.
Oh my God.
He's saying that you were incorrect to
me,
say it.
Can you give me
You are
the transcendental? Can you give me the transcendental argument for using either brick or wood to build a house?
No, Shiva,
be the
because I
question.
would be using I would be using consequentially.
All right.
because
Okay. Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
I
see,
already said this.
That was the point of the question. That was the whole point of the question.
Tag really
did
just
say
deals
that
with
earlier.
metaphysical categories.
Right. Right. So to drag an argument about material objects absent morality, right? Absent a moral claim, then it doesn't make sense to go into a tag or into a transcendental argument.
No, unless you get into the ontological status of the objects.
And if you drag it to a transcendental argument from that point, the original argument has been lost. Not lost as in you lost the debate, like the point of the original claim is now gone because you've stepped outside of the objective.
Yeah, if you're debating objects based on subjective means, then the debate is worthless to begin with on its face.
Unless you're deciding what to use to build your home, right?
Maybe we can use a simpler example, right?
Because it's a personal appeal.
Maybe I could use a simpler example to kind of make it, to hone in more on the actual concept. So, there's one person, and I get some change from I buy something and I get two $5 notes, and I'm going to put them in my wallet, and I've got to come to a conclusion. Should I have them all facing the same way, with the same faces all facing the same way, or is it okay to mix some up and have them facing the other way? And in my mind, am I going to use tag? Am I going to fall back on tag to make that decision?
Well, you're not debating with an opponent to require a tag argument.
No, but with myself, though, I can still have like a cognitive dissonance I have to resolve.
What does this have to do with building houses?
Well, I'm saying I'm making a simpler example. It's much less complex, so we can focus on the actual main question at hand.
Well, an internal decision process doesn't really rely or require a tag to decide which way you want your bills to face.
I would disagree. Wouldn't that be just as important as a conversation with somebody else? It's how you live your life. It's like how you make your everyday decisions. Do you have God in mind when you're making every kind of little decision? Or like Abe said before, is there a context in which you're just kind of operating at a level, below the tag argument? You're just living your life. Or is that somehow feeding into or creating even a foundation for the basis on which you make decisions, which is ultimately how you live your life?
It's just a category area because tag is specifically something that pertains to comparing worldviews.
Yeah, by the way, it's not a category area. I don't think you know what that means.
It is a category error.
It's not a category error. People use that thing all the time. They have no idea what it means.
Yeah, you're.
To you though?
What does it mean, Kieran?
It means attributing a quality from one group to a different group to which that quality is impossible for it to apply.
Can I just?
Yeah, what you're trying to do with making a decision by yourself in the middle of nowhere to two people debating a worldview, which is categorically a category error.
No, it's not, because I said it is possible to have a cognitive dissonance. You can have an argument with yourself. Logically, that's valid.
You're not competing worldviews with yourself.
Oh, you can. You can hold two worldviews and have them competing with themselves.
Well, then you're in contradiction.
And you can work through the same process as we do like this through dialect. You can have a dialogue with yourself and work both scenarios off each other.
Well, if you're in contradiction, then you already failed on your own premise.
What are you talking about?
Whichever one you assert heavier, you're already failing on the premise. If you have two conflicting worldviews.
How so? What premise are you talking about?
Whichever you're saying, holding two different worldviews to where it would necessitate tag. In your example of deciding on which way to face dollar bills or $5 bills.
Yeah.
If you have two worldviews, they're already in contradiction.
Yeah. So
if you're going to argue tag with yourself with conflicting worldviews, there's going to be one that's objectively true and one that's not.
Well, what I actually did was ask the question, is tag always there somewhere as a foundation, regardless of your worldview?
No, it's
not.
You
have to at some point contend
we're talking about we're talking about arguments. We're talking about arguments and arguing in a debate. We're not talking about, we don't need to have a foundation. We don't need to have the foundational belief or the same foundational belief to argue about stuff.
And there was an underlying premise in the original question of taking mundane, material-based arguments into the transcendental, because I think sometimes if there is a moral claim attached in some way, then it makes sense to move into a transcendental argument in order to settle the moral claim. However, absent the moral claim, I think that if it's just dealing in objective reality, right, like solid objects in the world and no moral claim, if you take it to tag, you've killed the argument, because the argument was supposed to be about the material objects and how they perform within the world.
Is it fair to say that
more being made?
Would it be fair to say that's similar to, if I take a mechanical example, you're discussing the best way to assemble some sort of machine, and then someone, like, you have a certain amount of material, certain amount of parts available to you, and there's multiple ways to assemble this machine, and you could argue over how to make it the most efficient or whatever. And then somebody wants to talk about engineering and the nature of the materials and that sort of thing. Yeah, got it. So there's a boundary around the context of what you're talking about.
And I think there are times where it's definitely it definitely makes sense to go into transcendental arguments. But if somebody, like say me and a new debater who's just entered the space and we're in an argument about some peripheral thing or some objective material based thing, and they try to drag it into the transcendental argument, then what's happened in essence is the original argument no longer matters. And they have tried to derail the original argument into that in order to make it too murky for me to argue the original point.
Yes, it's like a meta argument when you start arguing about the argument. Yeah. I get that. And I think that's where something Andrew Wilson has said a couple of times that makes him so effective is that he doesn't argue generally from a Christian point of view or a theological point of view. He argues from the secular, so he plays within their framework. Because if he was to step out of that and say, well, according to God or according to Christianity, well, it's over, because they'll just say, well, I'm not Christian.
Yeah,
and that would just kill it. So he engages within the terms of their framework.
Yeah.
Well, because if you're residing inside of the atheist worldview, right, and a moral claim is made, then yes, you could absolutely say, what morals, from where, and then do an internal critique on their perception of what morals are and how they exist in the world. Which, of course, he will reduce to, you are the judge, jury, and executioner. You're the arbiter of truth, because absent your preferences, there is morality, right?
That's a funny thing where I've seen at least one lefty sort of accuse Andrew and say, literally, he got them to the point where they said, well, you have morals and I don't. And you break your morals and therefore I win.
Oh, geez.
It's hilarious.
But that framework is very specific, and I think that if especially debaters who are entering the space try to drag things to tag every chance they get when it has nothing to do with a moral or baseline logic claim, I think that they're shooting themselves in the foot, and they're making the argument less effective in ways that it should be used.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, well, because tag is really relegated to metaphysical categories. It's
Right.
transcendental categories that you're trying to ground into an objective reality. So,
right,
we're arguing about stone and brick or wood. It only would probably devolve into tag as if you're getting into the ontological status or trying to justify the use of those materials in an objective way versus a subjective way, which if it's based on subjectivity, there's no real reason to have the argument because it's just boils down to preferences. So
Right.
Minus the metaphysical categories, it's basically just we're arguing about it's the same argument as an atheist arguing for moral superiority when they don't have anything to ground it on in the first place.
Right. They're going to try to ground it in consensus or evolutionary advantage or something like that, which I think
or deny
is
that they
even less-
exist altogether.
That's true. Or deny that they exist altogether. Yes. Yes. That they're just a social construction, basically. Wow, gentlemen. Wow. You're so quiet right now. What's going on? Emmett, did you fall asleep?
What's the next debate prompt?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have another one set up. That was that was basically to try and tear down the idea that sometimes it's used sometimes tag is used in a way that is perfectly sensical and trends into the argument, especially when you're making some kind of moral ought claim or you're trying to create the foundation for logic, things like that, right? Or highlight the existence of logic and the mind behind it. But absent that, basically, in most physical world type things where there is no moral or logic claim, and you're discussing things of preference between culture or something like that, a lot of the time, if it gets dragged there, then it's more of a murk, more of a setting of a swamp in order to annihilate somebody who can't navigate it.
So do you think there is an objective truth to any category?
What do you mean? What do you mean by category?
So say because you said like culture, right?
Right.
So would you say it comes down to a personal preference whether Middle Eastern culture is better than American culture?
No, but I do think that there's going to be a level of subjectivity within the argument, right? There's going to be definite things that you could say objectively are superior or better, right? Like if we're going from the Christian moral framework, what we're gonna go, okay, obviously it's the superior, but then when it breaks down to things, there's going to be culturally aligned things that they hold in common, and then there's going to be things that are moral-less in some way, right? And so in one way, I would say absolutely you can make an objective statement of which is better overall, and you could say which is objectively better on specific things, but it wouldn't be all things. But overall, you would say, because overall the Christian moral ethic is better or moral, right, that it is the more moral of the two. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. Sam Harris Sam Harris used to make this argument. I think it's relevant. It just made me think of it while you were speaking there. That how do you decide what's good and what's bad? And his answer was human flourishing. Right. That's how he comes up without a moral sort of reason. But then the question comes up as what is human flourishing? And then you can go even further and say, well, how on what basis are you saying human flourishing is good? Right. You still need so you'll probably that leads you back to tag, I suppose, at the end.
It does.
But you can argue that
exactly
ad infinitum. You can argue that back and forth.
That one does inherently fall back to tag. Eudaimonia absolutely falls back to tag. When it comes to culture, though, like if we're arguing nondescript, non-moral claims that don't have an objective answer, right? Like if I ask you which of two substances is heavier, well, there's an objective truism to which one is going to have a higher weight for the same amount of the thing. But if we're arguing something that is like a subjective preference statement between the two things, then at that point, if there's no moral relevance, there's no reason to go into the transcendental. Like, and anytime you would do that, you don't need to ground anything at that point because you're saying I like blue better than red or whatever. There's not.
If you take something like something like weight, if I want to bring in the shopping from the car, I prefer the items to be light. If I'm training at the gym, I prefer the items to be heavy.
Right. So it becomes this idea, and I don't know if you've seen it before as well, but like I've seen times where tag will get brought up in a way to like dunk on the other person, but the debate you're actually having has nothing to do with it. There was no reason to go into transcendentals. And so then everybody's left sitting there like, what are we even talking about right now?
Like a similar thing happens when it's obvious that one combatant is well versed in philosophical terms and philosophical history, like Agrippa's trilemma and stuff like this, and the other isn't. And the one who will start throwing out, epistemology or ontology just to confuse the other person and make them look stupid rather than engaging with them properly.
Right. So, and then you got to ask yourself how much of when these things are used are debate tactics or are to prove a point, because there's definitely that in debates, right? In order to twist up our debate opponent, sometimes we'll utilize tricks, whether it's of rhetoric or semantics, in order to get them bound in their own argument. So
something I noticed, I was watching back some old stuff by Jordan Peterson back when he was really doing the rounds around the time of his first book. And something really struck me, that he would answer every single question in good faith. Even if somebody asked him what was obviously meant to be a gotcha, they thought they caught him in some contradiction, they would ask him something like, I saw this chick the other day on the interview on GQ, and she said, you cry a lot on camera, like that's a feminine trait. So, and was asking about that, trying to catch him in some sort of logical gotcha. And he just thought for a moment, and he just answered the question honestly. He spoke about what was going on in his mind, and I think the term's called being charitable to your opponent. So you take their question in the best possible light it could be taken.
Yep.
He did the same thing with Kathy Newman. That was a caricature of an interview, but I think that works very well too. You just take it in good faith.
Well, I think there's great wisdom in that. Actually, if you approach like a heated debate in good faith, and you show the respect due to an opponent that has done you no harm or anything like that, right? And they come in fiery, seeking to cause you an issue, being over the top, attacking, bad faith, whatever it is, and you stay even keeled, good faith, honest, and calm, cool, collected. That's like the heaping coals of kindness on their head type of thing, right? Because they're trying to get your goat, and the more you're unresponsive to that treatment and still treating them with respect, the more angry they're going to get, and oftentimes implode.
Yeah, they'll also expose themselves. I think, if you give a man, if you hand a man control over your emotions, you've given him control over you. And that it's almost like holding up a mirror. If you just stay on your terms, stay level-headed, argue in good faith, the other person, if they're coming in heated and emotional, yeah, they will implode. You're correct. It's actually kind of fun to watch.
True.
The only time I've ever used tag in an argument was against an atheist who was trying to rationalize a multiverse.
That one's more complicated, for sure.
And the way I broke it down is everything kind of collapses into a unity as far back as you push it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got one person, and then you got a neighborhood that's a collective, right? Because he was arguing for the collective, and I said, well, that neighborhood makes up a town. Those towns make up a city. Those cities and towns make up a state. Those states make up a nation. Those nations make up a population of the world. Those worlds make up, a solar system, then a galaxy, then a universe, and then if you have multiple universes, the term universe, one verse, that it all collapses. Even if there's billions of universes, they're all still contained within the mega structure of the holistic of the thing, which is the universe. So it all collapses back into a universe.
Yep.
Well, it would have to be infinite, and then you have all kinds of problems.
Yeah, well, that's an infinite regression, and then.
Well, because once you create a multiverse and you said everything is contained within the multiverse, well, what's outside the multiverse? You've got the same problem.
Well, that's the idea, is that there's, even if it's infinite, there's still one space that the infinite is contained within. That's in the created order.
The term "the infinite contained within" breaks my brain.
Well, that's because infinite is impossible.
It's because it's impossible. Yeah. Infinite is impossible, at least in our reality, so to speak.
Do you know what's also impossible, or I find interesting? One of the arguments on the atheist side is, what caused something to come from nothing? I would argue that one of the very few things, one thing that we have zero examples of is nothing.
Exactly.
So they're inventing the concept nothing. It's never been demonstrated, right?
Exactly.
There's no nothing. There is no nothing.
Yeah. So like even when like Roger Penrose come up with the singularity theory, where it's just the universe is infinitely recycling, and we've experienced multiple big bangs, but this is just the one we're in, and there's multiple theories that go against that. I think it's something like 98% of physicists think that there was a starting origin, and there's only like a group of scientists, Roger Penrose being one, who thinks that it's this looping over and over singularity cycle. And even if that's the case, in thermodynamics, the energy can't be created nor destroyed, and God, if we're going from a theological standpoint, the energy that brought the universe into existence was since it can't be created or destroyed, that means that the energy emanated from God and was willed into existence with an energy that was already existent eternally within God. So,
well, and that's the funny part too, right? Because matter can be made up from energy, and matter can be made into energy because it can't be created or destroyed. So all that had to exist prior was the energy.
Exactly.
And that has to be forever. It can't not ever not exist, right? Because it can't be created or destroyed. So it must have always been, and it will always be.
Yep, exactly.
Interesting.
That's the singularity, if they call it that. You can call it that, but you're just making up another word for God. or if you want to call it the Big Bang, you're just making up another word for the instantaneous point in time when time, matter, and space all came into existence
right
at the same time. And all three, each of those three are a necessary precondition for any of the other two to exist.
Well, that's what I love about and this was really cool that we got to see this the other day, but that's what I love about Kent Hovind's argument is when would, you know, he talks about creation. He's like, you could have time and energy, or no, he's like, you could have everything but time, and when would you do it? You know, and he goes through that whole spiel about any one of them being missing, and it's impossible for anything.
Right.
Hey, Abe, I'm gonna jump off of here, man. I got some work to do. Good to see you, brother.
Okay, brothers. Thank you so much for coming up, and thank you so much for your big donation.
Do I have some credits
amazing.
to kick some people off or something?
Sure, if you want to.
I'm just joking.
What the fuck?
Later, bro.
Thank you. Have a good night. Legend.
I have heard Abe on the I've got a friend called Abe. I have heard an argument about the order in the universe, that it was something along that it was based around entropy, and they were trying to explain how can we have like a world like ours and order when according to entropy things move towards disorder rather than order. And they were making some argument that if it's big enough and complex enough, that on the way to total disorder, it can create pockets of order in there. And I thought it was an interesting take. I'm not buying it, but I thought it was an interesting take that what looks like order can be a byproduct of entropy.
So this sounds like chaos theory, and chaos theory states that out of chaos, basically, like you're saying, small pockets of order can accidentally resolve into being, like a pattern can emerge or things like that. But the problem is that it would be the appearance of order and not actual order, because I think there's a prerequisite for order, and the prerequisite for order is creation. So chaos, absent a mind, cannot create anything, right? It couldn't be ordered.
We're talking.
Yeah, I was thinking along the lines of, I used to ask myself the question: if the universe can produce consciousness, then must consciousness have been there in the beginning? Like, can that emerge out of something where the prerequisite wasn't already there in the first place? If that kind of makes sense.
Say it one more time.
Well, if the universe can produce consciousness, if we talk about, physics, etc., must consciousness have been, or at least the potential for it, or the prerequisites for it? Well, they had to have been there in the beginning. But does that mean that consciousness itself is a prerequisite of the universe, or can it emerge? I'm sort of talking about emergence now as a theory, which is kind of people hate that. But
this goes back into tag. So, absent a mind, the universe would not be knowable, intelligible, all of the things that make it. Like, we have science because we can measure things. Science allows us to measure things that are. Absent a mind, we would have no intelligibility to the universe. There wouldn't be any set laws and metrics and physics that make sense. It takes a design for those things all to fall into line, and for logic to exist, right? Like, we can all use the same logic to come to conclusions that will be the same across the board using logic, and that couldn't exist absent a mind. Because it means there's rules across the entirety of reality that exist, and they're a preset.
And the way I described it too is like gravity, no matter how many planets there are or could be, gravity still existed on those planets. Orbital mechanics still applies to those planets. So there's already physics that exists even long before our known reality. Like, before humans existed, all those things, there were still two planets, so mathematics still exists. So all those logical principles, all those metaphysical categories, all existed within the universe absent the human mind. But we all agree that they do depend on a mind, and that mind has to possess things like rationality, will, intent, all those qualities that can only be possessed by a rational being, right? So that's it. Kind of, even if you like, that's why earlier I was saying that it's not a presupposition, is because you can reverse engineer this thought process to where it pushes you into, you either, there's only two logical options. Either it comes from a pre-existing mind, or it just arose out of pure chance. And when you look at the statistical analysis on it arising out of pure chance, it's a mathematical impossibility. So it leaves you with the option of coming to the conclusion that it must come from God.
One of the things we're presupposing, I just thought this while we were chatting, we're assuming that our understanding of physics and our understanding of logic and all of that is kind of complete. Like if you think about the fact that, you know, look at the transformation of our understanding that went from Newton to Einstein. Newton believed in, you know, a force working at a distance. Einstein was the curvature of space. We're assuming that what we know now is correct. It's effective. It seems to be effective and useful. But even the calculations of Johannes Kepler were useful for orbiting the moon. It doesn't mean that it's a complete understanding of how the things work.
Right. I actually fully agree with that. And I actually reject the known premises of, say, gravity from both Newton and Einstein. I think they're both wrong.
You have to because it is a theoretical, and at any time in the future, we could discover principles that change how we understand the thing and how we believe the thing works, right? And we've seen it multiple times throughout history. But what I would say to you, Kieran, is all of those principles you're talking about are discovered and exist. So there's pre-existing rules across the board, and we're slowly learning more about the rules that are pre-existing.
That does make sense to me. We may have an inaccurate method. So say, for example, if you want to build a sundial, it's best that you assume the sun moves around the earth rather than the earth moves around the sun. It's a much better model for making a sundial. So, but the fact is there's still movement going on, and there's still a process there which we're working out. The big ones at the moment are dark matter and dark energy. I mean,
still undiscovered or still unknown, right? And that's why.
And it's like the majority. It's the majority of stuff in the universe, right?
Yes.
Yep. And then they're finding galaxies that are so far away that they were too young to be the size they are and as formed as they are, according to current theories. So the more we I fucking love the James Webb Telescope. The more we point that out there, the more things they see, the more it brings up questions about about the current science.
It's breaking our science is what's happening. It's breaking our current understanding. Well, and I don't know if either of you heard this, but there's a fresh Nobel Prize winner recently, and he won the prize for basically, and I'm going to put this how I can say it so that people may understand it. He proved that the reality that we live in is not local and real. So if you've played video games, when you're playing a character and that character is running around, when you design a game, you make it so that things render when you're in proximity. When you're close enough, they'll render. Otherwise, it's not there, right? So what I think it's probably mathematics that he solved this for. It basically would state that this is a simulation, like everything's a simulation, which kind of falls into this is a created reality and we exist in it, but persist after it, right? But basically it states that reality is not local and real, meaning that there's some level of observation-based existence. So there must be a mind observing reality for reality to exist.
Procedural.
Well, even in that model, if you say like a video game's being compiled depending upon where you point the character, the world still exists there in the code.
Right.
Like the entire world there in the code.
So if it's not local and real and it must have a mind observing it for it to resolve, for it to be in existence, well, all of this continues existing when we're not around. So whose mind is that?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh, if that's the case, if reality is not local and real, and it must have a mind observing it for it to exist, that would presuppose the mind of God as well.
Well, in the video game example, the reality doesn't exist for the character.
Right.
It exists for the person who's playing the game.
And what's really crazy about that is if it's not local and real, like this is presupposing, in the hard drive, all of that data is in one place. So there's no distance between objects. There's no, right? We perceive it that way. But like all of it in one place means all the time, all the space, all the everything is all in one encapsulated thing to whatever the originator or the prime mind is.
That's just giving me, sorry, Mike.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's every when. See? It knows all of it all at once.
That's just given me an idea for a prompt one day. Does God prefer to play PlayStation or Xbox?
PlayStation all day.
You're right, Doom. You're right. It's concluding, not presupposing. It's the conclusion you would draw from that is that God must then exist, and that he is exactly as he is described biblically. That he is omnipotent. He's all-knowing, all-powerful. He's in all things. Like all of that would make sense in that. And so I'm going to go look through this, and maybe I'll even cover it on my channel one of these days. But that's big thing to win a Nobel Peace Prize for. And when I heard this breakdown of the research, I was like, whoa, holy crap. If this is true and this gets gone through, it would be like, it'd be another grenade in the pit of God is real and you can't keep saying he's not.
Mm-hmm.
And not from like the transcendental argument. This one would be almost like the transcendental, but from a mathematics.
Yeah. You've then got to, then the next problem is going to be, if that was resolved satisfactorily, the next problem will be the moral arguments. Okay. So you could say God exists, and then the question will be, by what definition is God moral, right?
So I know that if we're going from like the framework of who can talk about things and who cannot, I know that Orthodox absent a blessing can't talk about theology and things like that absent the blessing, right? So the one thing I would say is I've done a crap load of research in the past about when you take tag down to the baseline of there has to be a transcendental mind, right? The initial mind. The part beyond that, when they're like, well, that could be any mind, that could be any God, that could be any power, that could be an alien, that could be anything. You haven't proven that the Christian God exists. Well, then there are ways within the truth of Scripture, the claims within Scripture, and all these other pieces that show that the most dependable, most trustworthy route you could go at knowing the character of that mind is the Christian God. And it beats out all the other religions on earth. When it's kind of hard to negate from that standpoint.
Is that like an
argument that way yet? But
is it an argument from? I don't know if this is a thing, but I'll call it this. Would that be an argument from utility?
The utility,
like you say, like the best civilization.
I think there's definitely a utility argument in it, because you can see the overall utility of Christianity also wins out. I would say that there's like historicity, there's claims, there's a whole bunch of entailments into it. I wouldn't say it's uniquely utilitarian or utility based, but I think that you could come at it from a utility standpoint.
Yeah, that's probably where I've gotten to. I've been sort of investigating that part in my own life about the church, etc., and sort of the utility parts has become quite a prominent aspect in my view of it. That might show a lacking in certain other areas of my what do you call it? My connection there.
Thank you, Walt. Sorry I missed this.
No, that's okay. Are we not men's taking off too?
All right. Have a good night. Are we not men? Have a good night. Not Voltaire. Yeah, I mean, there's fascinating ways in these arguments because, okay, here's the thing. And I'll say this to both of you guys. If you are in an argument, like a God-based argument, right? And say you're not going to dip into scripture, not going to do theology, you're just going to go, like, say you go to Breakfast Tacos or something, right? You go on his channel and you're going to argue, right? You're going to argue tag, you're going to whatever. And they're going to laugh pompously at you and call you stupid and try and make you look dumb to the audience. The problem is, like, if I can make a good tag argument, Casper, you could probably make a good tag argument. I believe Karen probably can as well, right? But if you're talking to the general populace who hasn't actually looked at the transcendentals, they haven't looked into any philosophy deeply enough. A lot of the average audience is not going to even know what you're talking about, especially if you start digging in really deep. Yeah. And what happens is, especially when it's with an atheist person and an atheist crowd, they're going to think you're speaking gibberish, or you're like quoting scripture, or you're talking about specifically religious things. And this is simply not the case. So I'm trying to come up with ways, and I know Andrew does this sometimes, but ways of arguing it simpler and using ways that almost sidestep the need for overcomplication, so that it goes, in a manner that even the most average mundane person who doesn't think about philosophy or transcendentals it'll just click, right? And then once that's clicked, the next question is, well, how do you know which one, right? It'll get down to like the Agrippa's trilemma issue, but then it becomes a which one. And when it hits that point, you have to be able to come up with the reasoning for why it's most likely the Christian God.
Well, I found that.
Yeah.
I had that problem. I was raised a Catholic, like truly a Catholic primary school, high school, all of that, all the sacraments and everything. Left the church when I was 18. And then, at some point a few years later, I started to look back at the faith, and I found myself in that position of asking the question, okay, now if I am coming back to look at the faith, how can I discern between which religion, and let alone which a denomination, even if I chose Christianity? So I had got to a point where my religion of birth had become in the same category as all the other religions to a certain degree. I don't think you can fully remove that, because even as somebody who didn't go to church and sort of left the faith, I still live my life fundamentally by the values I was raised with, and they were Catholic or Christian values. But that question of how do you discern which one, to me, it went beyond. Honestly, it went beyond reason. It's kind of frustrating for people when you say that, but there is an element of it where I didn't reason my way back in. I just kind of ran out of options, if you know what I mean.
No, that makes sense, right? Yeah. Because if you eliminate all the other options and you're just like, well, what now?
Yeah, and it seems to be right there in front of you.
I kind of went in reverse from that. I wasn't raised religious at all, and I was an atheist for most of my life. Although I always had this like internal feeling or understanding that there had to have been something that brought all of the universe into existence, that the universe couldn't have created itself. And then probably about 2014, 15, somewhere in that time, I started kind of really digging in to those concepts, and I actually started reading the Bible, and it kind of brought me to, well, like, which one of these versions of Christianity, because there's like 180 Bibles, right? And they all have slightly different twists on the scripture. And I wanted to know, how are we to decipher which one of these Bibles is telling the closest that we have to the truth? And so I started getting into church history, and that brought me into, well, the oldest churches are the Catholic and the Orthodox Church regarding Christianity, right? So then I had to compare these two. I boiled it all down to the essence of one of these two churches, which are the longest standing, that hold the Christian traditions as the apostles that walked with Jesus. And at that same time, because I did comparative religion study through high school and stuff, so I already had like a pretty foundational understanding of like Buddhism and Taoism and like all these other philosophies. I call them philosophies because they're really not religions at all. But even like Hinduism, they got like 1 million different gods, and like mice are gods and children are gods. Right. They have reincarnation, and I never believed in reincarnation either. So it came down to, well, and then when I finally started reading the Bible without being critical and like reading it to disprove it as I did before, and I started realizing, like, this is actually like a profound truth statement, and how do I check if that's true? And it led me down to this idea where I was like, well, the whole belief in science and being an atheist is actually in itself kind of a faith system, because you can't prove any of it being made by science. You're just kind of believing these people at face value.
Yep.
So now
it's absolutely a belief system. There's a whole bunch of presuppositions that are made in like every claim.
Yeah, well, it's science
of all of it.
Science itself, in order to come to a theory, you have to create a presupposition, and then what they do with that presupposition is they base an entire process of arriving at the conclusion that they already desire, right? So then they're going to create these equations. They're going to create certain scientific instruments that measure things, that they assign the data that it's reporting back to them in order to give them a certain outlook that they're trying to come to, right? So I made the metaphor of, like, I can use a calculator but put completely different numbers assigned to it, and I could bring that to a culture, like just a random island culture where they've never seen any of this stuff before, and they're going to use this calculator to build buildings and build ships and build, rockets, but it's not based in 1 + 1 = 2. It's based on 2 + 2 = 18 instead. But all of those representations of those digits are still going to mean something, to where they can create a coherent system, even if it's not based in the truth or the reality of it. So that's only to say that we're designing the system to give us the outcome that we're looking for, and it's not necessarily objectively true in the whole grand scheme of things.
It's funny too, because I feel like there's a claim, and again, I make this statement all the time. This is not theology, this is not teaching, but there's a statement at the Tower of Babel where I believe it's God speaking, and he says, man has come together, anything they put their minds to, they can accomplish. And that's what he says before he spreads them to the wind and changes the language. And it's not because he doesn't want man working together, but man was working to usurp God's will, or try to usurp God's will, right? And I'm like, that. And then as time has gone by, we're seeing ourselves create things that 50 years ago we would have called impossible. There's no way that's even possible in the realm of physics. That's not possible. And you go further back and further back and further back, and basically everything that we use and have today is virtually impossible to to everything before us.
Yeah.
And everything we create, we create things in popular media, right? Like in Star Trek and Star Wars and all these things. And then we come around and invent the things that actually were in this fictitious story 50 years ago. And we make it in reality. Even though back then it was an impossibility. It was sci-fi. We created it as a sci-fi concept, and yet we still made it in real life.
Yeah, dude. I mean, my mind is still blown at the concept of a vinyl record playing back a legitimate song. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. It doesn't make sense.
And the precursor to that was actually, it was a wax cylinder.
Yep.
And I seen one of the original Edison prototypes. It was the 19th one that was made. It's at this music store up in the city for me. And you had to shine a light on it so that it would reach like 80 degrees Fahrenheit so that it would like actually cut into the wax cylinder and then play back. And you would only get a couple playbacks out of it before it was like rendered useless again.
Right. Well, it's so crazy. All of the things, when you look through the inventions and what became of the inventions, like here's a for instance, and a lot of people probably don't know this. Tesla created a whole bunch of technology, and people will talk about how, he was a schlub and it's his own fault what happened to him, whatever, right? The dude was a genius. And the reason I say this is I have like his patents, his patent book, right? And I've actually built some of the small replicas of his patents. Just go into my electronic components box and put them together. And like you can pull radio waves like you would with a crystal radio. Crystal radio doesn't take a battery. Radio waves hit it and you can listen to the radio because electromagnetic waves through the atmosphere generate small amounts of electricity. So you can listen to a radio with no battery. Well, you can use that same circuit and use a bridge rectifier, and you can pull radio waves into cables and generate small amounts of electricity that goes through and stores it in capacitors. So you can just pull energy out of the air. And I used it to like create little lights, little LED lights that charge themselves from radio waves in the air. So the guy was on the verge of some really crazy stuff. You could say he was inspired in some way. I won't argue which way that is, but one of the things he invented was a device meant to pierce the veil and speak to the spirits in the aether. Okay. Obviously tells you a little bit about what he believes, but he was trying to reach to the other side, kind of like CERN is doing now. That device gets junked, thrown to the side as a patent. Then we hit the 1900s or later into the 1900s, and you see televisions emerge. The thing that was used as the original vacuum tube for color or for televisions is the device that was used by Tesla trying to pierce the veil and talk to spirits on the other side. So the very thing he was creating to talk to spirits is the device that allowed you to have a picture on the screen in your television.
Yeah, now you can go on eBay and buy a spirit box.
Right. Well, and then if you take that one step further, you look at like some of the witchcraft type stuff out there. You look at like the Gosha, right? Like the Greater Keys of Solomon, all the witchcraft out there. The Black Mirror is something used for their rituals and everything else. Well, what's the screen of your phone or your TV or your screen look like when it's not on?
Yeah, the Black Mirror.
That's a Black Mirror.
The monolith.
And I'm like,
holy shit, too.
Holy shit. Whoa, dude. It just feels like it's invasive at this point. That's why I always think like there is definitely spiritual warfare going on, and you're probably using all the tools it says to use to cast magic without ever even knowing it.
Yeah, it's a scrying stone.
Yeah. Yeah, and what do? We look into other parts of the world with it. Interesting.
It's like a crystal ball.
Yeah, it's like some sort of portal.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's not only a portal into other parts of the world, it's a portal into knowledge, Like I remember when I was about 20, this would have been back in 1990. If I was reading a book and then there's a footnote in the bottom of one of the pages which references a different book, and I think, yeah, like I wouldn't mind reading that book. These are non-fiction sort of stuff.
Yep.
I'd look up the book and no one's got it. I had to ring a bookshop in the capital city and say, is it possible to get this book? He'd order it for me. A couple of weeks later, he'd give me a phone call. I've got to catch a train into town, pay for the book and bring it home. And whereas now, as you know, I can look up just about any book in history like right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right now. It's quite an amazing concept because I think it was James, is his name James Taylor, the Canadian philosopher?
I'm not sure.
He coined the idea that we're born into a conversation. So he was talking about the way that language and knowledge, is transferred from generation to generation. It's based around the whole idea that the language kind of shapes your thinking to a certain degree.
It does.
And the idea that it almost feels like having access to all the knowledge in the world is like being at the base of the Tower of Babel. Instead of having a pathway for you to learn and to be sort of guided along a certain, from node to node, like the old tradition of, Western philosophy going back through the Middle Ages, going back through Greece. It took a bit of a diversion through Persia for a while. But it found there's this tradition we have, whereas having everything available to you all at once, we aren't built for everything at once. And it's, I think, fucking daunting to tell you the truth. You end up with choice paralysis.
Yeah, it's overstimulation, and it creates like you said, analysis paralysis and all kinds of anxieties. And this is what I started this episode actually talking about. We've extended adolescence from being like when you first hit your teens, you're starting to be considered a man, and you have tasks and duties that are placed on you because you're entering manhood. Same with the females. They start helping with all the house-based stuff and learning how to be a good spouse and all this stuff. Okay, now you don't ever have that happen, really. They've extended adolescence into your 20s or your 30s, and sometimes never, right? People live their whole life as children. They never grow up. And I think it ties right into that. I think all of the distractions, all of the time, the shifting of the culture to the point where everybody's infantilized, has a big chunk of it is our over reliance on technology, but also putting our trust in everything except ourselves.
Yeah.
I think so. I think like I remember when I was at the age where, here in Australia we can't drive until we're 18, but most people I knew back in those days were at the equivalent of the DMV the day after their 18th birthday.
Yep.
Lining up. We had it all booked in like weeks ahead, so that the minute we're 18, damn, I'm getting my license. I'm surprised how many people now are in their 20s and haven't got round to it.
They don't even try. Yep.
No.
They're like, why? It's like, because that's your freedom.
Yeah.
Like we were growing up, that meant freedom.
Yeah, you go from like overnight, you go from as far as you can ride on your push bike to you can drive interstate if you want to and drive back. It's incredible what it opens up.
Yep. But yeah, no, it's a weird state of affairs for sure. And I was making fun of some of the drama we see out, not just like in the world, like Hollywood and everywhere else, which, there's evil, but there's also just stupid, silly drama all the time. And then even here on the panels where you see people acting like children, throwing shit at each other just because. And it's like, I get the entertainment value of some of it, but when it becomes like all out hate fest trying to destroy each other, it's like, that seems very high school to me. Like I don't do that with any adults I've ever known. No. I like just cut them off. If I'm done with a fight, it's over. Like I'm going to have nothing to do with you. You don't have to have anything to do with me. That's it. It's over. Stop associating. And yet I see even in the real world, I see people that just keep these little spurred animosity things where they're constantly trying to take shots at each other. And it's like, this feels so childish all the time.
Yeah, it's weird. It's almost like society now kind of like feasts on conflicts. And I think that all goes back to like technology making things easier because like, pre-technology, it was a conflict just to go hunt your food to make sure that you were going to eat some, saber-toothed tiger that night or whatever. And now without that conflict, where everything is just like on easy mode, now we have to create those conflicts, and we tend to do it with what we have in our face, which is other people. So
it's something that Douglas Murray used to mention on his interviews, that when people asked him what's motivating the left, especially the young left, he said one of the things motivating him is it's just something to do.
Yeah.
I would change that. See, my opinion is it gives them purpose where they have none. They have no purpose in their daily life, and anything that will give them a sense of purpose, they'll latch on to.
Yeah, we have a thing here. Lots of little old ladies wearing that what's that poncho type thing they wear in the Middle East, and they run around that protesting, all this kind of shit. They got no idea what they're fucking talking about. They have no idea.
But they feel connected, and they feel important, and they feel like they're accomplishing something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, even that they don't, and a sense of belonging too, I suppose. So they belong to a group, yeah.
Yep.
Which arguably is one of the strongest driving forces.
Absolutely.
That's what modern marketing is based all over that.
Yep. It's a human need.
Collectivization.
So wild, but hey, here we are.
Yeah, here we are.
Now, if we can show them that there's a better form of connection with one another, and it's not that would probably be good for the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hard to argue with that.
I just like being alone, dude. I just want to work in my shop and mow my grass.
Well, I get that.
Well, then what are you doing here?
I like
out in the shop. I'm mowing your grass.
It's 3:30 in the morning, or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Then why aren't you asleep?
Because I'm talking about random stuff.
Yeah, with people of like mind, or at least who are prepared to engage. Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, no, I enjoy talking. Talking about different things, but for the majority of the day, I just want to be alone and contemplate stuff without any distractions.
Totally fair, in my opinion. That's totally fair.
I work alone since I run my own company, and I do everything all by myself all day long. Hardly talk to anybody.
I did that for a few years up until about 2 years ago. I worked on my own, and there were aspects about it that I liked, but I have to admit, I also lived alone. So I lived alone and worked alone. So you can get a bit stir crazy, even though you're out, because it's your own head, man. Like someone said, we outsource our sanity, right? With each other through conversations. You can even little eye gestures from people, or little, non-verbal communication just keeps you kind of calibrated. Like if you say something a little bit stupid, they needn't say anything, but they can kind of give you a look, and you kind of reassess your position.
Right.
When it's just
when when it's just you don't have any of that. You don't have the
so you can drift.
Right. And there's a second part to that. I think you learn more about yourself the more you speak to others. I think it fleshes out parts of you that you don't think deeply enough, because no one's there to challenge. So in conversation, things get said that then lead your mind places where you don't inherently go on your own, because you're thinking the way you generally think, but somebody else's thought or words open up parts of you to go, oh yeah, and this, and you never
that can also work in the positive sense, where people can point out things about yourself that you didn't realize were actually positive.
True.
And that's always a good thing. It's a bit like I saw a pilot describing once that the knowledge to fly the plane and the knowledge to say during an emergency, that knowledge is stored in 3 places. It's stored in the pilot's head, in the co-pilot's head, and in the manual, which they pull out. So there's like a network of nodes that can none of them contain all the knowledge, but it's in that working together where the program is. And I think the same with your own identity, your own sense of yourself. By bouncing off other people, you get input that, because like it reminds me, as an analogy, I was in a lecture, this was years ago in a psychology lecture, and the lecturer turned off all the lights in the hall and it was jet black. And he pointed his laser pointer up on the wall and he said, everybody just look at that green dot. So for like a minute, we're all looking at it. He turned the lights back on. He said, who saw the dot moving? And everyone said, yep, it was moving around like this. He pointed out the pointer was sitting on the desk on a stand. The pointer was still. So in the absence of stimulus, we create movement and we create activity. And I think being on your own all the time, that's where you can, without that input, like you said, Abe, your own mind, you can start to drift into, so normal moves from here, and then that seems normal, and then it moves to here, and it can be a pretty, it can be a pretty heavy place.
The perception can be tricked so easily. People don't realize this at all, but like you can, the perception can be tricked into believing different colors we're seeing than we're actually seeing. Things they didn't see were seen. Things were there that weren't there. Like a lot. Your mind is so malleable in so many ways, and I think we often think our mind is like a trap, and once we've seen it or once we know it, it's there. But the truth is, it's far less dependable than you think it is.
That's a very interesting idea to contend with, because that almost feels like conceding that you don't have the control or an accurate framework to navigate the world. But if you're going to take it positively, it means that there's possibilities and potential, and that better to be aware of that and be able to contend with it rather than thinking that you've got it figured out in this box.
Right. I think it's accurate enough to function in the world, but is capable of being fooled. And I think we should always remember you're capable of being fooled. So be wary of that.
You're capable of fooling yourself. I can testify.
True. True.
Yeah. No, that's crazy, man. No, that's really interesting. That I'd always thought about that in terms of perception. Like for example, our sight. Like I'm going to draw a comparison because you've just made me think about it in terms of cognition. In terms of perception, you can do all kinds of demonstrations that show that sight is actually preemptive. So in a brute physical way, there's more nerves running from the brain to the eyes than there are running from the eyes to the brain. The inference being there's more information going from the brain to the eyes. And that's why when you're driving down the road and at dusk and you swear you can see a dog on the side of the road, like you can see a dog. And then when you get there, it turns out it's a plastic bag that's kind of blowing in the wind. At some point during our development, we form some kind of framework of what to expect.
Right.
That's why there's an age where little babies, they'll do things like show them a stack of blocks, but it's been glued together so it's physically impossible. And the baby starts to notice, like they go, "What the fuck?" Like, like I haven't seen that before. So we're preempting things with our perception.
It's a pattern recognition. We've built models that work in our head, and when they don't work,
it's also if I tell you I'm going to put, like if you're blindfolded and I say I'm going to put something hot against your skin, and I put something really cold,
you'll think it's hot.
You'll perceive it as burning. Now, if I take that on your point and apply that to cognition, then you can imagine how much you're preempting with your cognition.
I actually started writing a paper on this where it's where we act as receivers, and all the information that we gather is actually kind of I would say it's internalized first, and then there's an outward expression of that. So it's almost like telepathy, where like a person can have a thought, right? Like you could be in a room with the person and both experiencing something, and you'll like look at each other and kind of like understand what each other are saying without it actually being stated. And those feelings go from the brain to the rest of the body and then back up to the brain to be fully expressed either with motion or word or in some other outward action.
So I think I kind of agree with that. There's so much to it. I also have a theory on this thing I call spiritual bleed through. And I think that we know that there's more than we realize, right? Things don't necessarily work the way we think they work. And things like that, for instance, or your proprioception, or just knowing things before you know things. But then there's a whole nother factor on top of that factor. And it's like two scientists on opposite sides of the planet discover the same thing at the same time, or entire groups of people figure something out within the same time period. And it's like, there's an uncanniness to this that's happened repeatedly throughout history, where it's like, yeah, maybe there's some level of inspiration there. I'm not going to make a claim I know what or how or why, but
I've wondered about that myself. That, like, I remember a stark example was when the original version of the game Doom was created. The ID Software came up with a new engine, like a code engine for generating the world in real time. It was revolutionary, and it turned out there was a guy on the other side of the world who was on the verge of creating the exact same engine, and they had no contact with each other.
Yeah.
But so I thought, are they drawing on some sort of collective, to use a Jungian term, some sort of the collective subconscious, or is it just like, technology's going and it's kind of not crazy that people would follow a logical extension in different parts of the world?
Right.
I think
that would make sense. Like that. But I'll put it out this way. This is what I've thought about it. Okay. And this is just a guesstimation from the imagination of Abe here. But every time we have extreme technological advancements, the distraction level of the minds of men is shifted ever farther from seeking God, because those distractions keep you busy. And I feel like if I were the devil, I would try to distract you as much as possible. I would get you to pay attention to everything except God and his will in your life. And no better way to do that than all of these great gadgets upon this world. And so I would command demons to whisper sweet nothings in your ear and help you develop things that would make you focus on them and not on God.
I think that sounds like a
could just be a book idea, but I don't know.
No, I kind of like it. It sounds like materialism on steroids. So, because you could make the exact same argument about materialism. I watched this little video, like a short today, some guy giving advice, and he said, there's nothing in the mall that's going to mean anything to you in 20 years, right? It's like there's just nothing there that's going to mean anything to you. And as I've become a bit older and started to care less about materialism, and like a lot less, and I think you're right that frees up so much space for what's most important. And I think what you're saying about the distractions, things like TikTok brain, for example, analysis paralysis we spoke about before, is kind of an extension of that. It's taking it to a cognitive level that you're carrying around in your pocket. Like you can't go and have a shit without checking your phone. People used to sit in the dunny, we call it here. They'd sit in the dunny and think. there's been philosophy done in the dunny, right?
Yep. Yep.
Now people are scrolling Fail Army on shorts, right? So, and I think the same thing. I'm really surprised how much I had a reason a couple of weeks ago where I had to spend about, I don't know, 3 hours. So I had a little thing at the hospital. It was nothing major, but I had to be lying on a little checkup, and I had to lie on a bed in the thing for about 3 hours. I had no phone. They had no TV in there. It was literally just lying there on my back in the afternoon. It was kind of fun. I was wearing nothing but one of those little robes where your ass hangs out, I'm just lying there and thinking, what the fuck am I going to do with myself? Well, it turned out it wasn't hard. And it was actually one of the most pleasant experiences I've had in a long time. And I wasn't even sedated. I was just lying there and I don't even think I was thinking that much. So yeah, it was a very interesting experience that something as simple as that would seem so profound today.
Yeah, I enjoy those super silent long stretches of time.
Think they're good for you.
Absolutely. Like at work, I mostly just listen to podcasts where it's like other people talking about shit, and I'm thinking about what they're saying and how I interpret it, and taking into consideration their interpretations, and then it kind of like sets me off on these like trails where I like start having all these like new ideas and things I haven't thought about before.
Yep.
I did wonder about this. My last job, I worked for myself, similar to you. I was a gardener and lawn mowing and all that. And so all day long, I had Bluetooth earmuffs on. And so I'd be listening to podcasts, listening to YouTube all day. And it did strike me one time, like 2-3 years, 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, there's people talking in my ears. And I sort of thought to myself, is that can that be good for you, or can that be bad for you? Just to have the constant chatter from outside.
I think both could be true, right? You could learn tons and tons of things, but you could also be drowning out your own self.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, that's why I see.
It takes a certain type of mind to be able to keep the external things external and not internalize it and not lose a connection with yourself. Like I'm pretty grounded in who I am and my beliefs and my reality, and
I think my defense to that is probably I have a natural skepticism about everything. So I can get really absorbed into, sometimes I fall short of it, but generally speaking, I can look into I can go down a bit of a rabbit hole on something and sort of check it out, get in depth, contemplate the ideas, but there's always a bit of a skepticism in the back of my mind about things.
Like when you're watching movies or like film, they call it the suspension of disbelief, where you can
dangerous.
You can put yourself and engulf yourself in that world, and then when it's over, you're not like stuck in that world. You can you can go back to your normal life without being so heavily affected by the media that it's starting to change you at a fundamental level. Where I know people who are like that, who they can't watch a movie without obsessing over the minutia of it for weeks on end.
Yep. It's covert messaging is what it is, because words affect your central nervous system in ways that you don't understand. And when you watch these movies and you suspend disbelief, things get into your subconscious. Whether people believe it exists or not, it's there, and things stick.
That's part of the reason I stopped watching horror movies. When I was a teenager in my 20s and stuff, I was enjoy horror movies and stuff, the kind of cheap thrills. But there was one point I actually asked myself, well, it was a friend of mine asked me, what kind of world do you want to be living in your head? And now I'm not saying people shouldn't watch horror movies. It's just that I know if I watch something and this used to be the case with corn. I'm trying to be TOS. You know, in the past, that was a thing I'd watch, and then I'd find when I'm going about my day, those images and those things are in my head. Like I'm still seeing it, and I thought to myself, this is it's a bit crazy. I mean, I stopped watching it for other reasons, fundamentally, but just to notice the extreme way that you carry that stuff around in your head,
for sure.
And so it's going to be. I was going to say it interferes with your thinking, but it probably does more than that. It probably influences.
I think it's detrimental to your character.
Yeah.
I think it starts eroding you from the inside out.
Yeah.
Now I just base everything around God. Like I take in all this information and I run it through a God filter before it even hits my brain.
Yeah, that.
Yep. Wise. Well,
I lived a pretty chaotic life before I had a relationship with God. So now, you know, I'm 36 now. So like I enjoy the peace and the tranquility, and I just like bought a house. So like, you know, I get to do all the stuff that I like hoped and wished for and prayed for is now a reality. So now I'm just like in it, and I'm becoming a steward of the house, and like even down to the repairs that I have to do. I just relate it back to God, where I'm like, oh, this foundation needs to be repaired and the roof needs to be repaired. And I think like, well, that's kind of like the walk with Christ too, where you get down to the foundations of it, you know, in order to have that, to build on stone and not on sand, you have to have that solid theological foundation. And it takes working down to the essence of it, which is like the whole thing going through church history and all of the whole walk with Christ from the apostles. They built that on stone. And then what happened was, over time, people took the house, right? And they weren't stewards to the house. So it started losing its integrity over time. And so now I'm inheriting the sins of the owners of the past, right? And I have to go back and get down to that foundation and start to rebuild it in the way that it was meant to be, so that I can pass that on, you know, to the next buyer.
Yep. Planting those seeds of the trees you won't sit under, right?
Exactly. And I got a dog too. I mean, I talk to my dog. Does that count?
I mean, look, I don't think that there is, I won't say yes or no on like, but what I will say is it's still companion. I will say that it's still companionship, and there is a peace and a reverie to that companionship, even if it's a non-responding, right? Because someone's listening, and even though you know that dog can't understand you, if you feel better for allowing the things to come out of you instead of bottling everything in you. So.
No, I mean, I'm at peace these days. Like I think it's a miracle, honestly. Like I would be up all hours of the night just stressing over nonsense and just going crazy in my head. I was basically a nihilist too. And even when I was coming to Christianity, I remember like asking, is there such thing as like Christian nihilism? But it was because all my theology was built on sand, and there was no solid foundation, where I was like, kind of like what we were talking about with that dude the other night, where I was like, the theology's cherry picked, where you're taking parts of this one and parts of that one, you're kind of combining them, you know, where like I had like some Calvinist understandings and some like Baptist understandings, and like where I started thinking, you know, like, oh, well, if this is all kind of it's everything that's happening is already like preordained by God. So like if you're suffering, then God wants that for you. Like that's the kind of Calvinist type thought process.
Ooh.
It basically makes you a nihilist, and you have to pretend like you're happy because Christ demands it.
So, and obviously this is probably outside normal purview, but one thing that I've always remembered is like in the New Testament, Paul talks about being content always. And I'm reminded of it because like he is in prison at the time, in the midst of suffering, but on a mission for God, right? And so like that call to be content with what you're given or the circumstances you find yourself in isn't like saying you're being forced to suffer. It's saying you still have all kinds of good to look forward to, and God knows you're in that position. So you need to find some level of acceptance of what you're in.
Yeah.
And I think that that's so true. And again, this goes back to like what we were talking about earlier. The modern era has made us so not okay or standoffish for any level of hardship or struggle.
Yeah.
Like the moment it hits, it's complaining, it's whining about the struggle. We're in pain. Oh, it's we're mad at everything and everyone for it. And it's like you got to let that crap go. Like,
yeah, 100%.
You're in this shit, whatever it is. Accept that you're in the shit and move forward and remember all the good things that God has given you in your life, because guess what? I'm pretty sure Job had it worse. I'm pretty sure plenty of people have had it worse.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And the storms of this life are temporary. So
I remember I worked at a greenhouse. It was like 8 acres of greenhouse that was all under glass. And I was out with the one dude, the manager, and I was like, dude, this shit kind of sucks. Like, this sucks. And he's like, it only sucks if you make it suck. And that's something that like stuck with me my whole life, where I was like, you know what? You're totally right. That's like, it's totally a mindset. If you think something sucks, it's because you're allowing it to suck in your own mind.
Yep.
And it doesn't have to suck.
Yes. Literally, Karen knows this too, but the map is not the territory. When our expectations of the situation in our head don't match reality, we throw a tantrum internally about things rather than go, okay, this is where I am. I thought I was here, but I'm actually here. I have to accept that. Instead, we go, well, this isn't what I thought it was supposed to be. And then we get all butthurt about it internally. And it's like, if you just keep updating yourself and accepting where you're at. Now, this isn't saying accept every terrible thing and don't overcome stuff, because you still need to overcome things, but you still have to accept that you're in the position you're in before you can work on making it better for yourself, you know?
Yeah.
And it's all in the mind. And people forget this all the time. You have so much control over your mind. How you see what's happening is up to you. You can say, I give up, shit's all terrible. Or you could say, shit's terrible right now, but I have only up to go from here. These two attitudes are in the same position, but they'll give you very different results.
I used to, on that point, I used to be very interested. We had a brief exchange in chat the other night. I used to be very interested in subconscious processes and etc., as we sort of briefly spoke about, and how influential they are. In more recent times, I've become really fascinated in how much conscious attention actually. I'm starting to wonder if it's even more powerful. Sometimes we'll take, if you track back, you have a feeling or something comes up and it might be uncomfortable and it's motivating you or making you feel uncomfortable, whatever, and you think it's some subconscious prompt. But if you track it back, you'll sometimes find it was a conscious thought originally. It was like a fragment. We can't concentrate on more than one thing at once, but we can certainly, like, we could be doing this right now, and while I'm talking to you, it's possible that a little part of my consciousness shoots off and plants a little conscious thought. It might be some kind of expectation. It might be some kind of worry. Something pops in. And if I don't notice that happen, that can then become, it sort of drops down into what you might call the subconscious, if I can be analogous here. And then it'll come back up and you think it's happening to you when you did it with your conscious thoughts. You just you didn't pay attention to your consciousness, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, well, okay, so there's a line in a song that I like quite a bit, and he basically says, if you look at yourself in the mirror every day and say you'll never be shit, you'll never be shit. Your mind's a powerful place. And he basically says, be careful what you put in there, because the things you're saying to yourself, the things you are confirming as true within your framework of your mind, you're going to act on. You're going to act that way. You have to be careful with like the crap you allow yourself to do to yourself.
It's what they teach you when you learn to ride a motorbike. They teach you to look where you want to go. Don't look at the white line on the bottom of the road. And if you see something, if you see a hazard, don't look at the hazard, because you'll ride straight into it, right?
It's the same idea when you see these race cars hitting telephone poles on a road that's 20 miles straight line. How the hell did he hit a telephone pole? Because he was looking at it, because he focused on it. You're going to hit what you focus on. So focus on the right things.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, man. My first experience of that was actually a rock on the road when I was riding my push bike when I was about 10. And I saw this rock on the road. You know how wide a road is, 2 lanes, and there's a rock. And I saw it, and I rode straight over it and fell off my bike. And I started thinking, even at that age, how come I hit the fucking rock? It was because I was looking at it.
I think we've all done similar things, especially in our youth, right? When you're growing up and you don't realize, like, where I focus, I will go. My focus leads me, right? And then as you age, you're like, oh, that kind of makes a lot of sense, actually. But it's funny, like it might take you into your 30s or 40s to start making those kinds of realizations. And you look back and you're like, well, if I had known that, how many things? Because I think this functionally works in your physical world, but it also works in like your goals, your life, right? Like if you focus on something, you're going to put work into that something. You're going to move the direction of that something. But you have to actually choose to focus. You have to choose to direct yourself at that goal, at that thing. And it should be obvious. That should be intuitive to us, but it's not. And instead, what we do is we worry and we panic and we think of all the wrong things that could happen. Well, guess what's going to happen? You're pretty good at making sure those wrong things happen. You're pretty good at it.
Yeah, somebody said worrying is a waste of the imagination. I thought that was pretty
very
good.
True. It's very true.
Yeah, there's an idea that you mentioned Richard Bandler, something he said he wrote at one point was that your mind, especially subconsciously, doesn't really deal in negatives. So when you said before, if every day you say I'm not shit, it misses the I'm not bit. It just is like if I said to you, don't think about blue elephants.
Right.
Right.
Which I did to you once, I think.
Oh, did you?
I think I did that to you once in a debate. I said, don't think about the pink elephant. And you're like, what are you talking about? And then we started the debate. It was pretty funny.
Well, I probably knew what you were doing and was just fucking with you.
It's possible.
Because I was aware of that sort of tactic.
But yeah, there's parts that we don't know about ourselves. And as we age, we kind of figure that out. But yeah, don't feed the trolls. Okay. You got trolls in your head. Don't feed them.
Those little bastards.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you doing a live tonight, Karen?
I didn't plan one. I could if people want somewhere to hang out, but I'm afraid I don't have any content prepared or anything. I haven't got anything, so it'll just be me talking, and me talking on my own isn't much use to anyone. So
okay.
Thanks for the offer.
For about 5 hours, I think I might get off, eat something.
Yeah, 5.5 hours.
Yeah. But thank you all so much for being here. We talked about awesome things.
Indeed.
Yeah, Jarek. Well, if anybody, look, I can start one if the chat wants somewhere to go, but I'll need some people on panel, or it'll be a real short one because I need people to talk to. But unless there's somebody else live who you want to send to.
I mean, there's people, but I was giving you the first option.
Oh, I appreciate it.
I'm gonna hit the hay.
Gonna hit the hay. Yeah, maybe send to someone who's a bit more prepared, Abe. I think.
Okay. All right. That works.
Do the right thing by the chat. I appreciate it.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll do it. Give me a minute here, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Take it easy, boys. God bless.
Yeah. See you, Casper.
God bless you too. Have a good night.
I'll take off myself too, Abe. Let you finish up.
Hey, all right. Thank you for the good talk. We'll do more. I wouldn't mind doing an actual talk on some of the stuff we've talked about before. That would be cool.
I reckon that'd be awesome. Set up
because we could. I think you and I could flesh out a bunch of stuff. We don't have to go real deep into it, but we can give some of the baseline stuff. And I think some people could learn things that could help them in their daily life. Actually.
Yeah, it sounds you're a bit similar in thinking to me that a lot of that stuff gets a bad rap, and if you approach it,
it's how it's used, right? It's a tool.
Correct. It's not a panacea, which is where the problem comes. People treat it like a panacea, and there's also shysters who try to make it into something it's not.
Absolutely.
But like I said, those first two books I read, The Structure of Magic 1 and 2. Which aren't about magic, by the way, for the audience. They really changed they were a real changing point for me.
They do.
Yeah.
You don't realize so much about yourself and others and how your perspective is affecting you in the world at all. And then once you go through those, you're like, oh, holy crap. Wait a minute.
They even gave exercises to sort of train yourself in. And I did them. Like I literally did them. I'd be sitting in cafes. I'd be standing in line at the supermarket. I was doing the exercises, and yeah, that's really something. So I think, like, obviously, we wouldn't have everybody loves a debate. It wouldn't be that. It'd be a conversation where we're sort of comparing notes.
Of course, I think that would be a lot of fun.
Let's get in touch on Discord, and we'll set something up.
Sounds good.
All right. Thanks for having me, mate.
God bless you, Kieran. Have
God
a
bless you,
wonderful
mate.
night.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you off and I'm going to go spend some time with my beautiful wife. You all have a wonderful night. God bless you, and I will see you all tomorrow.
That's what I was tripping on.